Hello friends, welcome to my Python programming course. If you're looking for a complete guide to learn Python from scratch and prepare yourself for a job in programming, then this course is for you. In this course, we will start with the basics of Python programming and gradually move on to more advanced topics. So in this course, I will explain and review every piece of code in detail so you can fully understand how it works. So join me in this course and let's get started. So now to install the Python, we'll go to our browser and here you will type python.org, or you can just type Python and press enter. The Google will find this for you also. From here you will click on downloads and here you will see the recent version of Python. For me it is 3.11.3, so if I click on this it will download this for me. But for you maybe it changed itself. Maybe it is 3.11.4 or 3.12.3 or whatever. Don't worry, what you will learn in this course will be always the same. So for now you can just click on download Python and then it will just download the Python for you. Then of course we need to open that. After opening that you will see an install shield like this. So here you can click on continue, continue and continue. Remember, at this point in Windows you will see a checkbox here on the bottom which says add Python to path. Please check that because it's very important. Otherwise you won't be able to interact with Python. And now I'll click on agree and then I'll just install this like this. And now I have to give my credentials also. And then I'll press enter and it will install the Python in my machine. Now the installation is finished and you will also see a screen just like this. And from here I'll just open this IDLE. Now this screen is similar to your command line or PowerShell in Windows, and also in macOS it is just like your terminal. But here inside this we can directly interact with Python. Now as you see, this is the version of our Python and here we can start coding. So now for example I'll use a function of Python and inside this I'll type a text which will be printed in my screen. So I'll say hello world. So just like that and I'll press enter. And as you see, it has printed a text for me which is saying hello world. And here you can also create a new file and make your files for Python. But that's not the way we are using Python normally. For Python, we need a code editor or an IDE in which we can manage our code very well and also we can code very fast. So let's go ahead and install an IDE or a code editor for Python. For this, I'll just close everything from here and then we'll close this one also. And then we'll go to browser and here you should type PyCharm. Now there are many editor or IDE for Python, but I prefer the PyCharm because PyCharm is used mostly for Python and you will see in all courses in YouTube, and also if you work in future in any company you will see that they were using PyCharm. But of course you can use any other code editor which you like, for example VS Code. So here you will click on this JetBrains.com website to find the PyCharm because it's the product of JetBrains. So let's click on this and then we'll click on download from here. Now they have also a professional version which will cost you some money, but for us the community version is enough. So let's download this. Now after download is completed, we can just double click on it. And then in macOS you will see an screen like this. So here you have to just drag this to your applications. In Windows, it will open an install sheet in which you can just click on next, next, next until it installs the PyCharm for you. So for me, I'll just drag this here and then I can just go ahead and open this. So now let me bring the screen of PyCharm here. So you will see the same screen just like that. Here you can create a new project or open an existing project. For us, we need a new project, so let's click on this. So here, first of all, you can define the location for PyCharm where to save your project. And then you can give your project a name. So here I'll say learn Python. You can call this anything you want, of course. And here one more important point is the base interpreter. So what's a base interpreter? The Python base interpreter is a command line interface for developers or for us to execute Python code or run Python scripts from the command line. So it's very important to choose the new version of Python which you have recently installed or the version which you need, because in macOS the Python 2 is already installed, and if you don't change this to Python 3 you may not have access to Python 3 modules which are new, and also that Python 2 is a kind of duplicated. You just get security updates from the Python 2. For Windows user it's not the case, but also remember to click here and see which versions are available for you and choose the newest version. After that you will just click on create. So it will create the project for you and you will see a beautiful coding software just like this here. So here, as you see, we can manage our files here, our folders, and we don't need to search them in the directories in Windows or macOS. So everything is just in one place. And also the code is highlighted and everything is looking way beautiful than using IDLE. And now to run this code from here, what I can do is I can go ahead here and this play button, or you can see the shortcut of this which is Ctrl R. In Windows it will be also Ctrl R. You can use the shortcuts to make everything faster, but for now let's just click in this button. So now as we click this, look at this here. We got a terminal also in the same window. So this is the benefits of PyCharm. You can see the result of your code just directly in one place. You don't need to move in many directories or opening different terminals and also clicking and minimizing all the time. So it will save us a lots of time. But we will have a lots of more options here which we can use. In this course I'll teach you all those, so don't worry about that also. So now let's create our first Python program. For this, I'm not going to use this main.py. Instead of this, we'll go to our project name or project folder, and here we will just right click and then on new, and then I'll click here on Python file. So I'll create a new Python file. So, and we call this just hello.py. But as it's a Python file and PyCharm take care of everything for us, we don't need to use the Python extension here. So let's enter just like that. Now as we are inside our hello.py, here we can create our first traditional program that outputs the text hello world to the console here. So for this I'll type print all in lowercase, and then I'll open and close the parentheses. Now to use the text inside this, we can use double quotes. So at the start a double quote and ends with a double quote. Or you can just use single quotes. It doesn't matter. Now here I'll say hello and then world. Just like this. you'll probably start learning every program by using this line of code. So here I'll just run this. But for now, if I click on this run, as you see, it runs the main file for us and not the file of hello.py. So this way we can't see the text of hello world here. Now to run our hello.py file, we can just right click and then from here we can say run hello. So if we run this, as you see, we got hello world printed out for us. So congratulations, you have written and run your first Python program. You may think it's not a big deal, but this is the start. This is the place which you have start and run your first Python code. So you will remember this later on in your career if you continue learning programming. With that being said, now let's make this code a little bit interesting. So we can just copy everything from here, hello world, and then we can say let's learn Python. For example, let's learn Python. And then we can just click on this again. And this time, as you see, it's running the hello. So any file which you will select from here will be also your main file, which will be run from this button here. And also what I want to show you now is that, as you see, it has first printed hello world and then it has printed let's learn Python. But what if I just cut this out and put it above? So let's see. Now as you see, it says let's learn Python hello world. Now with that, it means that Python runs the code from top to the bottom line by line. So remember this, because later on in this course when we create functions, remember to run your functions one by one from top to the bottom. Otherwise you may see some errors. And I'll show you what are those errors and which problems we can make by that. Now as we have created our first program, let's just continue. But for now, I'll just close this file and delete it from here because we don't need this file anymore. Now we got our main file, and if we try this, it will of course spit out an error because it can't find this hello file here. So to run main, we'll just click here and run the main for us. With that being said, let's go ahead. So now, before coding further, let's make some changes in PyCharm to see the code better. For this, I'll go in this icon here, and then from here, I'll just click on settings. So here, you can change anything you want for your PyCharm IDE. For example, if I want to change the theme, I can just go ahead and use the light mode. Or I can use the high contrast, for example. It's all your choice. For me, the dark is better, so I'll be using the dark, but you can use any kind of theme you want. Also, you can zoom in and zoom out. For example, you can make everything larger, or you can just let it 100%. For me, I'll just go here inside the editor and then in general. And then I'll click on this checkbox which says change font size with command plus mouse wheel. So if we use the command, or in Windows the control, and then move our mouse wheel, it will make our text larger. So let me show you this. I'll apply this and say OK. Now here I'll just use the command and then I'll just scroll down or scroll up to increase and decrease the size of the code. So this way you can see everything much better. The same thing we can use here also. So look at this. We can show everything large or just small as we want. Now as you are learning, so let it be a little bit larger so you can see everything properly. With that being said, so let's understand the Python comments. So what are comments? Comments can be used to explain a Python code. They can make your code more readable, and also if we don't need a part of code, we can just comment it out. So let me show you the example. For example, for this code, I want to write a comment. It can be anything. Now to write the command, you can use this hash or pound in your keyboard, and then you will type something. For example, I'll type here my first comment, just like that. And now if I run my code, as you see, we still get hello world, and there is no text with the name of my first comment. So comments are ignored by Python. So anything you want to ignore in your code, you will just type them as comment. And also you can use this to explain something, for example, to your colleagues and your team. So that way they understand what a specific function is doing. But not for functions like this, because this is explaining itself what's doing. So a normal developer will understand this, so don't overuse the comments also. Now also we can use the comments to save the code for us to use it for a later time or for testing. For example, now I don't want to run this piece of code, so I'll just use the comment and comment it out. And now I'll just copy this code again and paste it here, and here I'll say hello test, so we can see the result. Now let me run this, and as you see, we got just this hello test from here and not the hello world, because it is commented. Now most of the time in Python or any other programming, you will have piece of codes which you want just ignore for a moment and then test something new, and after that you may want to remove the comment, or you can just leave it like that. So comments are very necessary, and they are always used in Python and all other programming languages. So as a good programmer, always keep in mind to comment the complex functions so your colleagues understand your code faster. With that being said, now what if I have a comment of more lines? For example, I type here my first comment and I want to continue typing by using enter. Now if we run the code like this, we will see an error here because Python doesn't know what this text means here. Now what we could do is by just using the hash again, and it will just ignore it and it will work the same way. But I don't want to show this like that. I want to show that everything is in one paragraph. So in that case, I'll just go ahead and use the quotes 3 times. Now if you use the quotes triple time, as you see, everything is commented out. So we have 3 at the top and then we got 3 at the bottom. So it will just be like that. Now if I cut this from here and use it at the end of the code, it will just comment out everything. Let me run this code again. Look, we got nothing. Now I may want to run this piece of code from here, so I can cut everything from here and paste it here. And then I can run it, and as you see, hello test is running. But by any chance, if you forget these 3 quotes, then you will get some error. So if I remove this and run my code like that, and as you see, we got the error here because we are not closing our comment. So don't forget to close it. And now, as we understand what comments are and how to use them, let's use them. So here, now we will learn the variables. So let's type here variables. So that way you understand everything what we are doing here. So now, instead of using the variables in the same files here, let's create another file. So here inside my project, I'll right click and then new, and from here you will select Python file. like this, and then we can name it. So here I can name it, for example, variables, like this, and save it. Now here in this file we will learn everything about variables. So what are variables? A variable is essentially a name that represents a memory location where a value is stored. So in short, a variable is a container which carries a value. For example, imagine a glass of water. You have a glass which is a container, and inside that glass you have water, and that's the value of that glass. So you call this a glass of water. The same thing happens in the programming, not just Python, but any programming language. So let me show you what does it mean. Now I'll make the text a little bit larger, and here now we'll create our first variable, and I'll call this as our example a glass. And then in this class I'll assign, so this equal to sign is called assign operator. So now I'm assigning water or some text for this glass. So I'll say here water. So now we got a glass of water. So as we got this text here, we can use this anywhere in our program we want. For example, now I want to print this inside our screen. So for this I'll say print, and then I'll use just the variable name and not the value of that. So I'm using just the glass and not the value of that, which is water. So now let me run this. So again, to run the current file, so you will right click and then you will say run variables or run the name of your program. So here it's variables, so I'll click on this. Now as you see, the output is same thing, which is water. So that's the benefit of a variable, because now I can just use a copy of it, and I'll say comma, and again I'll say glass, and then if I run the program it says water water. And now imagine if it would be a long text, for example some text, some dummy text here. Would you just copy this text over and over again, or just use it like that? So now if I run the program, as you see, we got the same text twice, but this time I'm just using the value of that variable here. So here, for example, again we can use this the same thing. So I'll just say glass again and run this thrice. So we got the same text without copying everything from above. And also in the variables you will also have different types. So in computer programming we call this data types, but in real life, so this glass could be also a glass of juice. So as real life, we can also change the value of that. For example, if you change the water to juice, then it's a glass of juice. So here now I'll say again glass, and this time I'll say it's equal to juice. So and now we got a glass of juice. Now let's run this program again. As you see, we got juice, juice, and juice because we are running this 3 times. So let's remove this to make this clear. Now run this again. We got juice. So we had water inside our glass and we poured now the juice inside it. The same thing happens in programming. So now those data types which we use in real life, such as water and juice, but in programming we have name for that. For example, all the text which we write inside these quotes, we call this a string. This can be double quotes or this can be just single quotes. Inside this we write a sequence of characters which is called a string. So anytime if you want to use characters, you would be using just these quotes, and you call this in programming a string. Now for the next example, we got here juice. Now this is also the same thing. It's a string. But what if we have another data type? For example, if we need a number. So what we could do is we can just assign the number here. And this time, if I run this, now as you see, the value of my class is changed. So now, instead of changing the data type, we also changed the name. So everything would be clear. Now we got age, and this is 12. And if we run this, now as you see, we got for class the same string. But now, if I run the age, it will just put out this number for me, which is this 12 here. So the data type for numbers is called in programming integer. So let me comment this. So here I'll type a comment and call this a string. And here I'll say the data type of this is integer. So it's int. In other programming languages, you would be writing the string just like this, but in Python, we short this. We will type the string just str. And also the integer will be int. And we got more data types. So we got, for example, for decimal values. So here we have a float data type. So for example, if I have a price. Now for prices, we always use decimal numbers. So I can say it is 5.70 cents or something like that. So in that case, we need another data type which is called float. So we'll call this float. And also there are many other data types which we will cover in this course. But let me show you one more which is very important for now, and later on we will talk about other data types as we use them. For now, let me give you one more example of a boolean. For example, I want to see if my user is active. So I can say is online or is active. So I type just like this, is online, and then here we can put something like text, but we don't want to type yes or no in programming. Instead of this, we use two values. The first one is true. So if a user is online, it's true. And if it's not online, we write false. And here, remember that in Python programming, everything is case sensitive. What I mean by that? So for example, here, if you try to type true, now as you see, we got an error. The true in Python or the Boolean values is always started with a capital letter, if it's false or true. So if I try the false, same way we see this error. So remember this also. And also the same way our variables are case sensitive. So let me show you an example. For example, here we got this age. Now let me type an age, and here again I'll say it's 18. So and here I'll say case sensitive. So sensitive. I hope I have typed everything correct. So now as I assigned a new value to the age, so let's run the program again. So normally we should see 18. Now let's use this. Now as you see, we still got 12 here. Now let me also make the screen a little bit larger. So I'll go here and then we'll go to appearance like that, and I'll say it will be 150 so we can see everything clearly. So now I'll put the other variable also here, so which is the age, the new one, the new case sensitive. So here, and I'll remove this glass from here. So let me print this out. Now as you see, we got once 12 and we got once 18. But now if I gave it the same name, so it will just change its value. So if I print this, now as you see, we got first error because we don't have this variable anymore. But let's remove this, and then as you see, we got 18 because the variable value is now assigned to 18. And as we talked about this before, that Python runs the code from top to the bottom. So whatever is the last line, this will assign to your variable. So as you see, we got this age of 12, but we change its value and we put the 18. So as the Python starts from top to bottom, so it will just take this 18 and put out this for us here. So that's why I wanted you to remember that. And also for the variables, the naming convention, just like case sensitive, it's very important to name them correctly. For example, you can't use a name starting with a number. For example, 2age. Now this will give you an error. In the same way, we are not allowed to use an hyphen between them. It is also not allowed. Even if I use everything with words, the hyphen or the minus is not allowed. The same way, you are not allowed to use a space between them. For example, my age. So if you try like this, it will just give you some error and you can't run your program. But instead of this, you can use underscore here. So this way you can see it's more readable, and also Python accepts this. You can also put an underscore before your variable. The same way, there are 3 cases which we use for naming the variables. You can use any of them, but if you are going to work for a company, it's important to know all those 3 methods to use for multi-words variable names. Let me show you the example. So the first one of them is called camel case. So as you see the camel, it will be just the same thing. For example, now we can use a variable name with 2 words. So for example, here I'll use my name. So my, and as you see, I'm using the first character lowercase and the second word character as uppercase. This is called camel case. So now I can assign a value to this, and this will be my name, which is Cheyenne, like that. And also we got another method which is called Pascal case. Pascal case. In this case, we use the first letter as capital letter. So my, for example, you could use my last name, and this should be just this way. Every letter you start, the first word will be capital letter. My and last and name, so every word is in capital letter. So this is called Pascal case. For here, I can say, for example, John or whatever you want. And then we got another method. It's also here, and this is called snake case. So snake case. In this case, you'll be using underscore. For example, my name, and here I'll just use like this. So my name is equal to Cheyenne, and here, as you see, we are just using underscore. My name underscore new, for example, or whatever. Now as you see, we are using underscore all the time, and every word will be lowercase. This is called snake case. So these are the cases as a programmer you should know. So let me show you one last thing with variables, then we are done with variables. So here we got all the variables, and then one last thing we got is we can assign multiple values in one line to variables. Let me show you the examples. So here I'll say multiple values like this, and here the example will be, for example, age, or we start from name, and then I'll put a comma and I'll say age, and then put another comma, and then for example job. So here now we can assign values for each of them. So the first one is name, so it's a string, so I'll say it's John, and then I'll put a comma and now assign a value for age. So the age will be, for example, 15-year-old, and then we got the job, so here we can say he is a programmer, like that. And as the programmer is string, So let's use everything in the string. Now let me use those names. So here I'll say name, and then we'll put the age, and then we got also the job. So let's see the result. So now as you see, the output is John 15 programmer. So this way you can also write the variables. But remember, the best method is to use them like this, because it's more readable and it's also easy to understand for other developers which will work with you. This method is also available, but I think there are just minimal cases in which you would be using something like this. With that being said, now before diving and learning the next topic, let's understand how to find out, for example, the type of every variable which we have written here. For example, for price, I have said it's a float. Now how you can understand if I'm saying the truth, if it's true. So for this, we got a function in Python which is called type. So here I'll say type, and inside this type function, so for every function you need this parenthesis, and inside this then you can give your variable name. For example, now here I'm using the price, so let me put the price inside this. So price, and then we'll run the program. As you see, the result is class float. And now the same way, if I use the age, so, and the type of age is integer, the name, so like that, and run this also. Now as you see, the name class is a string, so we are using the string variable. And also for this is online, so let's paste it here, and if we run the program, so let's see what's the type of this, and it's a bool, which is a boolean, like that. So let me write this here also. So now I'm commenting everything because later I'll put them in my GitHub, so you can download them and use this as cheat sheet also. With that being said, let's go in another section. So now, to make everything more interesting, we will learn typecasting in Python, which means we will convert the type from float to integer, from integer to string, and from string to integer. This is called in Python typecasting. But we will do this by creating a simple project which will give you a good feeling what you have learned until now, and also it will make our course more interesting. So to do this, I'll just close the variables and also the numpy. And here for this I'll create another file and I'll call this typecasting. So typecasting, and I'll call this also program, so you can understand this later on. Now we got this program, and I'll just press the enter. Now we got our file, and inside this we will start creating a new program. Now in this program, first of all, I'll create a greetings program. So just simply we greet our user. So for this, I'll create first of all a variable, and I'll call this variable name. So we need the name of the user. Now here I could make a string and type a name inside this, but we want the name to come from the user. So our user should be able to type their name in the terminal, so we can use that name and greet them, to welcome them in our program. So for this, I'll be using another function, another built-in function of Python. Now I mean by built-in that this function is available for you from Python, and you don't need to create this by your own. Of course, later in this course, we will create our own functions, but for now, we will learn all those common functions which you would use in your programs in Python. So this is called input. Now, as the name suggests, So you put something in. It can be some text, some number, or whatever. So as I said, this is a function. So for functions, we need the parentheses. So we have an open parenthesis and closing parenthesis. Inside this input function, we can type a message for our users. So here we need a string, so we can write something. So here I'll say type your name, or easier we can say what's your name. So what's your name? And then I'll put here a space, because otherwise a user will type from here. So as we did this, so let's see what's the result of this. Now if I run this program, so now we are still inside the variables. Now we have to run this program. So as we run this, you can see we got this prompt, what's your name, and we can type here. And if I don't put this space here, so let me remove this, and I stop the program and run it again. And now look, if we try to type something, we are just attached with this question mark, and that's what we don't want. So we'll change it again, stop, and we run it again. And here I say, for example, Cheyenne, and if I enter, it will exit, because we don't have any further lines of code which should show something to the user. So now to welcome our user, what we can do, we'll just go ahead and print something. So I'll print welcome, and then from this welcome, I'll just give the name of the user. So here I'll use the variable name again. So it will print the welcome text for us, and then it will use this name here. So let me run this, and I'll say here again Cheyenne and press enter. So it says welcome Cheyenne. Now to make this more interesting, what we can do is I go ahead here. So here I'll create another variable, and I'll call this date, and I'll put this also in an input. So it will be just input, and I'll say here please write the date. Here I am trying to create a program to ask for a leave in a school. So and then we need the teacher name. So I'll say here teacher name also. So teacher name, and again it is just the same thing, input. So input, and I'll say here please type your teacher name, just like that. And we need here also a space, and that's all what we need. And after that, here we need all those variables. So now to print all those variables in a text or in a long text, we need a new system in Python which is called fstrings. So let me show you how it works. So here, instead of the variables in the string, we will type f, and then we'll use our quotes. And then again, if we use the same example, so we can say welcome, and here now you can use curly braces, and inside that you can use any of these variables. So here, for example, if I use the name, so it will just print out the name for me. The same thing, if I want, I can use other variables like date and also the teacher name, just like that. But as I am going to use more lines of strings, so for this we can use the same string method. But if we press enter, as you see, the PyCharm will create the next line of code for us. So now I'll put or copy and paste some text here. So we will use first of all the teacher name. So I'll copy it here. I'll say instead of them, I'll be using dear name of teacher. Now here we can use the teacher name, so we don't need these braces. And here we can use the curly braces, and we will be using the teacher name. And then in second line, I'm just going to put some text here, just like that. And let me make this smaller so you can see everything in one screen. I hope you can see it. And now I'll press again enter, but we should press enter inside the quotes. So, and here then we use our second line. So now I'll put my second line and will be the school name. So we need one more variable here for the school name. So we'll just copy everything and I'll say it's school name. Please type your school name. So like that. And then we'll be using the school name here instead of the school name placeholder. So we can use the school name. And then we will use the starting and end date. But for now, I'll just make it easier for us. So I'll just use the date here. So date, like that. And then we have our typical text here. You can type any kind of text you have. So I'll just use everything and I'll remove the student name to the name like this, and then we'll be using other text, so like that, the same way for the next line. So, and we don't need this space here, and then we need finally 1 or 2 lines more. So thank you, and we will just say sincerely also like that. And then here I'll be using its name, so here you will be using the name. Now as you see, we got a program to create leave for students. So now here I'll run the program. Now I'll say what's your name. I'll say Cheyenne and press enter. Then it will ask me for the date and I'll be using the date of today. So it will be 4/2023, just like that, and press enter. And then my teacher's name, for example, it is John Doe. And then the school name I'll be using here, for example, coding, and enter. And now if I make this larger, you'll see the text here, but the text is in just one line, so it's not readable. We want enter for every part of our code. Now to do this, we'll need some more thing. So for that, we'll be using the // and then n, and then the same thing again to give them twice enter. So every n will create one enter for us, like that. And then at the end we need also a /. And now I'll go ahead and do the same thing for others. So here we need n again, a new enter, and then we need the same thing here. So I'll just use one here. In the same way, let me just copy this one instead of typing, paste it here, and we need this here, and once here, and here too. Let's run this again. And again, of course, we need to use the data. So Cheyenne and 11/2023. Then enter. The teacher name will be John Doe, and again school name of coding. Now if I increase this time, you can see we got a beautiful text printed for us. Now it says, Dear John Doe. Now it's the teacher name. I'm writing to inform you that the student's name, we have forget to use this, so we have to put that character there also, but let's ignore this for now. We'll be taking a leave for absence from coding, starting from the date we have put, and this is our school name. During this time, Cheyenne will not be able to attend classes and participate and blah blah, and we appreciate the understanding, and we say sincerely Cheyenne. Now as you see, we got a beautiful template which we can use for different students anywhere in this course. So let me decrease this again so you can see everything here. Now let me comment this also for you. So now I'll say here multi-line string or multi-line f string actually. So like that. In this way you can understand this program. Now it's looking great with this program, but for now I want to just comment this out. This is for you and you can use it. We will also create one more program in which we will be using the typecasting. And now to comment everything together, I'll go to the code in the PyCharm, and from here you can use this option here, command with line comment, and also you can see the shortcut of that which you can use. So I'll just click on it, and as you see, everything is commented for me. Now let me make everything bigger so you can see that also. Now it's commented for us. So let's go ahead and try to create one new program. Now this time I'll be using, for example, for a calculator to calculate something. For example, it can be something like 1 plus 2, 2 plus 3, something like that. So here we will not make everything beautiful. We will just see the example to learn the typecasting. So here I'll say learn typecasting, or we can just say typecasting like this. And here we have one number. So I'll say number 1 is equal to, and then we need the input. So inside the input, I'll say type first number, and the same way we will just copy everything from here, and I'll say here number 2, and let me use a colon here. So now we got these two number. Now what I want to do is I want to just use some mathematics and calculate them. So here I'll say print num1 num2, so something like that. Now I'll go ahead and run this, and as you see we got our program. It says type first number, I'll say it's 10, and it says the second number, I'll say 20, and the result is, as you see, it is 1020, and it is not 30 as we thought. Now what's the reason? The reason is if we go ahead and print out the type of them. So let's use this. Now I'll be using the type of number 1, and let's just use this just here. So, or we can use this on both of them. So also we need the type of that. So let's run this program again. Now I'll say 1, 2. Now as you see, we got the type of this as a string. So when we use two strings from input or from anywhere, and if we use this plus sign, it doesn't mean that we are adding them together. We are just concatenate them. In programming, we call this concatenation. We will work on this in a string, but for now, remember, two strings will be just put together. Now what if our user has some number? So for example, I'll say here it's not an input, and I'll be using 12. So num1 plus num2. Now let me run this program. I'll say type the first number. So here it will be just 1. And as you see, our program is crashed. And the reason is Python is trying to add a number with a text, because as I said, the type of our second number, which comes from here, so the second number is a string. Now if we try to do like that, it will be same, for example, like 12 plus, and then we got an string of 1 or whatever number user types. Now as you can see, you will never be able to concatenate them like this. So that's why in such conditions we need the typecasting. So let me do this. Now here we got the second number, so that input result is always a string. Now we need to change the type of this input also to an integer, and then our addition will work as we want. So we can just come here and then we type just the type name and use it as function. Now this is also a built-in function in Python. Inside this, then we can use whatever we want to convert into integer. In this case, I want to change the number 2 into integer and then use this here. Now let me copy this variable name and paste it here. Now here, in order to use this, we have to make a cast variable. So I'll say casted number is equal to this. So this is one possibility which we can use. Now let me run this program. So before running that, we need to use this casted number instead of number 2. Otherwise, it will be still an string. So let me put this here and run the program again. So let me increase everything. Now here I'll say the second number will be also 12 and press enter. Now we are using the type. So as you see, the type is integer because we have converted everything to integer. But let's remove this to see the result. Now run this again, and again I say it's 12 and the result is 24. Now this way we can change the type from string to number and from number to string. So now let's make this code more readable. Now as you see, we are using another variable and I say it's casted number, and again we are using that. Instead of this, what we could do is we can just remove everything from here and use this function directly inside our print. So that way the result will be the same thing. If I add 1 here, it is 13. Or even more better will be if we use this here. So I'll just remove the end from here and paste it here. And again we need this parenthesis, of course. So let's put this again here. Now as you see, if we run this again and if I say it's 2, now it's 14 because 12 plus the number we add is 14. Now what about our first number? We can use the same thing again on the top also. So here I'll say type first number, for example, and now we are using this as integer. So it will just work as we want. Let me remove this from here. And let's run this. And now I'll say 1 plus 2 and the result is 3. Perfect. So now our typecasting is working. So now let me show you some more functions for other types. For example, if you want to change an integer to a string or a float to a string, you would be using str function. It is just their data type's name. So we have for float the same way. We use float, but we make this function. And also for booleans, so it will be bool and the same thing. And now inside this, if you put any variable or any value, it will be converted to a string. Here the same way to float and here to boolean. Let me show you some more example. For example, now our program is running, but let me run this again and let me show you more example. Now here, for example, user type, the first number is 4. It's okay, it's an integer. But what if I put 2.7 for the second number? Let's enter. Look, we have crashed again, because the second number we've used was just a float, and for number 2 we are using the integer. So how can I solve this problem? So the users should be able to use integer or float, and still our calculator should calculate this. Now here I want you to pause the video and think about it. What would be the solution? So if you solved it yourself, that's great, but if not, it's okay. So let's solve this. Now what we can do is we can just come here instead of this integer, now we are putting our all function of input inside this integer function, so it converts everything for us in integer. But a float can be a simple number, or it can be 2.7 or 5 or something like that. So it means we can use the float instead of int. So here I'll come back here and I'll type float, and for the second one the same way, float. And now let's try this again. So here I'll type 4 and then I'll type 2.5, and look at this, it is 6.5. The same way, if we now use two float or decimal values, so 2.8 and 2.5, and enter this, as you see the result is 5.3. Isn't that great? Everything is working as we want. We're converting the string to float. The same thing we can do is we can use, for example, for variables. So I'll say here var1, for example, I say it's a string, but I want to change this to a number. So now we know the game, so it will be int function, and inside this if I use any string, for example 23, and this will just spit out the 23 for us as integer. So let me show you this. And if I run this program, and now it's asking for them, so we can just go ahead and code and comment that. And then if we run this again, now as you see we got 23. But now if I type a number, a character here, and try to do this, it will crash again, because it's not integer and you can't convert a string to an integer. So that's also you have to take care of when you create your program. But don't worry, in this course we will be using if-else statement and we'll take care of all these conditions also. So for now it's enough, so let's make everything back, and everything is working for us. So as you see, with basic things which we have learned in this program or in Python, we are able to run our own program or to create our own program. Isn't that great? So remember, coding is very easy. You have to just be creative and make more interesting things. With that being said, now let's go to the next section and learn something new and interesting. So now, as we are using the typecasting program, which is just like a calculator, we can now use more operators. So what are operators and how we use them, we will learn in this section. So for this, I'll just stop our program, and then I'll go to Learn Python, and here I'll create a new file, and I'll call this Python operators, or we can just call this operators. So operators, and then here we will define everything about operators. So what's operators? So operators, just as the name says, are used to perform operations on variables and values. For example, we did before that calculator where we have add 2 digits. So here also, for example, I can add print, and then I'll say 1, and then I'll use an operator. Now this plus sign which you see, we call this an operator in Python or in any other programming language. So now let's run these operators. Now as you see, the result is 3. So we are operating with 2 digits here. Now it doesn't matter if they are digits or variables. So as we did before, so I'll say here var1 is equal to 1, and then var2 is equal to 2. So now we can plus the var1 plus var2, so var2, and if we run this, we'll get the same result. But the benefit is here, now if we change anything here, for example a big digit, we can just run this and it will add it. Here we can't see anything, so let's make this 100. So as you see, it's 101. So there are many types of Python operators, so let's comment out and talk about them. So here I'll say Python operators, so just like this, and then here I'll be using just a long comment. So here we can type which kind of operators we got. So the first one is just this one, arithmetic operators. So what are arithmetic operators? They are plus, minus. So let me just use this also here. So it will be plus, minus, and we'll be using asterisk for multiplication, and for example slash for division, and we got modulos, so to get the rest of something. And if you use double asterisk, it will be exponentiation. So we can use them to operate on our variables. And then we got the assignment operators. So the assignment operator, as the name says, we assign something to something. For example, as we did before, we said for 1 is equal to 1. So we use this sign of equal to assign the value of 1 to our var1. So this is called assignment. Now we got more assignments, so it is equal to, or you can say it is plus equal to, and this means that var1 plus equal to 1. So now what does it mean? It means if we just separate them, var1 is equal to var1 plus, so as we are using the plus sign, plus 1. So it will just increase the value of var1 by 1. We will work on a lot of them later in this course. For now, don't confuse yourself. Just watch them so you become a basic understanding of that. So, and we got the same way we can use the minus. So it will be minus equal to 1, which is again var1 minus 1. So every time it will decrease the value of var1 by 1. So these are the assignment operators. Of course, all the operators which we have used here, you can use them just the same way here. So you can say multiply equal to 1 or 2 or 10 or whatever the digit here is. You can just use this condition. This can be also var2, for example, the second variable. So it just works like that. So for now, I'll just leave it for 1. And then we got the comparison operators, which is very important also. So let's try them also. Now, what are the comparison operators? So as the name of this also suggests, it will compare two variables or two numbers or two text, two strings or two float together. For example, if we have a var1 and this will be, for example, a number of 1, and we have a var2 is equal to 1. So now to compare them, we will use comparison operators. So here, if I want to say that var1 is equal to var2 because the value of them is 1 and here's also 1, so I can use the condition of equal. So this time I'll say var1 is equal to var2. Now this is the comparison, but if you just use this like this, you will assign the value of var1 to the value of var2. Okay, this is the assignment, but if you use double equal to, then it means it is equal to. So let me put the names of them here so you understand this. So whatever, if we say here also, for example, that the number of here is 3, so the value is now 3, so we can compare this. So if you want to say that it's not equal to var1, so we can use here the explanation sign. So you'll say not equal to var2. So like that. Now let me type the names here for you so you don't forget that. So here equal to is equal. So here I say equal. And then we got just not equal to. So not equal to, and this will be not equal, like that. And then we got greater than and less than. So if you want to compare if var1 is, for example, greater than var2, for less than, so it will be this sign, and this will be less than, so less than, like that. And if you want to use greater than, then you will be using the opposite of that, which is just this one here. So this one will be greater than, just like that. So now, as we got these three operators, so let's understand them and also work with them. So for example, if I say var1 is equal to 1 and var2 is equal to 2. Now to compare them, I'll be using the bool function. So it is bool, and this will return if our condition is true or false. So here I'll say var1 is equal to var2. Now in that case, the result should be just false. So let me print this. Now our print function here, like this, and we will run our program. And as you see, it says false because 1 is not equal to 2. But if we change the value here and run the program again, it says true because 1 is equal to 1. The same way, if we say it is less than, so I'll say that var1 is less than var2. So let's run this. It says false because they are equal. Now if I type here that var2 is 12, for example, now look, it says it's true because var1 is less than var2. The same thing if we use greater than, and if we try this, it will say false. So you can use the bool function also to find out if your comparison for some reason is true or false. So the boolean will help you in that case also. Now here I'll say it's not equal to, for example. Now var1 is not equal to var2. It should be true because 1 is not equal to 12. And then if I remove this, the same way you'll say it says it's false. Now as you see, we got everything from there, and these are the operators from Python. We can use them for maths, or we can use them for strings also. For example, if I have a string of John like this, and we'll have a string of John here also. So if I say var is var1 not equal to var2 and run this program, it's still false because it is equal to John. So now let me compare this again. So this time you'll see it's true. So you can use float, you can use boolean, or whatever. You can just compare them just the same way like this. Later on in this course, we will use also a list of data where we work with lots of strings. In that cases, we will be using these operators also. So if you forget them for now, it doesn't matter, but you have to have a taste of that. With that being said, now that's it for operators. Let's go ahead for the next section. So now, as we understand the operators, let's go ahead and understand the strings in Python. Because with the strings, you'll be always working with lots of data which comes from a database, and you have to work with them. Sometimes you must slice them, sometimes you have to modify them, sometimes you should bring them together or format them or skip some characters and so on. So that's why in every programming language, in the same way in Python, we got more methods or functions which will make our job easier. So let's use them and see how it works. So here I'll create another file and I'll call this strings, just like that. And inside this we'll run our strings. The first thing we learned for string was the print function, and inside that we have used a string where we have type hello world. So, and as I said before, you can use the single quotes or double quotes. So you can use the double quotes but just once, and then you will type your text again inside this, whatever it should be. Now if I run this program, it will just show this hello here for me. But now what if I have a variable? The same way, if we have a variable of var1 for example, and here we can say it is just hello, like this, and we can put the same var1 here, and the result of this will be also hello. But now if I have, for example, a paragraph where I use the enters, now as you see, the PyCharm is doing everything for me, so that's why it's working. But that's not the way of using a paragraph like this, because we are creating a new string, we are pressing enter, we are just using the same thing more and more. Instead of this, in Python we can use, just like we did for comment, we can use 3 times the quotes. So if we use like this, now here inside this I can type anything I want, and look at this. Now we can just print this out, and as you see, it is the same thing as here. So we don't have many of strings just like this. So string and then again a string. So it takes a lots of time. Now PyCharm is making this easy for us, but normally it's not a good idea to use this like this. So this is the best way of using a multi-line comment. So here let me call this multi-line comment or multi-line string. So I say multi-line string, like that. So you have the example also. And also remember, this can be double quotes or single quotes. It doesn't matter. So you can use triple double quotes, but the ending also should be double quotes. So if I use this here again, now as you see, it will just work the same thing if you run the program, and everything is still the same thing. With that being said, now let's make this more interesting. Now here I'll type slicing strings. So we can slice the strings, which means we can cut it off. For example, if we have a var2 and I'll assign a value in that, and I'll say it is just coding, like that. And now we can do certain things with this line. Now for example, here I use my var2 and I want to get the characters from position 2 to position 5. Now as we are in programming, so we'll start everything from 0. So the second position here will be the D, because we got 0 and 1. 1 will be O, and then we got the D is 2. So it will start from D. So to use this, now I can just use here the brackets, and inside this I'll type first my starting position, and then we use the colon, and then we'll say to which position we want. For example, I want to position 5, which will be then. So let's use this, and as you see, it will give us then. The same way, if I just want this ding here, so we can use 6 like this, and this will be ding. In the same way, if I want to use it from the third character, which is I, so we can say just start from here up to 6 or up to 5, whatever, and run it. You will see we get n here because we are starting just from I. So it's 0 and 1 and 2, and then that's I is 3. So that's why we are getting this n, because we got I, and then up to 5 will be just n. So that's why we are getting the n. And also here I could say take every character up to 5. So I'll say here start from 0 up to the character of 5 or up to the position of 5. So if you run this, you'll see we get coding. If I use 6, so it will get everything for me. So let me run this, it's coding. The same way we can use this from the start. Now I want to start from D, so it will be the second position, and I'll say up to the end of the text. So, and it will give us the thing. And if we type something else here, so, or we can say coding vault, so it's better. Now as you see, we get all the characters together. But now here I can say just remove all this coding, so I'll be using the 6, so it will start from the position of 6, which is this G, up to the vault. So we'll get all the vault here alone. So as you see, we got the vault as a result. Now you may be thinking, why do we need this? So there are some cases where we need this, where we want to just catch the username from a long text or from a chapter. To use for such cases, we use this slicing. But it is not something which you use all the time. You can use this, for example, to create a gaming program or read from a PDF file, so you can find in a certain position something for your company or your program or whatever you want. But this is just the few examples to get the characters. But now let's make this more interesting. Now as I said, for the characters, for strings, we have more functions. So let's use those functions which will do the job for us without searching things like this. For example, I have written this coding here. Now I want this to be just in lowercase and not uppercase. So for this, I'll remove everything. Now we got our var2. If we print this, we got coding vault. Now as you see, this character is in uppercase, but I want to use this in lowercase. Now in many cases, if you get the data from your data bank, then you have no access on that to change that data, or in some cases your user may type their names in lowercase or uppercase, but you want to change the case. In that case, you will be needing more functions. Now in Python, we got more functions for this. For example, if after this variable I put a dot, you will see a list of functions here, which you can just use. Now this is one more benefit of the PyCharm, because it shows you all the functions which are available for this string or any variable you are using. So anytime if you put a dot, you can see all the functions related to that and you can use them. For example, now I want to uppercase, so I'll just say dot and use uppercase. So like that, we will make everything to uppercase. Now if we run this, as you see, we got all the code to uppercase. The same way if you want to lowercase, so I can just remove this from here and we can type here now lower. So, and if we run this, look, all the characters are in lowercase. Even if I come here and type coding and everything is here in uppercase, if we run the program, still we get everything in lowercase. And also there are many other functions. For example, at the starting of this code, if I have, for example, extra space, so, and if we run this program, as you see, it's not looking good. In that case, I can use another function which is called strip. It will just remove the white space from the starting. Now as you see, we have get rid of that white space. Even if we got this here, you can add more white space here and still it's removed. The same way we got more functions. For example, in here I want to replace this D from here to some other words. So we can use the replace function here. Now here I'll just go ahead and put the dot and we'll say replace. And here, so now let me show you the trick. And if you hover on that, the PyCharm will tell you what's going on here. So we need an old string, which is from this variable, and then we need a new string for that. So it means I'll be using the D. So I want the D, and with what I want to replace this, so this will be my new character. So here, for example, I say it is just B, and then if I run this, as you see, the result is Cobing. Now let me remove everything from here, so the white space, and run this again. Now as you see, we got in the original text coding, but here we got Cobing. So there are many other functions which you can use for strings. So give it a try. Put the dot and search for them and use them. For example, this capitalize, to capitalize the first letter of your text, or many others are here available. You can just try it yourself, or you can go ahead and the documentation of Python, and you can read them what they are using or what they are doing. For now, if we try everything, it will just waste our time. So with that being said, now let's also work with this further. So now as we got our strings, so let's play with them a little more. So here, for example, I got the word tree, and this will be something like my name, Cheyenne, whatever. And here I say Cheyenne, and I want to bring this coding world, or for example, I could say here with Cheyenne, so it makes sense. Now we want to bring this together. So for this, as we did before, we'll be using the plus sign, and this is called concatenate or concatenation. So, and we are bringing two variables or two strings together. So if we run the program, now as you see, it's saying coding world with Cheyenne, but we got no space here. Now what should we do in that case? Now here, what we could do is we could go ahead here and put a space here. It will work the same, but it's not looking good here because this variable is getting or carrying an extra space, and that's not what we want. Now instead of this, we'll be using a space here, and then we concatenate everything. So we will concatenate this one with var2 and also this one with var3. So now if we run this again, it will give the same result for us. So this is called concatenation, and this is what we need often in programming, which we will see in this course also as we work with dictionaries, lists, and etc. So now that's it for strings, and that's how you will work with strings in Python. So as you see, there are many functions which are available for you. You can slice them or you can use them in multi-lines. So these are the basics and are very necessary to learn and understand them. And also I'll put every code which we have learned also here with examples so that you have something as cheat sheet. But for now, I'm not going to type everything because it will take more time for us and make the video longer. With that being said, let's go to the next section. So now let me close this from here. We don't need them anymore. And now we will learn about other data types of Python. And the first one of them is list. So let's create another file and we call this just list. So it is list. So now let's define what is a list and why do we need this. Now in Python, to store multiple values in one variable, in such cases we need a collection. So a collection can hold multiple values, and those collections are list, and we got tuple, set, and a dictionary. So these are the collections in which we can store multiple values. We will learn tuple, set and dictionary also. So for now, let's remove them. Let's now just talk about the list. So if someone asks you what's a list, then you will answer them like this. You will say a list is a collection of items that are ordered and mutable, which means that you can add, remove or modify elements in the list. Now of course there are questions in your mind, so you may ask what is ordered and what does mutable means. Don't worry, we will talk about them in a minute. So for now, let me give you some examples. For example, before we wrote a name, and to that name variable we assigned a value, for example John. Now what if I have more names? So if I have John, Jane, John Doe or whatever, I can have many names. So how to store them in one variable? In such case, we need one of those collections. So we can use a list, we can use a tuple, we can use a set, or we can use a dictionary. For now, if I want to use a list, so we need the square braces, and inside this, then we will store the names. For example, we got John, and we put a comma, and then we can use Jane, and also here, for example, Rock. And now we got 3 names just in one variable. So let's print the type of this first, so you can see if it is a list or not. So I'll use the print and our function of type, and inside this I'll type the variable name of names. Now let me run this program here. Now let me make this larger. As you see, it says class list. So the data type of this is a list. Now you will not call this a variable, okay? You will call this just directly a list if you see this square braces here. Or just normally you can call this it's a collection of names. So we have more names, so it's a collection of names here. Now let's play with this list. So here we can do a lots of things with the lists. First of all, we can print them in our screen. So I'll say just print names. So as you see, we got all those data from here. And also here, the list starts from 0, 1, 2. So everything in programming starts from 0. So that number of 0, 1 or 2, 3, whatever, we call this an index. So in programming, they will tell you what is the index of that. So you have to understand the means where is the position of them. It is the 0 or 1 or 2, or if you have more names, 3, 4, 5, whatever. So now let's solve one of those questions, which is ordered and mutable. So what is ordered in Python? In Python, a list is an ordered collection of elements, which means that the order in which elements appear in the list is significant and determines their position within the list. So what I mean by that? Now the John has the index of 0 and the Jane index of 1 and the Rock index of 2 and so on. It goes on. Now this list contains 3 elements. So John, Jane and Rock. And it starts from John. Now if we change the position of John in this list, for example, if I create a new list, so I'll say names new, and now I'll just remove the John from here and put it here. So like that. And now as you can see, there are 2 different lists. The first list we got the John at first, and in the second list we got the Jane. And as you see, because of the order, they are looking also just different from each other. So it means the order of elements in a list is important and preserved when you manipulate the list. So if you manipulate the list, you will create a new list instead of the same list. So in short, it means that the order in the lists are very important, and if you change the order of them, you will get a new list. So that's why they are called ordered. With that being said, I hope you understand this. Now let's go with the second word, which is called mutable. Now what does mutable means? Mutable means that you can add elements to this list, you can remove one element from that, or you can modify it. Let me show you the examples. For example, now I'll go inside the names. So the first one, in here I'll use the index, so they are indexed. Now the index of 0 is John, so I'll use the index of 0 as John, and I'll say I want to change the value of that. For example, here I'll say new John, and then run the code again. And as you see, we have manipulated. We have changed the value of John to new John. So it means you can modify the elements in these lists. And later on, we will work on another list which is called, for example, Tuple. And inside Tuple, you are not allowed to change anything. With that being said, now let's make more changes. For example, I want to add one new user or one new name in my names list. So in that case, I'll be using again names, and now we will have all the functions related to the list. So for example, now I can't append this. Append means I'll just use the end of this array, and inside that I'll add my new name. For example, I'll say here my new name, like that. And then if we run this, now as you see, our list is the same names, but we got one new value of my new name, which is just here, like that. But we can also remove this. So there are many other functions available for the list. So the same way as we did before. So now with the strings, we had many functions, and now we got for our list arrays also many functions. Now again, I'll put the dot here, and as you see, we will get all those functions which are related to the list here. So now, for example, if I want to remove one, so we can also remove it. So here I'll say remove, and then inside this I'll give the value. For example, I remove the new John from here. So let's call it. So here I'll say new John, and then run it again. Now as you see, the list starts from Jane, Rock, and my new name. The John is gone. And also let's check for more options. So now here again I'll use the arrow name or the list name, and then you can just choose one of these functions which you want to work. For example, I want to insert a new name, but this time I want to specify the position of the name which I want to add. So here, for example, before this Rock, I want to add, or after this Jane, I want to add in the position of one new name. So let's add it. Now here I'll say insert, and then you have to specify the position where you want to add that word. So here we want to add a new name in the first position. So the 0 is Jane. So after that, this new name should be appeared. So here, for example, again, I'll say here it is John Doe. So John Doe. Now let's run this. And if we run this, as you see, we got Jane, and then we got John Doe, then Rock, and then my new name. The same way we can do a lots of other things. For example, I want to add this list of name. So here I can add, for example, some numbers. Now the list, also it's important to understand the list can be a list of number or integers. It can be a list of strings. It can be mixed from strings to numbers and like that. So we can have integer. In the same way, we can have some other data type. For example, here the John is a string. Now I want to add this names new with my other names. So how can I do this? Now here I'll go ahead and I'll say names and then dot, and now I can use another function which is called extend. And after extend, now here you will give the new list name which you want to add. In our case, this is the new list. We want to append this list with this new list here. So I'll say it is names new. So like that. And now let's run it. And as you see, we got Jane, John Doe, Rock, my new name, which is our list which we have manipulated. And then after that, we got the names new list also, which is 1, 2, and John. The same way, there are many other functions which I want you to try it, but let me show you one last function also, which is called sort. Now, if we try this like this, we will get an error because we want to sort these words here or these names here, but inside that we got also the integers. Now if we have an integer, the sort will not be able to sort this for us because the sort can sort for you with alphabetic or numbers. It can't do both of them. So let me run this and see that error. Now as you see, it says not supported between instances of int, which is integer, and string. Now let's remove this instead of appending that, so I'll just here comment it out. So if we comment this, it will not run. Now let me run this again, and as you see, it has sorted for us. So now let's go ahead and change the order of that. Now it's starting from Jane the same way like before, but I want to change this. So here I'll say reverse, and I put this to true. Now in Python, the first letter of Boolean should be capital letter. So as I said, the reverse is true, and run it. As you see, my new name is at first and the Jane is at last. So this way we can sort everything also in the list. So now I hope you understand everything in the list. Please do practice and try everything out so that way you understand everything better. If you don't practice, it's really difficult to understand programming. With that being said, let's get started with the new section. So now, as we know what a list in Python is, let's go ahead and learn a new collection in Python which is called Tuple. So for this, I'll just go to my folder, and here I'll create a new Python file and I'll call this just tuple. Like that. And here, now let me paste you the definition of that. Now what's a tuple? Tuple is an ordered collection, so it's also ordered, of elements similar to a list. However, the main difference is that a tuple is immutable. Now immutable here is the opposite of mutable. So which means that once you create a tuple, you cannot modify its contents. What it means? Let me just go ahead from here and copy a list. And I'll just paste the same list here. Now in a list, we know if I use the index, for example, I'll say names, and then we need our square braces, and then we can define which index we want to reach. So here, for example, 0 will be for John, and so on. So now I want to change the value of John to new John, like that. And if I go ahead and print this, so print, and I'll say here names and run it. So my new name, okay, it's still in the list, so let's run the tuple. Now as you see, new John. The same way I could just print the John here, so I'll say here names 0, and it will just print the new John or the index of 0 for us. But now if we change the same thing to a tuple, So you write tuple not inside the square braces but inside parentheses, just like you write a function. And if you got a parenthesis here, so now the type of this is a tuple. So let me print the type of this. So here I'll say print, and we'll be using type and names, just like that. And these two, I'll cut them out for now. So let's run this. Now as you see, it says it's a tuple. So let me paste the other list. So now here, as you can see, that we got this warning. And if we run this just like this, it will throw an error for us. And it'll say type error, tuple object does not support item assignment. So we are not allowed to assign a new item to a tuple item or to a tuple element. So it means we are not allowed to modify it. So in cases, if you have something like password or some ID which shouldn't be changed in your program, you'll be using something like tuple. So that's the main difference between tuple and list. But in tuple, remember, you can't use the functions which we have used for list. So for example, now let me comment this here. So comment out, and then inside this, now we can print this name here. If we use it, the John is here. We can access all the indexes the same way as list, but we can't say names dot, for example here, remove or append or whatever functions we got before. However, there are many functions which we can use with tuple, so let's work on them. So the first function we will learn is length. Now inside our tuple, we can have a lots of data. For example, we can have just, we call this numbers, and here we'll type 1, 2, 3. So now we got a tuple of integer, so it can go on up to 100. Yeah, you can have many of numbers, so this list can be a long list. Now in such case, if you want to know how many items are inside your list, for example here you could also have some integer, some string. So I could have one string here, or a name, for example, like that. Or you can have the value of true and false. So for example, I'll have true here. And we can also have the same way some decimal. So 4.8, like that. So every data type you can use inside a tuple and also inside a list. But the main point for the function of length is here to show you how many elements are here inside that. It doesn't matter if it's a string or if it's a boolean and whatever. Let me show you the examples. Now, as there's no names array, we are getting this error. So we don't have that tuple anymore. So now inside this, I'll say numbers. So numbers, and then we will just use a function which is called len, which is short for length. So, and if we use this function and run this, now as you see, it gives us a number which shows how many elements are inside this tuple here. So I'll just remove one of them and we run this. The same way, you can see it's now 7. But this function is not only for tuples, you can use this for any list in Python. For example, here also we can do the same thing. Now I go here and I'll use the same function. So I'll say len, and this is the name list, and we can just run this program now. And as you see, it gives us 4 because we got 4 items inside it, 1, 2, 3, and we are appending this with this one, which gives us also the 4th item or the 4th element. With that being said, let's go back here and run our tuple. So now as we got this, then we have one more function which is called sort. Now the same way as we did before, but it is slightly different. Now let me show you how to use that. You can use that directly inside the print function, but also we can use this outside that so we can understand this. So here I'll say sorted underscore and number. So it is sorted numbers, so you understand everything. Now here we can use the function as the name says, sorted, and inside this sorted function we can now use our numbers tuple. So we got numbers with you like that. Now it will just sort everything for us. For now, let me run this just like this to show you everything. So I'll be using sorted numbers and let's run this. We get again the same error as before, a string integer. So the sorted is not able to sort them because of the string and the true. If you want to use any kind of sort for your list or for your tuple, in that cases you need to have the same data type. So if I remove all others from here, so let's remove them, and now if I run this again, as you see, it has just ordered everything for us. But we already ordered everything, so let's make some changes. Now I say here I have 99 also. I have, for example, 80 also. In the same way I can say here I have 20 and also 30 and whatever you use. So you have to put a comma and I'll use this one also. Now as you see, now I don't know how to sort them. You can't read this, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's going to 20, then 30, and then 80. So it's difficult for us to sort this by ourselves. So let's run this so the program do this for us. If we sort it, now as you see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 20, 30, 80, 99, and 100. Everything is sorted as we want. So now let me show you something else. So before, what I did, I changed this manually to a tuple. I changed this list to a tuple, in which I have removed the square brackets and used these parentheses, so that way Python understands that this list is a tuple. But what if I get a data from my database as a list, or from anywhere in my list, for example, from this file, if I get a list of data, and I don't want that list of data to be changed. So what can I do in such cases? In such cases, we have one more function which will change your list to a tuple. So, for example, I just manually make this again a list. So, let me make this a list like that. And now we will change this to a tuple. So here I'll go ahead and type, for example, numbers tuple, numbers underscore, and this should be a tuple and no more a list. So this is equal to, now we are assigning everything to this variable name, and then we use the function of the tuple. So the same name, you will use the tuple list, and inside this you will put your list name or your other data type which you want to convert into tuple. So here now I'll say it is numbers. So now we got numbers tuple. So let's just print it out here and run this, and as you see, our list is now a tuple. If we now use the type, for example, here, so we will be using the type to find out what's the type of it, and as you see, class tuple. So this way we can change the numbers list or any list we have to a tuple. So now let me show you one more function of that, and here we got, for example, our sorted numbers, or we can use the numbers tuple because sorted numbers is just a list. So we got now numbers tuple. So numbers tuple, and I want to find out the index of this. For example, now let me use this instead of assigning. Let me use this just directly here. We got numbers tuple, and then we got a function which is called index. So it's a function which will give us the index of a value here. Now every time reading all the numbers, for example, we say 0, 1, 2, 3, and this can be a large number. But what if I want to directly know in which index is this 3 here? So in that case, I'll just put the value of 3 here, and it should find for me the index of it. So let's run this. So now it's saying integer. Of course, the 3 is an integer, but we don't need this type function. So let's remove this and run it again. And as you see, it says index of 7. Now index means the position of it. So let's count it. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. The same way, if we use for 2, it should be 6. So if you run this, it is 6. So this way you can find the index of any tuple you want. Now the same thing you can use also for list. So let me do this also here. Now we don't want the length. Instead of this, we can use the index. So dot index, and now I want to find out the index of Jane, for example. Jane, and if you run this, so let me run the list, and now as you see, it gives us the index of Jane. The same way we can use for other values. Now all those functions which we have used for tuple, you can use on a list, but all the functions which are here in a list, you can't use in the tuple. Because in tuple, you are not allowed to modify, change, or remove a data. So now let me show you one more function. Now I'll remove this one from here, so you can have this as your cheat sheet, but inside my function of print, now we can use the other function also. So this function is also applied for a list and also for a tuple. So here I'll say this is just the numbers, so it can be a list or a tuple, doesn't matter. It's also used for other lists also, all the functions which I'm using for this tuple here. So now here I'll say dot count. Now what this count function does is that with the help of that we can find out which element, for example, we got duplicated in this list. For example, if I have 2 times 2, and I'll put just here the 2, and I want to search how many 2's are duplicated, or how many duplicated number 2's are inside my numbers. So we run this, and as you see, it's 2 times. Now if I put 1 more or 2 more even, and if you run this, now as you see, it says 4. Now if I use any other number from here, for example the 80, and run this again, it says 1. The same thing if we use this numbers tuple here, so and run this, as you see, we got the same result. So if I use the 2 here, so as you see, the output is 4 because we got 4 2's here. So this was also a function which will generally work on tuple and list. With that being said, now that's all about tuple in Python. So let's go ahead in the new section and learn something new. So now after tuples, we got one more collection in Python which is called sets. So I'll go ahead and create a new file the same way like before, and I'll call this sets. So what are the sets in Python? For this, let me paste another definition also for you. So set is an unordered, so remember, unordered collection of unique elements. Now this is the main key point. So remember the keywords here: unordered and unique elements. This means that each element in the set is unique and the order of the elements does not matter. With that being said, let's go ahead and see the examples. Now here I can say, for example, my underscore set, and this should be equal to a set. Now how to tell the Python that we are using a set? We'll be using here the curly braces. So anytime if you see the curly braces, you have to remember that it's a set. So now we got, for example, the same example of 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and whatever, and this is our first set. So let's print this. So we'll say print and my set, and we run our set program here, and as you see we got the set. Now to check the type of this, we'll use the type function. So and we'll run this again. Now as you see, class set. And also you can create a set the same way just like tuple by using the function of set. So here instead of this, if I just remove them, and then I'll say my set is equal to set, and then inside this we can define our list, for example. So for example here we'll use a list, and I'll say it's 1 2 3 4 5 and whatever, and so on. It can be any data you want, but remember the key point that it should be unique. You can't use, for example, 6 twice here, but whatever, it will not put any error, but it will just ignore this. So let me use this. Now as you see, it is saying type of that. Let's remove the type from here, and instead of this we run this again, and as you see the 6 is here, but our double data is not here anymore. So the key point is here, the sets are similar to a list in tuples, but sets are unordered and they got unique elements. So remember these things. This can be in your exams questions, or some people try to ask these questions in the interview of Python. So try to remember these points also. Now we got this set, and also one more important point is that we can't change any element inside a set. So a set is unchangeable. So let me note this also for you. So I'll just type here that sets are unchangeable, like that. With that being said, now let's use some functions of the sets. So for sets we got also functions, so I can use one of them. For example, I'll say my set, of course, and then we can use our dot, and as you see we got a bunch of functions for this also. So there are many useful functions here. We can use any of them as we want. For now, let's use the function of add to add a new element to our list. So for example, I want to add a string, and I'll say here it's new item, just like that. And if we run this, now as you see we got a new element with the name of new item. The same way if we have two lists, so let's use this list also. So I'll say to list, or we can use just an underscore here, and like that it will work the same way. So as we learned before, we can use the underscore here and it will work also as a new name. So but for now let's use this as my set2 so you understand everything better. So now what I want to do is that I want to update the elements of this set with our set2. To do this, we can use a function which is called update. So we got the update function, and inside this we can just define our new list. So here I'll say my set2, not list, I mean the set. And if we run this, now as you see, we got all the items from my set2, which is the 6, 5, and let me put some more. So here I put 200 also, and if you run this, it will adopt the 200 also inside this list of my set. But again, remember, it doesn't use the duplicate numbers even if we have this multiple times. So if we have this, now as you see, it is no duplicate. So in sets, there are no duplicates allowed. With that being said, now let's learn how to remove something. We could add them now if we want to remove. For example, I have here also, I got for example some string. So I want to remove this from my integer list. So for this, I'll just go ahead here and say my set. So my set, and then here we can use another function of remove, and we call here I want to use the string, so I want to remove the string. So let's see. Now as you see, the result is the same thing because we are removing that. Now let me remove the 1 from here. So now as you see, we got the string, but the 1 is removed from this list, but not from here. Okay, in such cases it will just bring that here because it's not included there. But if we have for example 5, and it will be the same thing. Now let me use the 19 because it's not included here, so it will be removed from our list. So the 19 here. So if we remove this, as you see, that element is removed. Now here I can say for example just 200. So, or let's use 300, and if we try to remove 300, which is not included in one of our lists, so as you see, we get an error. Now to avoid this error of not included element, we have one more function, and this is called discard. So let me just comment this out, and we'll be using the same thing, but this time we'll be using another function, and this function is called discard. Now let me run this again. Now as you see, we got no error here. But now if I want to remove this string from here, so we can use our discard function for this. So now look, the string is gone and we are using this discard function. So the main benefit of this function is that it will not throw an error if the element is not in our list included. With that being said, we can use one more function to remove a data from our set, but this time this function will not tell you which data it removes. It can be used for example for gaming. Now here I'll say my set dot, and this function is called pop. So now as many times we run this function, it will just remove one data from here. So let me make the example easier so we can see the result. So I'll remove everything from here, or let me just comment this also so you have this letter, and I'll just copy this one and paste it here, and now we'll have something else here. For example, here we got a string, and I'll say we got int, and we got for example boolean, so whatever like that, and let's run this. Now we got my set. Okay, we got an error because of the other set, so let's remove this, and as you see we got the boolean. It has removed the other ones for us. So if we run this again, it gives integer, boolean, integer, boolean, and because we are using the discard, we are removing the string, so we get just one data. So let's comment this also here. So now if we use this, now as you see, now we got string and int, and if we run this again, we get boolean and int, and the same way integer, boolean, and boolean string. So it will just randomly remove one data from this, so it can be used for gaming, for example. With that being said, now there are many other functions which you can try with putting this dot here, or you can just go to the Python documentation and find the specific functions which you need for the purpose of what you are using. Now if we try everything here, it will just use a lot of our time, and also some functions are a little bit difficult for now to understand. So go ahead and practice everything what we have learned until now, and I'll see you in the next section. So now, as we have learned everything about sets, let's go ahead and start with dictionaries. So now I'll go ahead and create a new file, and again here I call this dictionaries. So just like that. So what are the dictionaries? Now let me paste the definition here also. So a dictionary is a collection of key value pairs. So you'll see in a minute the examples. Each key in the dictionary maps to a corresponding value, and you can use the key to access the value. So let me show you the example. So here I'll create a variable and I'll call this my dictionary, and this will be equal to the dictionary. And in Python, to define a dictionary, just like the sets, we use the curly braces. But the main difference is that key value pairs. For example, if we have an apple, so as our key, and then we can say the content of that. So I have one apple. In the same way, we can have some banana, for example. So banana, and this will also be a key, and we have two bananas. And then the same thing, we can use other fruits, for example orange in this case, and we have 3 oranges. Now as you see, the dictionary is different than the sets. In sets, it's a list of data. You have just as a string, which is an element in this set. But inside the dictionaries, you have a key, and for that key, you specify a value. So you will give it a key, a name, and then you will use the colon and then assign a value. Now this value can be also true and false, like booleans, or you can use strings also. So we can say here apple and value, for example. So you can use any data type you want. So let me remove this for now to make the examples better. The 1, 2, 3 is enough for us. Now we can print this also. So let's go ahead and print this. Now here I'll say my dictionary. So, and then we run this dictionaries. Now as you see, we got the same values as here, but now I go ahead and print the type of it, so you see the difference. Now if we use the type and run this again, now as you see, it says it's a dictionary. And also there are some points to be noted, that a dictionary is ordered, so we'll say it is ordered, and it is changeable, so changeable, and it does not allow duplicates. Do not allow duplicates. So like this. So these are the main differences between the other lists here. But also remember, if you have Python 3.6, so let me type this as Python. If you have Python 3.6, then the dictionaries are unordered, so they are not ordered. So here I'll say greater than and equal to Python 3.7, then they are ordered. So as the version we are using, that dictionary is ordered. But if you have any version less than 3.7, then the dictionaries in Python are unordered. With that being said, now let's go ahead and work with the dictionaries. Now as we got this dictionary, we can also access to the values of dictionary according to their key or by using their keys. So the same way we'll be using the square brackets, and inside this then we'll be using the key which we want to show. Now it will show the value of this key. For example, I'll say here apple, and if we run this, it will say you have one apple in your dictionary. And the same way, if I say we have banana, and as you see the result is 2 as here. So this way we can access to these keys inside the dictionary. But as I said, the dictionaries are not allowing duplicates. What I mean by that? Now here I'll put a comma and try to name again apple. So I'll use another apple and I'll call this 5. Now as you see, we got a warning here from PyCharm. So this yellow line means it's a warning, you are not allowed, or there are some errors. So if you hover on that, you can see dictionary contains duplicate keys apple. So it says already for you. So we have 2 apples here. But this is just a warning. If I try to run this, so I'll just say apple and run this. And as you see, we got the number 5. So it will overwrite this. But normally you are not allowed to use this because it doesn't know which value should it show. So if you think of 1, but the dictionary will use the last value which is applied to that key, and that's in this case 5. So that's why you are getting the 5. So please avoid in dictionaries using duplicate keys. With that being said, now let's remove this from here and we have no error anymore. And of course, for the dictionary, the same way as we did for the list and set, we can use the common function, the general function, for example, for length. So if we have length of the dictionary and run this, we got 3 because we have 1 key, 2 key, 3 key. So they are key value pairs. There's a pair means there are 2, and there's a key and it has assigned a value to it. And also you can use other lists or sets here also. For example, I can have here a list. So I'll say a key of list, and then I can use just directly a list here. So here I can say list 1 and 2 and 3, whatever you type here. And if you print this like that, as you see, you got just 4 items inside this or 4 elements inside this. But if you just remove the type here or the length from here, so we can see our result. So the length is gone, and here now we can use our square brackets, and I'll say I want to access the list, and I'll enter this. As you see, we got our list back here. And also for the dictionaries, there's also a function with the name of dict. So we got this function. So inside this function, now we can use our key value pairs. For example, I'll say I have a username. So username, and I'll say this is equal to something like John or John Doe, whatever, and we'll put a comma. So as you see, the assignment here is completely different than creating a dictionary like this, because here we got our keys inside quotes and we got colon and that value. But here you'll be using your keys without quotes, and you'll use the equal to sign or equal to assignment sign, and then you'll be using your value whatever it is. If it's a string, you'll be using quotes, otherwise you can use for integer just like above. So here I'll say again the password of this user is, for example, password, so like this, and you'll just leave it like that, and I'm using again colon, so that's why that error. And now we got a dictionary, but we can use this directly here inside the print, or we can use a variable for this. So I'll say here, for example, dictionary2 is equal to this one, and then we can use that here also. So I'll say dict2 here, and if we print this, now as you see, we got everything from there. The same way we can access to anything from here as before. So here we can say username, and here you need to use the quotes. So, and you run this, and you get the value of that key which you're using here. So also there are many other functions which we can use for the dictionaries. So let's use them also. So we got this one here. Now below this, let's use some functions. So for here, for example, from my dictionary, I want to use or find out all the keys of that. So here I'll type my dictionary. So my dictionary, and then we'll be using dot, and then you will get again all the functions which is available. So as you see, we got the values which will get all the values from here. So let's run this once, and as you see, we get dictionary values, and then inside this we got a list which is showing the values here 1 2 3, and then we got a list which is just here. The same way we can use the keys function. So we have the keys function, and if we run this, we are getting the keys. So apple, banana, orange list, and the result is always as a list here. And also to get access to one of these keys value, so you can use another function which is called get. It is just the same way as we are using that array, but here you can use this function also. So if I want to get access to the list, for example, so we can just use this get function, and it will do the same job for us. And also, like before, we have other functions or other methods to change the value of them. So let's change the value of this list, for example, from list to a boolean. So here I'll say the dictionary name, of course we need, so my dictionary, and then we'll be using the arrays or just the square brackets, and inside this we will define the key which we want to change. So the key, and I want to assign a new value to that key, and this will be, for example, true. Now let me print that list again, and as you see, the value is changed, and now it is list. So now let's use other functions. Now here again we can use my dictionary, for example, and here I'll be using the function of update. So here to update the data we need again the key value pair, so that's why we need the curly braces, and then we define our key first, which is, for example, here the apple, and I want to change its values to 5. So now we got 5 apples. Now let me use the apple here, so we get the apple, and as you see, the value is changed to 5. So we can update a list or a dictionary just like this. The same way, one more important thing with the update is, for example, if we add here like ananas, so something like that, and if we just run this, it will search here. If it doesn't find that key, it will add one new key value pair to our list. So let me show you this. So here I'll just print out everything from our dictionary. So let me run this, and as you see, we got one new key value pairs, which is ananas, and the quantity is 5. So now let me just copy this one and bring back everything for you, so you can see the differences here like that, and then we will comment this out. So we'll just use the hash here, and it's commented, and we'll put our new list here like this. Now also to add a data to our dictionary, we don't use the update, but instead of this we can use the arrays. So we can use the square brackets, and inside this we can define a new key. So for example, again it's ananas, and I'll say ananas is equal to, and here now we'll give it a quantity of, for example, 7. Now if I run this again, as you see, we got the ananas here. And let me paste this one here also for you. So like that. So now as we added the item, of course we can remove them. So for example, here I'll use my dictionary, and then we'll be using the pop function. Now this time, remember, pop will not randomly remove the data for you. Instead of this, you have to define the key name which you want to remove. For example, I want to remove the ananas, so I'll be using that ananas here, like that. And if we run this, now as you see, it's gone from the list. So this way you can remove the data from a dictionary. And also we got one more, which is called pop item. So my dictionary dot pop item, for example. And for this function, you have to note that in the new version, so from 3.7, it will just remove the last key from your list. So let me run this. Now as you see, the true is gone, which was the last key in our list. But in Python versions of 3.6 and less than that, it has randomly removed an item instead of the last item. So that's also something you should keep in your mind. Now let's remove this. So I'll just hash it, and here I'll say from 3.7 removes just the last element. So like that. And now as we can remove, but we can also delete something. For example, we can delete a key. So the same function which we have used for the list, so the delete function. So here I'll say my dictionary, and then you'll need your arrays, and of course you have to define the key name which you want to remove. For example, I want to remove the apple, so it will just delete this. Now as you see, the apple is gone from our list. Now also we can use this delete function to remove or to delete all the dictionary. So I can just say del, and then I gave it the my dictionary name. So this will delete my dictionary. And if you run this, you will see an error because our my dictionary will not be there anymore. So let's run this. And as you see, it says my dictionary is not defined. And also the same way we got one more function. So let's remove these deletes here. So like that. And this is called clear. So we can clear all the data from my dictionary. So I'll say here, just clear everything. Now if we run this like that, you will see we got an empty dictionary here. And also the same way we can just copy a dictionary. For example, I want to, before clearing that dictionary, we can just copy this, or let me just copy this one. So I'll say here my new dictionary, for example, my new dictionary, so like this, is equal to my dictionary dot copy. So it will copy everything from that. So let's run my new dictionary here, and if we run this, as you see, we got all the elements from our dictionary which is applied here. And also for the dictionary, copying the dictionary, you can use also just the dictionary function. So we got my dictionary.copy, but I removed this time. And instead of this, I'll say here dict, so it will be dictionary, and with this function it will do the same job for us. If we run this, as you see, we got the same result. And also one more important thing in the dictionary is that you can nest the dictionaries. So you can have many dictionaries inside one dictionary. For example, we have my dictionary. Now inside this, we can have many other dictionaries. So let me show you the example. Now here we'll use the curly braces, and I'll cover everything, also these here, inside those curly braces. and then I'll name to this dictionary something else. For example, I'll call this fruits. So I'll be using double quotes, and here I'll say here fruits, and then this will be applied to my this dictionary. Now we got one more dictionary, which is just this fruits here. Now here we can add more dictionaries. For example, our user or username. So here I'll say we got a dictionary of users, and we can create one new dictionary, and the key value pairs, of course. So I'll say username, and this time I'll say my name, Cheyenne, and then we'll be using, for example, password or whatever. So password, and this time I'll say it's 1 2 3 4 5 6, like that. And now we got two dictionaries inside one main dictionary, which is called the parent dictionary, and the other dictionaries inside this are called the child dictionaries. I had a mistake in that fruits, so we got that, and here we need a colon, like this. Now we got these dictionaries here. Now if I go ahead and just run this, so you will see we got all those dictionaries inside it. Now instead of that, what we can do is we can just use here our square brackets, and here I'll say instead of the keys, now I'll be using the fruits, for example. So I'll say fruits and run this again. You will see I get all the fruits from the fruits dictionary inside this my dictionary. The same way you can add dictionaries to other dictionary. So for example, I'll just remove these fruits from here, and I'll put it here. And now as it's outside that dictionary, so we don't need the quotes here, so now it's another dictionary for me. And again we need one more dictionary, so let's remove this also from here and bring it here, and we remove the quotes from here. So I'll say users, and we got one new dictionary. And now we are getting this error of unresolved reference name. It's because we are using the colon here, and here we need the equal to sign because we need a dictionary. Now we got two dictionaries here. Now to use that inside this my dictionary, so it's now at the moment an empty dictionary, but inside this we can use the new dictionary. For example, I'll say here dictionary 1, which is the fruits, and of course, as I said, we need the quotes here, so we'll be using dictionary 1, and for that I'll assign the fruits, so, and then we'll put the comma and again the quotes, and here for the second one I'll say, for example, dictionary 2, and inside that I'll be using the other dictionary, which is users, and we can just now print this. It will work the same way. Now here we got the error of key because of the fruits, and this is not there, so here we got one new key, which is dictionary 1, and if we run this, as you see, everything will work the same way. Now let me change this to 2, and then we'll see our users here. But also one more important thing is here, what if I want to access to this username here inside the other dictionary? In that case, you'll be using the same way square brackets again, and then you'll put the key which you want to access. So the key name is here username, so if I run this, as you see, we get Cheyenne. The same way for the dictionary 1, if you want to access to Apple, so we can use that like that. Now as you see, the dictionaries are very important, and they are looking like the JSON. So if you are not familiar with JSON, JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It's a lightweight data interchange format, and that looks the same way like these dictionaries in Python. So you have a key and you have a value. So key value pairs in the same way the curly braces. It will have no difference than this. So keep in mind, so if you see in JavaScript something like that, you don't call this a dictionary, but instead of this, you will say it is just JSON which is data interchange format. So that's it, guys. So we have learned all the collections in the Python. We have learned about lists, tuple, sets, and dictionaries. So now we need to bring logic to our program. So for that, I'll see you in the next section. So now we will learn the conditions in Python, and we'll start with if-else statements. So let me close all these from here. So like that, and we'll create another file, and I'll call this statements like this. So inside this, we will learn everything about if-else statements in Python. So now let's define the if-else statement. For this, I got as usual a definition. So the if-else statement allows you to execute different code blocks based on a condition. So we will have a condition, and according to that condition, we can print something, or we can say the Python, do this job for me. So the basic syntax of if-else will be just something like that. So we'll put if, just we write this else if, and then we put our condition, which we will do in a minute, and then a code will be executed here below this. And if this is not true or the condition is false, then it will come here and run another piece of code for us. So let's see the examples. For this, I'll just come here and I'll say x is equal to 10, for example. So it's a variable x and s is equal to 10. Now here, first of all, in Python, it's important that you start everything from first line. If you give an space here, as you see, we get an error. So if we say here, if x is equal to or greater than 0, then as you see, we are still getting this error. But before we continue, we have to understand another thing in Python, which is called indentation. Now indentation is used in Python to indicate the grouping of statements. Unlike many other programming languages that use braces or delimiters to indicate blocks of code. So for example, in other programming languages, you will be using if as a function, and then you will give your condition here, and after this you'll be using the curly braces, and then here, for example, you return something or print something. So this is how other programming languages write their code. But in Python, it is just different. You don't need any parentheses or curly braces. Instead of that, we'll just indent this. It means we'll start from the starting point, from the 0 position, and we will just type our condition after this if statement, for example. And here, for example, I say if x is greater than 0, and then instead of those curly braces, we use the colon, and then we press the enter. Now here, it's very important that you have these spaces before your code block. So this way, you are grouping the other code just with your statement or the code of block which you started here. But if we just remove everything and don't give any space here, and as you see, Python already says that indent expected, which means we have to indent this. Now for indentation, you can use just one space, it will be enough, but normally, or the best practice is 4 spaces. So we use 1, 2, 3, 4. And in PyCharm, you don't need to take care of that, but if you're using any other code editor, so keep this in mind. And now here we can print something. For example, I'll say if x is greater than 0, print that x is, for example, positive. So I'll say x is positive, or it is just true. Now if we run this condition, so let me run this, and as you see, it says x is positive because x is greater than 0. But now if I change the value of that, so to 0 for example, and run this, you will see nothing because this condition is false. And if it's false, now we didn't say to the Python what should it do if the condition doesn't match. So if x is not greater than 0, in that case, what should it do? So for that, we got the else statement. Now remember, I have pressed enter here and I am still inside this code block of if statement. Now to start the new code block, I'll go ahead just from start, and here I'll put the else. And here now we can say else, so we need the colon, and then we press enter. Now as you see, PyCharm already gives us these 4 spaces, and here then I'll say print again, so print, and here I'll say x is negative, so just like that. And now if we run this program again, as you see, it says x is negative, but if we change the value here again, it says x is positive. But now what if the x is equal to 0? So in that case, it is not negative, but it is equal to 0. What should it do in that case? So now as you see, it says x is negative, but for this we got also other conditions. So here now I can say instead of if else, and now here you can say elif. So elif means else if. So if any other condition is inside our code block, in that case, what should it do? Now here I'll say if or else if x is, so I'll say here smaller or less than 0. So in that case, it should give us that x is negative, because if it is smaller than 0 or it is less than 0, in that case it is -1, which means it is just a negative number. But else, we can say here, we can change our condition. In other cases, if it's equal to that, so in that case it should say x is 0, for example. Now let's run this condition again. Now as you see, it says x is 0 because it is 0. So now let me make this negative. So I'll say it's -1 and run this. And as you see, we get this code executed, which says x is negative. And also there is another way of writing if else statement, which makes this code, for example, very short. So I'll say here short statement, so, or we call this ternary operations. So ternary operations. So if someone called ternary operations, so, or ternary operators actually, so it is ternary operators. So you must understand that they are not using if else statements like this, but they are using the if else statement in one line. Let me show you what I mean by that. So here I can say, for example, print x is positive. Now here we define if x is greater than 0, and then we'll say else. So look, we are writing in one line everything. Else it should print that x is, for example, negative. So let me use this from here. Copy, and I'll print this here. So here we will use the positive, so like that. And now let me run this also. Now as you see, it also says x is negative because x is less than 0. And if we change the condition to less than, so if x is smaller or less than 0, and our condition it is less than 0, then it should be positive. So as you see, it says x is positive. Great. So now as we understand how to write the shorthand and also the long if else statement, let's use some logical conditions or logical operators that allows you to combine multiple conditions into a single condition expression. So let me show you those examples also. For this, I'll just come here and I'll type keyword and operator. So like that. Now here I'll say another variable, so it will be set is equal to, for example, 5, and we have y is equal to 10. In that way we can use another condition here. So I'll say here if, and now set is greater than 0, and here I'll use another keyword, and this is called end. And this keyword allows us to combine multiple conditions. So the same way as here, I can combine and create one more condition, and in this case I'll say y is greater than 0, for example. In that case it should print that both are true, so or both are positive. So if we run this, now as you see it says both are true. Now if we change this to something like 0, for example, and run this, nothing shows up because this condition is no more true. Here the first condition is true, but the second condition is false. So that's why this code will not run if any of them fail here. But in some cases we need that if one of them is true, then it should also print something for me. So here I'll say if, and instead of the end we'll be using the or operator. So we'll be using or. So if any of them is true, it should print something. So I'll say the condition is true, for example, and then let's run this. Now as you see, the condition is true, but if none of them is true, in that case it will just left it like that, and we can of course use again else here and try to something like print nothing left, for example. And if you run this, now it says nothing left. And also remember, you can use this also 3 times. So end like this, and you can use the end again. For example, if we have one more variable, if we call this, for example, I, and this should be something like 10, and let's make them also positive, so we have everything true. Now here I'll say I is also greater than 0. In that condition it should print out the condition is true. So if we run this, now as you see the condition is true. But if any of them fails, then you are done, then it will not run. So if I say it's 0, and if we run this again, it says nothing left. In the same way, one more operator we got is called not. So here I'll say not, so if none of them is true. Now let's make this shorter so we understand everything. So in that case I'll say if I, for example, not, so if it is not greater than another variable of set, for example. If it is not greater than that, then print this for me. So if we run this, it says nothing left because I variable is greater than set. Now if we make this less than, so then our condition will run because I is not less than set. So we can use the not operator also. With that being said, let's make this more interesting. So here we will use the nested if. So nested if. So we'll nest them. So a nested if statement is an if statement that is inside another if statement. So we'll use one if statement, and inside that if statement we'll run one more if statement. Now this allows you to test for multiple conditions and execute different code blocks, of course based on the outcome of those tests. So let me show you. For example, here I have another variable of a, and this is equal to 1, and we got b, and this is equal to 2. Now for this we'll first of all run an if statement. So I'll say if a is less than or greater than 0. In that case, it should do something for me. But here, instead of running or typing my print, here we will run another if statement. So if it's greater than 0, then check this also. So here I'll say if now b, so we use our another variable, b is greater than 0, and then you will say print, and for example here I'll say both x, or it is a, and b are positive. So it will first check if a is greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, then it will come here and it will see if b is also greater than 0, then it will just print this text for us. If that is not the case, then I'll say here else. So if b is not greater than 0, in that condition it should print something else for me. For example, I'll just copy here, so print this here, and here I'll say that a is positive but x is not. Why am I doing that? Because if a is positive, so if it is greater than 0, then of course this will run this condition for me. Otherwise it will go ahead, it will print nothing. So that way I know that it is first positive, and then I'll check if b is also positive. So if it's that case, then of course both of them are positive. But otherwise, if it is not positive, then it will print this for me, which says a is positive but x is not. The same way, let's make the else also here. So as default, then we can write something. So and here I'll say print, and x is, for example, or a is 0 or negative, because if this a is 0, then it will not run this condition for us. And also if the a is negative, so if it is -1, for example here, then in that case also it will not run this condition, so we will not have access to this block of code here. So let's test this. Now if we run this, it says both a and b are positive because they are positive, so as you see. Now let's make the a negative first. So here I'll say just make this 0, and if we run this, it should run this else code for us. So as you see, a is 0 or negative, and that's true. If we put a negative number here also, look, it says a is 0 or negative. But if we make this positive and this one as 0, now look what happens. It says a is positive but x is not. So that way you can nest the if else statement also. So that's how a program in computer works. It just proves, or the programmer proves, everything possible what a user could type, and if the possibility is that or not. So we'll work on this a lot, so don't worry if you have some problems by now. We will make more programs on that and you will understand this much better. But for now, you have to understand that if statements just proves if a condition is true, then it will run a code block for us. It can be just printing something, or again an if else statement, or it can be a loop or variable, and etc. So that's all what this if else statement do. But here one more thing I want to show you. Now this is not just for if else statement, you can use this anywhere, but here, for example, if I don't have any text, so in my mind I don't have any text here to write for this condition, so in that case I want the Python to just ignore this. So in that case you can't leave this empty. So as you see, we are getting the error, so indent expected, and if we run also we will get this error. So that's why it's important to write something here. But in some cases, we don't have anything to write. So that's why in Python, we got a word or a keyword which is called pass. So it means if there's nothing also, just run the code, don't crash my program. So if I run this now as you see, it's running as default. Perfect. Now we have understand what if-else statement is and how to create a program using that. We will of course make more projects in this course, and we will use all those things which we have learned in this course, and we will work with them, we will play with them, so at the end of the course you will be just a good Python programmer. With that being said, let's go to the next section. So now, as we are finished with if-else statement, then we need the loops in Python. So for this, I'll just create another file and we call this loops, or now I'm using while loop, so I'll call this while loops, like that. So now, what is a loop? So loops are control structures that allows you to execute a block of code multiple times. So you will run a code and it will run this again and again. So it will loop like that. So it is just like a spinner. It will loop until you put a condition in which it should stop. And in Python, there are two types of loops. So one of them is called for loops and the second one is while loops. So we'll start with while loops and we will continue to for loops. So let's go ahead and do this. So for the while loop, now I'll create a variable because we need a variable to work with. And the initial value or the starting value, so you will hear all the time in programming initialization and also initial value, and this means the starting value you assign to something. For example, this count will start from 0, so the initial value here is the 0. In the same way, now we need our while loop. So as we did before, we used if, but instead of that, now we will use while. And then we will put our condition here. So now I'll say here count. So we use our variable from here. And I'll say count less than or equal to, for example, 5. So what it means, now here I am comparing this 5 with our count variable. So as we learned before, now we are using the comparison operators and we are comparing this variable to this digit here. It can also be a variable, but for now we leave this just as this digit. And then the same way we will put our colon and press the enter. And now we can write the block of code which should run for us. So in short, now here we are defining, now for the while, another word is until. For example, in normal English, you can say until count, this count variable is less than or equal to 5. So until it reached this 5, this digit of 5, then it should run this block of code here for me. Now here I can say it should just print something. For example, now let's say here print the count itself. So we will just print this count. So we can see the value of that changing all the time. Now as it is a loop, so loop means something just rotates and runs all the time until you stop it. Like a clock in your house. So the clock just runs until it got the battery or you stop it. Otherwise, it will just loop all the time. And this is how the loop works. So here, now if we run, as our variable count is always less than 5, then it will continuously run all the time. So let me show you the example. Now I'll run this while statement, and as you see, it's running all the time and giving me the value of 1, which is coming from our count variable. So now we have to do something to stop this. So for that, I'll just stop this from here for now. And here, now we should do something to increase the value of our variable so that we reach this digit of 5 or this number of 5. So for this, we have learned before, but you may also forgotten. We have these operators, and here we got again this assignment operators, and as I told you, we'll be using these operators from here. So plus equal to, minus equal to, and this means var1 is equal to var1 minus 1 or plus 1. So inside while loop, now here I'll say count plus equal to, and I'll add it by 1. Now what it means? It just means take the variable count and assign on it the same count. So take the value of count and to that value add 1 on it. You can assign of course 2, 3, 4, but for now we will just add 1 on it. And this is the short form of this. So you can use this one or this one, it doesn't matter. But in programming, often you will see that people use this one because it is shorter to write like this. So now if we run this, now as you see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because now let me show you what actually happens here. So now we got our initial value of 1. So it will be applied for the first time, for the first round of our loop. So as it is looping, so for the first round it will be just 1, and 1 is less than 5, so it will come here and print the value of that for us. So at the first time it is 1, and then it will come here, and as we said before, we are adding 1 to that. So what actually happens, so our count is, so let's imagine this, now our count is equal to 1, and what we do, we will add 1 to that 1 again, which will make our count to 2. So this is what we are doing here, or just here. And now as we got the value of 2, this value of 2 will come here, because now the count is no more 1, it is 2, because we have changed the value. So it will go up here, now as it is 2, and it will compare the 2 to the 5. And then if it is true, so as 2 is less than 5, it will come back here. Then it will print the value of count again. So now in this time we have changed it, so the count of value is now 2, so it will print us the 2 for us. And then it will come down again, so again we have 2 for the variable. Now our count is no more 1, it is 2. So now as the value is 2, so it will just come here and make the value 2, and then 2 plus 1 is equal to 3, and this 3 will be added to this count. Now the value of count is again the 3, so it will compare the 3 to 5 and then print this here for us, so as 3 is less than 5. So this way we get this 3 here. The same way it will continue. So let me remove this one from here. So it will come here again, so as the value is now 3, so it will add this 1 on it, so it will increase the value to 4, and it will go back here. Now the count value is 4, so it will compare if it is less than or equal to 5. As 4 is less than or equal to 5, it will run again this block of code. So this block of code is giving us the value of that. As the value of this is 4, so it will just print 4 for us. And then it will continue. Now it will take the 4 here and add plus on it, so plus 1 on it, and then go back here. And then it will compare here again if the 5 is less than or equal to 5, and in this time it is true, so it will just run this one time because 5 is equal to 5, so it must run one more time, and then it will come with 5 here. Now it will take the 5 and add the 1 to it, and it will get 6. And then it will go back here and it will see, oh, the 6 is not less than and also not equal to 5. So that's why it will just break it here. So this way it continue. Now here we could add something like 20 or any digit you want. If we run this, now as you see, we got all the numbers until 20 because it will just continue this process until it reach this condition which we have applied here. So that is how while or a loop in a programming language works. It doesn't matter if you are in Python or any other programming language, it will just work the same way as here. So I have cleared everything in detail because most of the time the beginners have problem with these loops here because they don't understand what is going on here and what is happening. And also remember, you can also here, for example, use other parameters. For example, you can just minus this, and if you run this, now as you see, we will get all those minus digits and it will run continuously because it will never get to this condition. Now a minus can never be less than, it can be less than, but it can never be equal to 20, which is plus. So that's why it will run for the infinite. Also, if we stop this, we can use here the multiplication. So for this, we'll use an asterisk, and if you run this, it will just multiply this, but it will not work because it will just come from here and multiply it by 1. So 1 by 1 is always 1. So that's why we are getting 1. But if we change the digit here to 3 or 4 or something like that and run this again, so now as you see, it will just stop. The first time will be always the same thing because it has no value than the value of initialization, which is the 1, and then it will come and multiply 1 by 3, which is of course 3, so it will print the 3 for us, and then as we have the 3 and the count, and then it will multiply 3 by 3, which is 9. Now 9 is less than or equal to 20, so it's not equal to 20, but it is less than 20. And then we have now 9 in this count variable, so it will multiply 9 by 3. 9 by 3 is 27, so that's why it will come back here and say 27 less than equal to 20. It will say, oh, the condition is no more true, so that's why it breaks just on that place. So for that reason, we will get just this 1, 3 and 9. So I hope now you understand the while loop, and if not, don't worry, we will make more small projects in that we will work a lot with this while loop and for loop, so don't worry about that. For now, you have to understand the basics how a loop works. And also, please pause the video and do it yourself. Try this one because the while loop or the loop is a little difficult for the beginners. So if you try it yourself, you will understand this better. With that being said, so let's continue. But for now here, let me show you one more thing, is that this condition is also the same as here. So let me give you the examples. So I'll make this a little smaller so you can see that. And now I'll be using this one, copy this and paste it just here. So I'll say count is equal to count plus 1 instead of what we did before, which was count plus equal to 1. So plus equal to just 1. So instead of this, we'll be running this one here now. So let's see if we get the same result. Now if we run this, as you see, it just gives us 1 to 5. So we get the same result from this also. The same way we can add this by 2 here. For example, here just 2 and run this. So this is how the loops work in programming. Until your condition is not true, it will just run. We could also run this forever. So here, for example, I can say while true. So until it is true. Now it is true for infinite. It is true all the time. So it will just run this. Look. It just adds up. Adds 2 on this count variable until the world ends. It will just work like that. Look. If I go on the top until the moons, it will just run this code forever for us until our RAM crashes and our computer say, hey, I can't do this anymore. The same way now we can use other Python conditions here. So we can say if count less than 2, for example, less than 2, then it should stop this while loop from here. So let's run this, and as you see, it's 1 because just at the start it crashes. It is smaller or less than 1. So we'll say here if it's greater than 2, then it should run this code for me. Now as you see, nothing happens, and the reason is the condition is not true. That's why this while loop will not execute it in this piece of code here. The same way we can use, for example, equal to 2. So in that case it should run, nothing happens. But if we say equal to 1, then it will run just once. And also the same way inside this we can use if else statement. So for example, now after this print we can use an if else statement. So here I'll say just if, and I'll say if count equal to, so what number? For example, I want to break this on 7. So I want to break this here, and then we can use a keyword which is called break. With this piece of code, with this keyword of break, we can stop the while loop. Okay, now I'll say here until it's 10. So normally what it would do is it would just run until we get or we reach the 10 here. But in this case we said, okay, if it is 7, just break it down for me. So let's run this. Now we got nothing because I'm using equal to. So now here we can say or less than and equal to 10. So like that, and as you see, it breaks down on the 7 like that. We can increase or decrease this. For example, I'll say in 3 and run this. It says 1, 2, 3. So now as we understand what this break does and how while works, let's continue with the keyword of continue. So here I'll type break so that you understand this, and I'll say break keyword like this, and I'll comment everything for you here. So encode and comment the line. So now it's commented. Now instead of this, we will run another loop here. So I'll say here I is equal to 0, for example. And then we'll define while I is smaller or less than, so less than 10 or 20, but 10 is okay. In this case, it should just add 1. So I'm just at the start, I'm adding on it. So I'll say it should just add 1 to my I variable. But here I put a condition also. I say if I is equal to, for example, 6. It should just continue. So I'll use the keyword of continue. So continue. So it will not interrupt my code. It will just continue the code for me. So now here I'll say it should then print the value of I for us. So as I said, by every iteration or every loop, here the I value will be increased by 1. So that's why we should see 1, 2, 3 up to 10, because it will continue and not break this. So if we run this, as you see, we got 1, 2, 3 and up to 10. But if we want to break this, then we can use, of course, the break keyword, and it will break this code for me. As we get to the 6, so you'll see it's 5, and as it gets to the 6, it breaks the code. So this way the continue and also the break keywords are used. Don't worry now if it is too much for you, because at this start everyone has this feeling, but we will work on it a lot and you will understand every logic, because I will explain you every piece of code, so don't worry. Now let's comment this as break, like that, and that is actually it for the while loop. So now let's go ahead and use the second loop, which is for loop, and then we will compare and show the changes or difference between these two loops. So let's go to the next section. So the same as while loops, I'll create another file for our for loop. So I'll say here for loop and create a new file. So what's a for loop? So for this we got this definition. A for loop is used to iterate. Now iteration means it just runs over a sequence of values. So the sequence of values means, for example, we have our list, or if we have a string, and then the loop iterates over the entire sequence automatically, and the loop variable takes on each value in the sequence one at a time. So for example, if we have a list variable and we have this variable, for example 1, 2, 3. Now to find out, to reach every value in this loop, it can be a large list, it can be a dictionary, it can be a set or whatever. To get all those keys or all those values, or we can say all those elements in a list, to reach them we use the for loop. So now if we compare the for loop with while loop, the while loop runs until a condition is true. It will do, or it will run a code block for us multiple times. But the for loop iterates over a sequence of values like a list. So let's see the examples. So for example here I'll say for, the same way as while you will write this, but here we will give a variable, for example x, y or I. You can define any name you want. So here I'll say x, and I'll say for x inside that list. So this is our sequence, our list, then in this case print the x for us. So it means it will just go inside our list and add first of all the 1 to our x variable. Then it will go ahead to the list and search for 2 and add this or assign this to the x variable, and then the same way to 3 until we got a data or an element here. It will continue running. So now if I run this, now look, we got 1, 2, 3. So until the list is here, so here we can have 8, 9. So it doesn't matter what we have here inside this. So we can say string, and if we run this, as you see, we got everything from the list printed out for us. So this loop is very common for Python. In Python, if you don't have conditions and if you work with data, with lists, sets, dictionaries, etc., you'll be using the for loop. With that being said, now let's continue working on for. So now, as I said, it can be a list but also a string. So I'll say here, for example, name, and I'll say my name is Cheyenne, so I'll type this here. So now in this case, if I use the name instead of this list here, so we will go inside each word here in this string and we will run the loop until we got a word inside this string. So let's run this. Now as you see, it has started with S and ended with N. Now here we can use also another words. It will just continue for us. So as you see, it's until the G, which is the coding. So it will print out everything. But this line of code, it can be anything. So it will continue our loop until a data is inside this string. So in the string, it will just search for every alphabetic which is available here. It will run this loop in the same way until it finds a data inside this list. It will continue running this block of code here. Now you don't need to always print X or Y or the value which comes here. You can just go ahead and print something else. So I'll say here print coding is live, for example. So let's run this. Now as you see, it runs coding is live until it finds a word inside our name. The same thing if I use the same in a list. Now let's make this up to 3 so we can see the result. So I'll just use it up to 3 and run this. Now as you see, we got 3 times coding is live, like that. The same way we can use the keyword of break and continue also here for loop. For example, now we got 1, 2, 3, and here I'll create an if else statement. So here I'll type if. Now here we can say if x is equal to 3 or 2. So let's make this 2. In that case, it should just break it like that. So we'll break it and let's run it. Now as you see, it just gets 1 time because we are getting 1 here and this is equal to 2. So that's why it's just 1 time. But if you'll go ahead here and make this 3, so it will run 1 time and then 2nd time, and in 3rd time it is equal to 3, so it will break it. So if we run this 1 and 2, it is just easy like that. The same way if you use the continue, so if you run this now, you will see the same result because it's 3. But if you make this 4 or 5, it will give us everything from that code line also. So as you see, it is that easy for programming. Now let's work with some functions. So we will have more functions. So let's just comment this out. So I'll just use this and comment it. And now, for example, I don't want to run all the time in my list. Instead of that, I want to specify a range so that if that condition or that range is reached, then it should break the code. So let's do this. For example, I'll say for, I'll say here again x. So you can call this variable anything you want. And in that case, I'll say here n. And now instead of my list, I'll say here a range. So we will use the range function. So here we can define now a number until when this code should continue. So I'll say until the range is 7, continue. But remember, so let's type this here. But remember that the range or the range function, so range starts from 0 and it returns, so it's very important to know these, returns a sequence of numbers. So you can define how many numbers you want, sequence of numbers like that, and it increments. So let's make another line. So here I'll say it increments because it increments everything by default. So it is just default. You don't need to do anything. It increments everything by 1, so every number, and ends in a specified number. So specified number, like that. So let's see the example. Now we have a range of 7, so it will start from 0 and it will increment from 0 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it will break, because as it gets the 7, it will just break it for us. So remember this also. Now here I'll say print, and we can just print this variable again to see the result better. Now if I run this, as you see, we start from 0 and end it to 6, because 0 is also counted as a number in programming, so that's why it just takes this as one element also. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. However, in the range, we can define from where should it start. So we can use 1. In that case, it will not use the 7. Okay, it will just go from 1 to 6. Now let's run this here. So now, as you see, it starts from 1, but it ends at 6, and your range is here 7. So keep in mind, the range you are using as n number, it will be -1. So if you need 7 and it starts from 1, in that case you'll be using 8. So it will give you the same result of 7 here. And also, as it increments all the data by 1, but you can also specify the increment here inside this range function also. So here I can say it should just add by 2 instead of adding by 1. So our first word will be 3 and 5 and 7, 9, like that. So let's run this. And as you see, we got 1 as it is, and then 3, and then 5, and then 7. So you can manipulate this range function this way. And also inside this for statements, we can just directly use the else statement. So you can see here with for else. So for, and I'll say here else, print, I'll say end of numbers, like that. And if you run this, as you see, we got this also printed for us. So we don't need any if condition here. We can just directly use the else condition. And also remember, we can use the pass statement for loops also. So if we don't have any output here, it will throw an error for us. So we are not allowed to do this like that. So if for any reason, if we don't have any data, we can use the pass statement. In that case, it will just work. So now that's it also for the for loop. So for you, remember, the for loop is used to run on lists, dictionaries, tuples, and also sets. And until a data is inside your set, you can access to those data, and also the loop will continue. Of course, you can use the break keyword to break it, but if you don't do this, it will just continue for you. With that being said, now to learn everything and understand them, we have to practice. We have learned a lot until now, so let's go ahead and make some real-life programs which will make the coding more interesting, and also it will just review everything what you have learned. So let's get started in the next section. So now for our projects also, I'll go here and create a new Python file, and here our first project will be a calculator. So we will create a calculator, so I'll call this the same way, like that. So how to create the calculator? Now for the calculator, we need always the input of our end user. So now before I write the code, pause the video and try to get the input from the user. So you will get first number and second number. Okay, so if you are done, now we can continue. Now I'll say num1 is equal to, and for the input of user, as the name says, we need the input function. So input, so here as a text, we will say our users enter the first number, like that. In the same way, for the number 2, we need this. So I'll put a colon in a space. And before creating that for user 2, as we learned before, the output of this input is always a string. So to get a number, what should we do? We have to cast this. We have to convert this to an integer or a float. And as we want a calculator, so we can have decimal numbers, so that's why I'll just convert this input to a float like this, and we will press enter. And now let me copy this also for number 2, because it will be just the same thing, and here we will say enter the second number, just like that. And also one more thing we need is the operator from the user, because we don't know what they want. They want to multiply that, they want to minus or plus or divide, whatever. So here we will give them the option to choose one from the input. So here I'll say input. So here we will give him a text, and I'll say here enter an operator. So an operator, just like that. And inside parentheses, I'll ask him to use plus or minus, or they should multiply. And then they can use, of course, or we can say here, or use the slash, which means to divide something. So we'll be using that like this. Let's remove this one from here. So we have to cover everything inside the quotes. So that's why we had a problem. And then, of course, we need that space. So now, how to create the logic? So the users should be able to plus, minus, multiply, or divide. So how could we make this possible? We have learned the if-else statement, and also we have learned the loops in Python. So now we should be able to do this. So you can try it yourself, but if not, let me do this for you. So here I'll say if, and then you will specify what you need from the user. Now the user, first of all, will type the first number, and they will type the second number. And after that, we need the operator, because otherwise we don't know what to do with that. We don't know if they want to plus it, minus, or multiply it, whatever. So here what we need is the operator. So I'll say if operator, and here now we can compare this. So we'll use the equal to, and we'll say plus. In that case, it should do something for us. So here I'll say result, for example. So we'll create another variable, and I'll call this result. And the result should be number 1 plus number 2. So this way we will get the plus. So same thing will happen here. So now we will say elif. So we can just continue like this. Elif operator. Now we'll say equal to, and the same way, just minus, and in that case it should minus it. So exactly, we can just copy this one and just change the operators. So here I'll say change this to minus, and then we can continue with else if. So let me copy this one instead of typing everything. So num2, and we need this one more time. So we got elif minus, and then we have multiply, and then after this what we got is division, so the slash, and it will divide it here. Of course you have to change this one also, otherwise you will not get the same result. And as we got these, then at the end we can give it an else statement. In this case we will say the user if they input something beside our operators, so we can give a message to our user and say it's an invalid operator, for example. So here I'll say print, and then inside this we'll type invalid operator. So anything beside our operators here, it will be as invalid. Whatever they type doesn't matter. And then at the end, of course, we need to print the result. So here we'll say print. So it will be print. And then we'll be using a text. So I'll say the result is, and colon. And then we can just put the comma. And here we need this variable. So that's why I have created this variable. So according to the user choice, it will change its value. So here, now I'll say the result. So as it is here. So let's run this. Now we get a warning. The result can be undefined. Oh, we have forget to create that variable. Of course, we need to create that also. So here I'll say result is equal to 0. So now we got the result also. So let's run this. Now we should run this program. So run calculator, and it will ask at first our first number. So I'll say just 1. And for the second number, I'll say it's 2. And then I'll choose an operator. So I'll say just plus this. So as you see, the result is 3.0. Now why we get 3.0? Because we convert everything to float. So that's why the result is like that. And also, as you see, our calculator is stopped. But I want to use this calculator further. How can we solve this problem? Now we have learned also the while loop and for loop. And also in while loop, we have learned how to run a program or how to loop all the time or for infinite. So give it a try yourself. Pause the video and give it a try. So if you haven't solved this, no problem. Let me show you how to do this. For this, I'll come here and then we'll be using our while loop. So I'll say while, and as I said, if we use the true boolean, it will run until we stop this. It will run for infinite. So we can just indent now the code. So we should bring this code inside the while loop. So that's why I have used the tab. So it gives me 4 spaces here before them. And now we are inside our while loop. So now it should run for infinite. So let's run this. Now here I'll say 1, then 2, and then we use an operator, for example, plus. Now as you see, the result is 3, but the calculator is still here. We can use it further. So we can say, for example, 2, and this time I want to multiply this. So it should be 2, and then multiply this. And the result is 4. But the problem is now here, how should I quit from this program? I don't want to use this now. I just done my job. So for now, we have to crash this from here. So to solve this problem also, we can use the if else statement. So now again, I want you to do this and then watch my solution. So if you got it, that's great. But if not, let me show you. So for now, I want to also bring this operator after this number, because normally we use one number and then we choose our operator, what we want to do with that, and then the second number. So this way we have the real order also. So we have this, and then before them, after that I'll say or and press Q, or not press but type here. So we can say or type Q to quit. Now the reason I'm getting this error from here is that I'm using the double quotes also here. So if you're using double quotes, you have to close this, of course. But you are not allowed to use double quotes inside double quotes. So here we need the single quotes. So again, we'll use a single quote, and as you see, the error is also gone. So Q to quit, and then we need a colon and a space. So everything is now looking good to me. And also the same thing we will be using for others. So our press, so up to here, we'll be using here because the user should be able to quit it anywhere he wants. So, and again, the same problem, or I have used this twice, so that's the reason. Now let me copy this up to here. So I press this like this and just paste it here also. Now we don't need this. Great. Now it works as we want. Now how to solve this problem to quit that? If you use the if operator here, it will just give you some problem because of the type casting. Because now we got the float. So let me try this. Now here, if I just type Q, as you see, could not convert a string to float. So we have to convert this also. So now to solve this problem, first of all, I'll just remove the float from here because now we need the string. We need the Q also. So we have to remove that. Also the same way for number 2 because we need the Q also. But now if we get the string from here, so we can't use these operators as here. So as you see, we are getting the error. Now to solve this problem, we'll use an if else statement after each input. So here I'll say if now num1 so is equal to Q. So if the result is Q, then it should break it. As we learned this break keyword, so we can use this in such cases. So we can use the same thing for the operator also. So like that. So here we will use the operator. So if operator is equal to Q. In the same way we'll be using for num2. So let's paste this again, and then we'll be using num2 here. But now we have to convert our strings to the float because otherwise we will get an error. Let me show you the example. Now here, if we press quit, it will just quit for us. Now first thing is working, great. But if I use a number here, and then we'll use so this one, and again the same thing. As you see, we got again the type error. Unsupported operand type is for the division a string and a string. So it can't divide a string with a string. It should be float or integer. So to solve this problem, we have to make some more changes. So now here, as we got our number as a string, so we have to convert this to a float. So here we first of all check if the character is Q. If it's Q, it will break it. But if it is not Q, the Python will run the code further because it runs the code from top to the bottom. So now what we can do is, and here we will say num1 is equal to, and here we can say just float. So float, and we will convert the num1 to a float. So this way we will convert that string which user typed here to a float. But if they type Q, it will just break it. Otherwise it will continue and convert that number for us to float. So the same thing we need also for num2. For operator, it's just okay like that. So we need this here also. So here we'll say it's num2, and this should be also num2, just like that. And now we will run our program. And here now I'll say 12, and then we divide this. So divide, and we'll say by 1. Now as you see, the result is 0, which we really want. Now again I can say 12, and then we will just multiply this by 2, and this is 24. In the same way we can continue. If we don't want, we can quit anywhere we want. So if I type here 3, but I want to quit it here, so as you see, it's gone. Now still we got one more problem in our calculator. So think about this what it could be. So if you don't know it, let me show you. Now here I'll just use my first number and then I'll divide it. But here I'll use the 0. Now if we divide this by 0, as you see, we got another error. 0 division error, because we can't divide a number or something to 0. So that's what we have to take care of also. So for that, we'll just come here and inside our division, and here we will nest our if-else statement as we did before. So here we have a nested if-else statement. So here I'll say if, now in the case number 2 is equal to 0, then it should print. So here you will say you can't divide a digit by 0. So like this. And then we need one more thing which we have learned. Now if we put this like that, or let me run this just like this. So here I'll just say 13, and this should be divided by 0. So let's use 0 and enter. As you see, again we got the same problem, and the reason is we are getting this one, but we are continuing the code. So here we need also else. So we'll say do this, otherwise go ahead and run this code also. But if we just let it be as it is, then we will get that error again. So let me try this again. So here I got 23, and I'll divide this again by 2. Oh, not 2, my mistake. So I'll say 23 divided by, and we'll use the 0 here. So now as you see, it says you can't divide a digit by 0. So as you see, that's how everything works together. So we got our loop which is running, we have our break, so our keywords which can break this in certain times, and also if-else statement to prove something. So as you see, everything together will make a program for you, and you are as a programmer responsible to take care of all those errors which can appear here. And also remember, this is just a simple program. It is not perfect. You may see a lot more errors here for other types if you do something else or something different data type here. So you may get some error. So to solve those problems, we have to catch all the possible errors in the program, but that's what we will learn later in this course. For now, we have a simple program which just do the job for us. So if we have 12 and we'll plus this by 2, then we get the result of 14, and the same way we can just minus or plus or multiply at whatever we want, we can do with that. So multiply by 100, so the result is 400. And if you want to quit anytime in this course, for example, I type this, but now I don't want to use this, so I press the Q and it's gone. So everything is working like a calculator. Great. Now as we are done with this, so let's create one more program. In this program, I'll call this a quiz. So I'll close this one and create a new Python file here, and we call this just quiz game, for example. Quiz game, and inside this we need a list of data. So for that, to don't waste your time, I'll just paste some data here. So, and now first of all, answer me what we call today's collection. So you have to know this. Did you got the answer? And I hope you did. Now it's a dictionary because we have a key and then we got a value. The same way it continues. So we have a dictionary of questions. So let's get started. Now here I'll create a variable and I'll say score. So our user will have some score also from us. So, and then I'll say print. Now at the start of our program, I want to just welcome our users. So I'll say welcome to, for example, the quiz game. So quiz game like this, and then we'll enter, and then we can just give them some more message. So this time let me copy some message here. So just like this, and I'll say here, answer the following questions correctly to increase your score. Just like that. And after we are printing that, so let's run this program. So I'll just run this, and as you see, we get welcome to the quiz game and blah blah. So we got the first step done. Now we'll be using another loop here. So which kind of loop do we need for our lists, dictionaries, tuples, and other collections? We have learned that. Do you know the answer? And I think you do. The answer is for, because through the for we can loop inside a dictionary or inside a list. So as we used the list before, this time I'm using the dictionary. And then we need two variables. One variable for questions and one variable for answer, because we are using the key value pairs here. So the key is the question and the value is the answer. So for this, I'll create two variables. In the first one, I'll say question, and then I'll put a comma and I'll say answer. So we have two variables, one with the name of questions and the other is answer. And then what do we need here? We need n. And what? And our questions. So we need our questions. But as we are using a dictionary, we got here key value pairs. So we can't iterate or we can't run inside this just like a list. So for that, we need a function. So how do we get access to the functions of lists and dictionaries? As we learned before, we put a dot here and all the functions are available for us. Now we have worked with update, values, pop item, pop, etc. But we haven't worked with items. So what does items mean? The items is all those key value pairs inside our questions or outside our dictionary. So we got everything here. Now we can use them. So here we need a variable to get the input from user. So I'll say user answer, for example. And this will be input. Of course, we need something from our user. And then I'll say here the question. So why do I need the question? Because the question will go ahead and find this key for us. And the answer, the second variable, will bring this answer for us. So what do I need for my user? I need first the question so that he or she can enter their answer here. So I'll paste the question first, and then I'll say here, for example, plus, and then we need just a space here, like that. And after that, we'll be using the if else statement. So if I'll say user underscore answer. So in here, one thing which we have to remember is that the Python is case sensitive, as we learned before. So if a user type everything in capital letter, it will be different than if he used that in lowercase. So that's why we have to take care of that also. And for that, so here we'll be using the lower function, which will just convert the user answer to lowercase. Whatever they type. If they type uppercase, it will be in lower. If they use lowercase, then of course it will be also lower. So here we will say is equal to, and then we use our answer. So the answer, as I said, it will be the value of every key here. And also for that, we'll use the answer, and we'll use the answer also as lower. So if we have any answer which is in capital letter, so in that case, we will get that also. So, and here, and then we can put the result. So let me review for you what we are doing. Okay, don't confuse, I'll just explain everything. So we create two variables. The first variable for our keys inside the dictionary, and the second variable for our answer inside the dictionary. And then we'll use the n, and we will search inside the questions.items, so inside our dictionaries items. And that way it will just go here, and for the first variable it will give us this key, for the second variable it will give us the answer or the value here. So as we got that, then we get the input from our user. So our user should answer something. And then to ask our user a question, of course we need those keys here, which are our questions. And as I said, the questions will be applied to this one, so the keys will be here. That's why I'll just directly print the question here so the user can see that also. And also remember, as we are using for, so it will just ask one by one. It will loop that. It will not ask all the questions together. So with that being said, and then we use a space here, just like that. And after that, we prove if the user's answer is equal to the answer of our questions. In that case, we'll give them a result. Now to also solve the problem of lowercase and uppercase, we use this lower function to just convert everything to lowercase. So now if the user input is just equal to our answers from here, so to equal to our values from here, then in that case it should say print, and we'll say correct, like this. So correct. And then as I said before, we need also a score for our user. So as we got this variable of score, so we can increment this by each correct answer. How we increment this? We have worked on it in the while loop and also in the for loop. So we'll just use the variable name, and the short was just plus equal to 1. So every time it will just run this question. If it's a correct, it will increase the value of this score here. So as we did this, otherwise our user may give the answer false. In that case, we will say print. So we'll just print, and also here incorrect, for example, incorrect, and we will just directly give him the answer here. So the correct answer is, and then of course as we have access to our answer, we can just paste it here. So it will be answer variable, which has the value from our questions, so from them. So we got that, and then I'll just put a dot also at the end, so we can say the sentence is finished, like that. And then otherwise, so if all the questions are finished, at the end of that it should print something for me. So we want to show the user the result, so here I'll say quiz complete. So as we learned before, that the for will run until an element is inside the collection, list or tuple. So it will run all the time up to the last question, and then after that, when everything is finished, it will print this here. So here I'll say quiz complete. So for example, final score is, and then we need the score, of course, and you will say out of, so out of what? So we need a string again here. So out of, and let me just use the length function as we did before, and inside this we'll use our list or our dictionary, and I'll say questions. So question, so it will give us the length of questions, which is in that case 1 2 3 4 5 questions. Now let me run this program. Now we'll run this. As you see, it says, welcome to the quiz game. Answer the following questions correctly to increase your score. What's the capital of France? So I'll say here it's Paris. Now here I could also type like this Paris, or I can type just like this Paris. We don't need to take care of that because we are just converting everything to lowercase. That's why we need this function here. Otherwise, you will see some error. So for now, I'll say it's Paris. And it's correct. So, what is the largest country in the world? I don't know, so let's look at this here. So it's Russia. Great. And then we will say what's the currency of Japan? It's yen. So we'll type this dollar to make a mistake. And I'll say it says incorrect. The correct answer is yen. Perfect. So here also, what's the tallest mountain in the world? I don't know. Oh, we can see this here. So it's Mount Everest. So I'll say don't know. Just like that. And it says incorrect. The correct answer is Mount Everest. And then it says what's the largest organ in human body? And I knew that it's just skin. So, quiz is complete. Your final score is 3 out of 5. So we have some mistake here. Should be your. So as you see, we got a program. So we can run this over and over again. And also we can add new questions here. For example, if we extend this, now here we have to indent this, of course. And here I'll say I don't need the same key again. So here I'll say added question like that. And here we'll say it's Python, for example. Let's run this again. And I'll this time make all the mistakes here until we get our question. And we get another question. It says added question. We have to use here a question mark. So like that, but whatever. We can just add something here. So I'll say it's Python. And as you see, we got just one correct answer. And our final score is also just 1. Perfect. So we got one more program here. And as you see, guys, this easy it is to create programs with Python. So let's work on more projects. So now I'll close this one and create one more project. So here I'll call this, for example, guess game. So you can guess something. Guess game. And like this. And inside this we'll create our program. So to use our guess game, we need one more function from Python. And for that, I have to bring something. So to bring a module and program, we'll use this keyword of import. So for now, please ignore this. We will work on this and I'll tell you what modules are and why do we need them. But for now, we'll need this module of random, and this has a function inside this which we can use for our game. So that's all what it does. Okay, don't worry about this. So now we will say here a variable, and I'll say it is just secret underscore number. So it will be our secret number. And of course we could use some list here, but instead of this I'll be using some random numbers. Now to create some random numbers we need a function. So we could create that function by ourselves, but in Python there are lots of functions which are available for you and you can use it. In that case, I have bring this class here, and inside this we got one function which is called randint. Randint means random integer. And inside this you can define in which range you want random numbers. So I'll say start from 1 up to, for example, 10. And it will just every time we run our program, it will choose a number between 1 and 10. Let me show you that. So I'll say here print, and then I'll say secret number. Now let me run this program. So if we run this, now as you see it's 9. If we run this again, it's 6, it's 9, it's 9, it's 10, it's 4. So it will just create one number for us from between 1 and 10. So that's what we need for our program also. So here now we need our user input. Now I want our user to guess something. So I'll say guess is equal to, and then we'll be using, of course, what? Input. So input, and then we'll say inside this guess a number. So here I'll say between 1 to 10, for example. Now we got this one, and of course, as we want number and integer number, so that's why we have to convert this also into integer, and we know how to cast this or convert this. So we use our int function, and now it is a number. So now there's a question for you. What do I need here? Do I need a for loop, or I need if-else statement? So the answer is if-else statement, because we want to check if the user answer is correct or not. So we'll say if guess is equal to secret number. So if the numbers are just equal to each other, in that case, of course, he has the correct answer. So in that case, we'll say print, and then we will say congrats. So congrats, you have the secret number, for example, secret number, or you guess it correctly, whatever you type. Okay, and then if they made a mistake, so else, so or we need elif because we need more conditions. So here I'll say if guess is less than, so to make this more interesting, I'll say it's less than secret number. So it will check the number if it's less than that. So for example, if it is 5 and the user guessed as 3, so it will tell the user your guess is too low or too high, whatever. So here I'll say print, and I'll say your guess is too low, for example. So try again, like that. So, and then we'll say okay, else if he got everything wrong, so I'll say print, and then we will put a message, your guess is too high, for example, because if it's not too low, it is too high. Too high, try again. So something like that. So let's run this again. Now as you see, we prompt to give a number, and I'll try to guess this. So I'll say 2, and it says your guess is too low, try again. So the number may be something else. So let's print the number also, so we can say the number was that. So here, for example, you'll say comma, try again, and I said the number, so the number was, for example, and we can give them that guess, so secret number, here the secret number. And the same way we can use here for this one, just like this, to make this more interesting. And we got an error here, okay, because I'm using the quotes here, so like that. Now let's run this again. I'll use just 3, and now it says your guess is too high, try again, the number was 1. So as you see, it just works, but again we have the same problem, it stops the program. What should we do for that? You know this time, so we need the while. So we'll just use while, and we will loop through it. So it's say while true, and then we use the tab, so everything is indented correctly. So now this will run forever. So now let me check my luck here now. So I'll say 1, it was 4. So no, I don't know, let's use the 1 again. 2. Oh, I have no luck today. Oh, I got ones actually. So it says congrats, you have the secret number, and we have to put the secret number here also. But Of course, as you see, everything is working correctly as we want. So we can also break that program. So if they got that real answer, so we can just say in that case also break it, because we don't want to continue. Now let's use this again and see if I get, oh, perfect. This time the luck was with me. So it says, congrats, you have the secret number. So let's run this again. No, this time not, and the same way. As you see, it's just perfect. It works great for us. Of course, you can use a range of 1 to 100 or whatever to make this more difficult. But as you see, we got a beautiful game for us, which we can use, which we can just use for other games. And all these small programs together makes a large program. So in programming also you have more of these files, which together makes for you a perfect program which you work, for example, in your mobile app or in a website where you can see everything. Perfect. With that being said, I think it's enough for the projects. Let's go ahead and continue and learn something new in Python. So I'll see you in the next section. So now, as we have reviewed everything we learned in this course, so let's go ahead and make our knowledge more better and learn the functions in Python. For this, I'll create a new file, and here I'll call this also functions, like that. And here inside this, we learn everything about functions. So as always, let's give a definition to the functions. Now in programming, a function is a block of code that performs a specific task or set of tasks. So it is designed to be reusable and can be called from other parts of the code to perform the same task without having to write the same code repeatedly. So in short, a function is a block of code which you can run anytime you want without typing the same code again and again. So let's see the examples. For example, now I'll create a function. So before creating a function, let me give you the example. For example, I want to print some code here, just hello function, like that. And I want to use this code all the time. So I need this maybe 30 or 40 times. So for that, I have to just copy everything from this code and paste it again and again. Now this can be a long text here. Also, it can be a long line of code which I want to use. But if I just copy paste this all the time, as you see, it will take all the screen, and also my code will be not readable. So to solve these problems, we have the functions. So now I'll use the same amount of the code, but instead of this, I'll define a function. Now in Python, to define a function or to create a function, you will use the key of def. You will write a def and then you will give it a name. This name can be anything. For example, I'll say it's greet function. And then to make this a function, you will be using the parentheses. After parentheses, you will use a colon, and then, of course, don't forget to indent this. Now inside this indented area, we will run the code which we want to use for this function. In our example, we will be using this print function, which will just print some data for us. So now I'll just go ahead here, and then I'll call that function. Now instead of copy pasting this code from here, I'll just call this function name. So here I'll say greet. I'll just say greet. And now we need to run our code. So I'll just run it from here. Now as you see, it's printed hello function. Now I can run this as many times as I want. So, and then if you run this, as you see, we got this triple time. And I'm writing just the function name here and not all the code here. For example, let me make the code more larger. Now here again I'll say hello again function, for example. And if we run this, now as you see, it says hello function, hello again function, hello function, hello again function, just as here, but 3 times. We can just copy this hundreds of times and we can use it like that. Now in real life, if you want to imagine what a function is, it's just like a tool you want to use. For example, let's see this picture. Now inside this picture, you have a lots of tools. Now you don't need all these tools all the time, but you have created them, or we humans have created them, and as we need them, we can just use them. For example, if I want to break something, I'll just use this hammer. I'll take it and break and let it in its place. But I don't need to create the hammer all the time to break something. It's there for me and I can use it all the time. The same thing is just the functions in Python or any other programming language. So these are here and also you can use it. But also there are many tools where we need other tools which gets together and we solve a specific job. For example, if we go back to this picture, now if you see this tool, this will not work alone. To work with this tool, we need all these small pieces here. For example, if I want to open some specific bicycle in my garage, then I may need this one or this one and so on. So it can be big one, so I'll be using this one. If it's smaller, I'll be using this one, and we can put it just here and then use it. Now in such cases, for functions, we need also something called arguments. For example, now instead of this hello function, I want to say hello to my users. Now how can I use that? For this, we'll be using the arguments. So let me show you the example. Now here I'll take an argument and this argument is called name. You can call your arguments anything you want. It doesn't matter. And then now instead of this function, so we'll be using the concatenation and here I'll be using the name variable. So I'm saying variable to make this easier for you to understand, because you can just imagine this argument as variable, but in programming, remember, we call this an argument. And then I can say here, for example, just one space here or anything it can be. So now as we got our variable or our argument, then we can use this. Now here if I run this function, you will see an error. The reason it says missing one required positional argument, and this is our positional argument. So for them we need to give or to pass an argument. Now we are not using the same name here again, but instead of this we'll be using a string, a name, a real name for that. For example, I'll say hello world first, and then I can use the same way here my name, so hello Cheyenne, and also and hello programmers, for example, so like this, and then we run it. And now as you see it says hello again function, so let's remove this piece of code from here. So now as you see it says hello world, hello Cheyenne, and hello programmers. Of course we need a space here, so let me run this again. And as you see, everything is looking nice and beautiful. And as you see, we got here just the names we want, and we don't need to repeat this piece of code here, because otherwise I had to write here print and then my name and then world name and use this also 3 times. So it would be something like that, which is not good, because here I can use hello and welcome to my coding channel and then the name, for example. And then we had to copy and paste all these texts all the time here, which is, of course, as you see, it's not good. Now if I use this like this, as you see, it says hello and welcome to my coding channel world, etc. So this way we can use the functions, and also we can pass arguments for it. We can also define more arguments. For example, if I want to use the last name here, so I'll say lname, and then I'll just use the last name here. So let me use the lname, and then we'll be using plus for this string here, like that, and it will just work the same way. Now if we run this again, we'll see an error because one positional argument is missing. So let's remove these two from here, and instead of this here we will be using volt. For example, I'll put a comma again, just like here, for my second argument, and then as you see it shows also name and last name. So now here I'll say the last name will be, for example, hello world, or here we can use some better name. So let's say it is John, and his last name is Doe, just like that. It is John Doe. Now as you see, it said hello and welcome to my coding channel John Doe, just like that. So as you see, now we have created our first function and everything is looking great. So now I can use this function and use many other names. So I'll say here again John Cena, and let me put a space here, and let's run this again. So again it says hello, welcome to my coding channel John Cena, and like that you can copy and paste them as many times as you want, and you can use this function just when you need this. So like that you can be creative and make more functions. Now let me give you some more examples. For example, I'll just remove this one from here, and I'll create a new function, and I'll say it's called add my numbers. So just something like that, and this will be a function, and inside this I'll return something. So I'm not printing something, but I want to return directly. And here I'll say A and B, or you can say it's num1, so, and the second is num2. It doesn't matter what you called it. And here I'll say num1 plus or minus or multiply, whatever you want. So here, just for simplicity, I'll be using plus. So now I say num1 plus num2. So these are our arguments. Of course, we need to add them. Now to run this function, I'll be using its name again, which is add my numbers. And inside this, and if we hover them, as you see, it's just saying we need a parameter. So now here for my parameter, as they are integers, so we have to pass the integer numbers. Now I'll say 5 or 4, and then I'll be saying, for example, 7. And now let me run this, and as you see, we get no result. Now the reason is here we are returning, but we are not printing that returned value here. Now to do this, we'll assign this to a variable. For example, I call this result is equal to this one. Now I'm just assigning the values of that to this result variable, and then we can print this. Now the job of the print function is to show the result here in this terminal for us. So I'll just print the result like that. And if I run this, as you see, the answer is here, which is 11. So we can the same way use large numbers. For example, I'll be using just 1000, and it should be 1007. So 1007. So now we have created a function which will add the numbers for us. We could use also multiply numbers and etc. So we'll have just one simple function which would do all the calculation for us. So the same way here you can use more arguments or more parameters for your function. But also to clearly define the difference between the parameter and the arguments, you have two definitions. So remember, a parameter is the variable listed inside these parentheses. So these are just the variables which you list here. And an argument is the value that is sent to the function when it is called. For example, now inside my function, I create two parameters and then use these parameters. Now these are, as I said before, like my variables. But here inside the function, as I call them, I put the value of that. So in this time, here we will call this an argument. So remember, the parameters and arguments are almost the same thing, but if you use this inside the function as variable, you will call this parameter. And if you use this as value, when you call that function, you will call this as an argument. So that's also a confusion between people. They don't understand what's a parameter and what's an argument. Actually, they are doing the same job, but they have different use cases. Here, they will be used as variables, so we call this parameter. And if you use assign the value to that variable, this is called an argument. So if someone uses a function and says it has two arguments, so remember, you have to give or pass some value for that function. With that being said, now let's continue. So now let me teach you something more important, and this is called arbitrary. So arbitrary arguments. So like that, and again we'll use an asterisk. Let's say it's in short args. So what are these used for? In cases if you need, or if you don't know how many parameters you need, like that. So in cases if you don't know how many parameters you need, in such cases you'll be using this something called arbitrary arguments, or in short static args. So let me show you the example. For example, I have a function with the name of cars, and I don't know the number of cars which we'll be using here inside this function. So I don't know how many parameters I need for this function. In such case, I'll be using static, and also I can name it now anything I want. For example, I can say it's car name. But in Python, lots of time you'll see that people use this keyword. They will type just static args. So this means just the same thing as here. It's arbitrary arguments. Okay, so it can be a name you want, or you can use the defined name which all the developers used, which is called args. So here I'll just use the car name, and then I'll say here print, and then here I'll say the car. So, and I'll say plus, and you'll be using the car name. So again plus, and I'll say is the best, just like that. So now here for this car name, we need also to define the index, because the function will receive a tuple of arguments, so a tuple of parameters, and then you can access them accordingly. So according to its items, just as we learned before. So here I'll use the square brackets. So inside this we will define our index. So I'll say here, for example, 1 for just two cars, which is 0 and 1. Now I'll say cars, and you'll be using that here. So the first one will be, for example, Tesla. So Tesla, and we got BMW, just like that. And we can run this, and as you see, it says the car BMW is the best. Now the reason we got these problems is the spaces. So the car BMW is the best because the BMW is in the position of 1. If we use the 0, we'll say the car Tesla is the best. So it just works like that. So if you see an asterisk, so it means you don't know how many arguments you want to use inside a function. With that being said, now also we got keyword arguments. So let's understand the keyword arguments. So keyword arguments here I'll type. And now for keyword arguments, you'll be defining, for example, I'll say cars2. So we have just a new function here. And inside this, I'll use some key value pairs. So I'll say first name, or you can say car name, and we'll have the model of that. So like that. And inside this, then we can just define our print. So here print the car with, and then we'll be using the model. So the model will be just with one, and model from, and we'll be using another one which is car name is the best, just like that. For model, I don't know, I think we need just one. So the car name is also here, so we need a plus here to concatenate this, like that. Now our function is here. So now if we just use this function, we need two keyword arguments. The first one is car name, and the second one is just the model. So now we'll go here, and then we'll run the cars2. So cars2 function, and inside this we'll be using just our parameters. So here, for example, I'll say the model. Now we'll define the model a name, or we assign a value to that. So model x1, for example, and then for the car name, so just car name is equal to, then we'll say BMW, and then we run this function. And now you see it says the car with x1 from BMW is the best. So let's give some spaces here, otherwise it will not look good. So with this, and also from here we need this, and here. So we will make everything clear, and let's run this again. Now as I say, the car with, and here we need also the model. So again, the car with model x1 from BMW is the best. So this way we can just use the keywords. Now also, as you see, the order of that doesn't matter. Now I'm using the model and I'm assigning the value, but here the order is in the second position. So the order and keyword values doesn't matter, but in the other ones it just matters. If you use this, for example, for last name and first name, and you just type the last name and first name not accordingly, so it will just change everything. But the order and the keyword numbers or the keyword parameters doesn't matter. So that's why I just write them like that, so that you understand. The order of them doesn't matter. But also in this case, I may have also situations where I need more arguments and parameters which I don't know how many of them I will be using. So in such cases, we can use it again. For example, I'll say def cars3, and then inside this we'll be using just the same way as we did here for the arbitrary arguments, which we use this args. Then we can use the keyword args for keyword arguments. So here I'll give it a name, and I'll say arbitrary keyword arguments. And then for this, as a shortcut, you'll be using double static and then keywords, KW-args. So this is KW-args, which means keyword arguments. So that's the same thing as we did before, but here we'll be using the keywords instead of normal arguments. So now here, for example, I'll say not plus but the static, and then I'll say cars, just like that. And then we'll be printing something here. So print the last model of, and then we'll be using the cars, So plus, and here will be cars, and then we define its key here. So I'll use the key of, for example, I want to use the car's last name or the car's model just here, or just car name. I think the model is also in the text. So car name, and I'll say here is the worst, for example, is worst. So let's try it again. Now again I'll say cars 3, so just like that, and inside this I'll be using different keywords. Now here, as you're using car name, we can just define the same keyword here, but also here I can define more keywords. For example, I'll say my car or just engine. So engine is equal to something, I don't know what are the engine names of them, but also here I'll be using my car name, and this will be BMW, just like that, and we can run this. And as you see, the result is the last model of BMW is worse. As you see, we are using just the keyword from here. It can be anything. We can be using Tesla here and run this. The last model of Tesla is worse. Now remember, you will see this kind of arguments just like that. So they will be keywords, and also for the other one, so for this one here, it will be just args, KW args or args. You will see that a lots of time. So remember, the first one is arbitrary arguments. So, and also for the second one, it is arbitrary keyword arguments, and we use them if we don't know how many keyword or how many parameter we need for a function. With that being said, now let's change the names here. So here again I'll say cars, and also for the other one, so instead of these args, I'll be using just the car name. So like that, and if we run this, we should see no error. So let's continue. Now also we have another parameter here, which is called default value, or we assign a default value to a function. For example, I have a function of languages. So I'll say here def lang, or just say language, and then we'll say here user or selected language. So selected language, just a long parameter here, and then I'll say here print you're using the language, and then we'll say the parameter name here, so selected language. So if our user is using any language, it will be printed there. Now if I just use this function, so I'll say here language, just like that, and run this, you'll see the error that one parameter is missing, as we learned before. But if we type anything here, for example English, and run this, everything works. But in some cases we have a default language. For example, our default language is just English. Your users can change it anytime, but if they don't change it, we'll give them just the English language. What should we do in such cases? In such cases, we'll be using a default value for our variable or our parameter. So to do this, we'll just assign this equal to, and then we'll say English, for example. Now we'll be using English. Now if I run this function, as you see, again, it is just this en. So let me give it some space here. So as you see, your language is English. And you can use, for example, German. So if you run this, it says you're using the language German. But if we run this function without this argument, then if you run this, as you see, it says you're using the language English. But we haven't typed anything here. So this is also called default value of a parameter. So that's how we define or we use a default value for a parameter. So with that being said, now let's continue. Now let's use the same function here. So I'll say here div languages, and I want to show my users how many languages we have. So, and for this I'll be using just language as my parameter, and then here I'll be using what. Now here I need many languages. What should I use to show all those languages inside my terminal? Now I want you here to pause the video and think about it, or even try it yourself. So now if you have done it, great. If you haven't, let me show you the example. So as we said, for lists, for sets, and for dictionaries, we'll be using the loop. So we have to loop through all the lists to show all languages, because if we have multiple values, we use them as a set, as a tuple, or as a list. So for example, now here I'll say for, as we did before. Now I can say x, y, whatever you want. It will be the variable name, and then I'll say in where in my list. So in this case the language will be my list, and then we can run the for loop here. So I'll say print what, print the x. So as we learned before, it will just continue running until the last value inside our list. Now to use this function, of course we need a list. So here now I'll create my list. So I'll say my languages, or we can say list languages, just like that, is equal to, and then we define how many languages we got. So we'll say we got English, we got German, and we got, for example, Hindi, just like that. And then we will just use this. So how we use a function? We use the function name, languages, and inside this, now here we are using a list of data. So we need to use a list and use it here, then run it. And as you see, we got the languages names: English, German, Hindi. We can use to add more languages here. For example, here I'll be using just Chinese. So I'll say we are using the Chinese language also, like that, and run this. As you see, we got Chinese. But as you see, if I have any kind of list, I can use it all the time without writing this for loop for me. It can be a complex for loop which you will use just once, and then as a function you can use it as many times as you want. So that's it, guys. That is how functions are working in Python, and we'll be using this later on in this course all the time, and even we have used them before. For example, we have used them in our guess game, where we have imported a function with the name of randint, and we have defined two parameters here. So the same way we have learned here how to define multiple parameters and how to return a value. Now this function doesn't do anything different from us. They just use these two numbers, and then they will use some mathematics inside that function of randint, and gives us a random number, which we use for our game, for example. So this way you can also create a lots of functions which you can use all the time. So now, as we know what functions are and how to create them, so let's go ahead and learn something more interesting in Python, which is called Lambda. So I'll close everything from here. So, and then we'll create another file, Python file, and I'll call this also Lambda. So like that. Now let's define the Lambda. So that's the definition. So in Python, a Lambda function is a small anonymous function that can take any number of arguments but can only have one expression. So now as we have the definition, let's go ahead and see some examples which will make everything clear for us. So first example, I'll just create a function or a variable and I'll call this, for example, multiply. So it will just multiply some words for us. Now for here I'll say lambda. So if you use the lambda function, you will use the lambda keyword just like this. And then you can define your arguments. So as here it says, any number of arguments you want. So I can, for example, use x, y, a, and so on. As many as I want, I can use it. But we will have just one expression. For example, if I decide to have just 2 arguments, then I'll put the colon, and then we can define our expression, which will do something for us. So as we did in function, we have defined the function name and then the variables, and then we press the enter, and after that we have defined that print statement or whatever we want. So here, for example, I'll say x multiply by y. So this should multiply these 2 arguments for us. So as they are now inside the function, we can call them just parameters. And now I'll just use it. So here I'll say print, and then inside this I'll be using this multiply function. So we'll be using this as function as it is this lambda. So and now here we will add our arguments. Now I'll say 2 multiply by, for example, 4, and then we will run this. So let's run this, and as you see, the answer is 8. The same way I can change it here. So let's go ahead, and the answer is 28. As you see, this easy it is to create a one-line function which is also anonymous. So now as this function is called also anonymous, we don't need to create a name for this. So now to solve this problem, we need to use this inside a function so you can understand why it is called anonymous. So for this I'll create a function. So let me create the function, and so it's Python, so I'll say div, and here I'll call the function, for example, a square. So we'll find the square of a number. So for this we need a variable or a parameter. So I call this n, and here now I will return a lambda function, so an anonymous function which has no name. So normally you would create another function here as a global function and you would use it here, or you should create a new function. So you should define a new function inside the function to make this work for you. Otherwise you won't be able to work like that. But in Python it is just easy to use the lambda. So I'll say lambda, and then I'll be using the same way as top as x as my argument or parameter, and then we'll be using the expression. So here I'll say x, so my argument, anything I get from my user. So I'll say double stack, and then I'll say n. So this will be the number of our square. So now I'll just go down and try to use this. Now first of all, for example, I want to have the square of, for example, 2. For this I'll create a variable and I'll call this square, not the function. I'll say square of 2, for example, and then we'll use the function of a square, so like that. And here I define the number which a square I want. So I want to find out the square of 2, so we have to define this inside the function. But we need one more argument, which is this x here. So this is our anonymous function which is inside our function. Now to use this we have to go inside our print, and then I'll say square of 2. Now as it is also a function, because we are assigning a function to it. So inside that we can use the number of x. So as you see, we are getting this x. So PyCharm is intelligent enough to show us the argument. So we are getting the x here. So I want to the square of 2 by 2, for example. So, or 2 times. So, and if we run this, as you see, it is 4. Now, the same way, if you use this 3 times, now it's 9. And you can just continue using this. So, look, it is 16. So, it's just giving us the square of 2. The same way we can use for the 3, 4 or any other number which we want. So let me for example change this to 3. So it will be 3 and I just want to use this 2 times for simplicity, and as you see the answer is also 8. So by 3 for example, now let's run this, it's 27. So it gives us the square of a number. So this was the mathematical version of that, but we can use this in other cases. For example, let me give you more examples. So here I'll say a reverse. So it's just a variable name I want to use. So I'll say lambda like that, and I'll say s, or you can use x so I don't confuse you. So this will be my argument, and then I'll be using this s or this x as an array of data or a list of data. So here inside this you'll say I want to get everything from a list or a string or whatever we pass inside it, and I'll say then start from the -1, so it will just start from the last word of this. So and then I'll say here print, so like that, and I'll say reverse. So we need our function, and inside this we can define for example a string, and as you see the value is again x because we are accessing this one. Now here I'll say it's just hello. So if you run this, as you see the answer is ole. So what here really happens is that we are getting by this double colons, as we learned, all the string, and then we start from the minus digit. So it will just come up to here and start this from -1, which is this O. That's why it will just take O and then -2, L, and etc. until the H. If we just make this a positive number and run this, as you see, we get the same hello again. Or we can just say take this from number 2 and run this. As you see, it says something else. So this way works this lambda function. So let's see one more example so that you understand everything much better. Now for example, as we understand the list, so I'll create a variable called myList, and inside this of course we'll be using a list. So it will be just for example 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so up to 9. So I have this list, and then I want to find the max value inside this. So I'll say max underscore value. So in this case it will be 9. So I'll say lambda. Then I need of course a function, and of course my argument, and I'll say max. Now max is a function of Python, so it is built-in function of Python which you can access anytime you want. It will just find the large or the maximum digit inside your list or whatever you have. So here I'll say find this x for me, because this argument here will be our list later on as we run this function. So now again I'll say print, and then inside this I'll say max value. So this variable will be our function now, and then inside this we have to define our x of lambda, which will be my list, just like that. And if we run this, as you see, we got 9. Now if we use another number which is larger than this, for example 29, so if we run this, as you see, we get the number of 29. The same way we got another function of min, which will give us the minimum number. So let's run this, and as you see, it says just 1, which is 1 here. Now if you make this -1 and run this, you will get the -1. Or you can say here -6. So -6 should be less than -1. So as you see, we get the -6 here. So let's make this function to 1 so you understand this better. So I hope you understand what the lambda is and how it works. So if someone asks you, so you can say it's an anonymous small function that can take any number of arguments, but can only have one expression. So it will be just one line function, just like this here. You can use any number of arguments, but you have just one expression from that. And the lambdas are used most of the time inside the functions like this, where you need an anonymous function without a name like this here, and you will be using this for your functions like finding the square in our example. With that being said, now let's continue with our Python course. But if you haven't understand the lambda yet, let me know in the comment box. If you want, I will add more examples here so it will make everything clear for you. Now let's go ahead and continue. So now let's go ahead and learn everything about classes and objects in Python. For this, I'll just close this file and create a new file for us. So here I'll say classes and objects so that we have everything together. And then, as usual, let's define a class and an object in Python. So in Python, a class is a blueprint for creating objects that share similar attributes and behaviors. So it means a class is a blueprint. Now a blueprint is like an architecture design. So it is designed for you, and from that design you create all the time new objects. So for example, if it's a building design, now once you created that design, in any city of your country you can create the same building using that design. And the same thing is a class. So it's a blueprint for creating objects that share similar attributes and behaviors. While an object is a specific, concrete instance of a class. So an object is a specific, concrete instance of a class with its own set of values for the attributes defined in the class. So in a way, you can say that an object is just like a copy of a class, but it has its own set of values for the attributes defined in that class. Now for beginners, it's also difficult to understand what's an instance and also what are the attributes. So instance, as I said, you can imagine it as a copy of a class, but it has its own values and attributes. So what are the attributes? Now in Python or any other program languages, we got two kinds of attributes. One is data attributes and the other one is method attributes. So data attributes can be your variables in a class, for example. And the method attributes means the functions which are available for you in a class. So in general, you can imagine a class or an object just like this box here. You have this toolbox here, and inside this you got different functions or tools which you can use anytime you need them. For example, anytime if you need to repair your car, then you will ask, give me my toolbox, and from that toolbox give me, for example, a screwdriver or a wrench whatever you need from this box, you can just access to them. So an object is exactly the same thing. So here you got your box and you call this toolbox. You can call it anything you want. So in Python, we call this a class. And then inside that, we have our functions, our attributes of data, for example, our variables, so we can access them. The same way, just like here. So I hope you understand it a bit. Now let's go ahead and see everything in action. So to create a class in Python, now you have, as always, a key of class. So this way you create a class in Python. For example, here I'll create a class of person. So person can be anyone. You are a person, I am a person, and all the humans. And so we have also different functions. For example, we can talk, we can see, we can hear, we can eat, we can move, and etc. And the blueprint of us is, if you're religious, then in the hand of your God. So the God is the creator of us. He has the blueprint, and anytime if you want to create a person, you just use this blueprint and make some differences and then send us as a new object in the vault. So you can imagine this just like that. For now, we will just put the colon and then press the enter, as we did for functions also. For example, here I'll say name is equal to Cheyenne, or whatever you want. So, and then we can print this class. So now here I'll say print, and then I'll say the name of the class, which is in that case person. So, and we can run this now. So if we run a class just like this, in this simple way of a class, so now in that case this class is not very useful in real life, but if you run this just like this, here you will get the string representation of an object. But let's make this more interesting and useful. Now to make the classes useful in Python, as Python is object oriented, so here we can use a function. And here we define a function, and this function is called init. So init function. And we get this self here. We will talk about this in a minute. But what does init function do? Now this init function means initializations function, which means anytime you call this class of person anywhere, this function will run. So now we can say, for example, self dot name. This will be my first variable. So here I'll say name, and then I'll say the self dot age, for example, is equal to age, just like that. Now also for these variables, they are my parameters, so we have to use them just here. So name, like that, and then we got age. So now the error is gone. So now we can call this person class again. So let me call this, but this time we have to create an object of that. So if we run this again, you will see that you get the same thing. But now to use this, we have to create an object from this. So you can say we need an instance of this. In a way, you can say it's a copy of a class, but it's not the exact copy of a class. Okay, so now to create an object from this person class, we need an instance of that. So how we can use the instance? We can just create a variable. For example, I'll say person1 is equal to, and then we'll use the person class. And also remember, this naming convention is better to use in uppercase. So you can use everything in uppercase for classes. So now we can use this class also just like a function by using the parentheses here. So inside this, now we got two arguments. Now if we hover on it, now as you see, it's saying parameter age unfilled, parameter name unfilled. So then we can create them. So for the name, I'll say here, for example, my name, and for the age, I'll say, for example, 100. And then we can run this person 1, or we can print this person 1 in our console. So let me run this, and as you see, we get again a string representation of an object. So if you want to use an object, you have to call its attributes. And to call these attributes, we have used it already. It is called the dot notation. So as we did for the string classes and all other lists, etc., we can use the same thing for our class also. So imagine you have a box of tools, and inside that now you need a screwdriver. So the same thing is here. From this class or our box, we need to take something out of it. So here I'll say dot, and as you see, our variables are available for us. So I'll take the name first, and then I'll print it once more. So, and this time I'll take the age from here, just like that. And let me run this, and as you see, it says Cheyenne 100. And all this comes from this init function. So as we create an object from this class, it will just directly or automatically run this function for us, which will return those data for us which we have assigned as argument here. So here it should be an integer. It's just the same thing. But now let's go back and solve the last problem which we got here. And that was, if I use this person, for example, I print this again. So here I'll say person 1, and if we run this, you will see we got the representation of, or the string representation of our object. Now how to solve this problem? Instead of that, I want to see a result here of, for example, Cheyenne 100, something like that. So for this, we have to create another function in Python. So, and this is called also str. So for a string, and we can use this also to remove this from here. So remove the string representation of an object. Instead of that, we can return something. So if anyone calls our object just directly, then we do something for that. And also remember that these names are already taken from Python. You can't create any function with these names. Okay? So now I'll go ahead here, and then I'll just say if someone called the object just directly, instead of the string representation, we will just modify it. And here I'll say just return, for example, I'll say formatted string, so we can use some attributes inside it. So here we can use the curly braces, and inside this curly braces, then we can say, for example, self.name, and then we got another. So let me just use the parentheses. Inside this, I'll say self.age, so we can see the age in a better manner, like that. Now like this, if we run this, now as you see, it gives us Cheyenne 100 instead of the string representation of our class. So this way we can override those default returns of Python. Remember, you will be working a lot with a string and initial values, so you have to have at least a basic understanding of that. Now this string function, it will just returns us something better, something user friendly, or something which we want instead of just giving the name of the class or something like that. So you'll be using this in Django and Python, for example, and also other Python frameworks. And we will also use this in our examples, so don't worry if you haven't yet understand it. So now, as we have solved these problems, now we got an object here. So we got a blueprint to create as many objects as we want. So we can create a new person and we call this, for example, the new name. So let me use this and I'll say it's just person 2 and his name is John Doe, for example, and his age is, for example, 200. And if we use this one now here, now let me copy this one and paste it again, and we can use the person 2, and you'll see we got the exact result. Now as you see, I don't need to run all this code all the time. Instead of this, I'll just create a blueprint of that and pass my values, and then it will just do the job for me. So remember, this can be a long value. There can be a lots of attributes and functions and all the things you can imagine. But you will just make an instance of that after creating that, so you can use it all the time. But as I said, functions, now let's create a function and access that. For example, our own function. Now for this, I'll say here define or just def for creating a function. So I'll say here my function. So my function, just like that. And then I'll be using the self inside it. And then we'll print something. For example, so we'll print and I'll say hello from my own function. Just like that. And then we can use, for example, also the name of the user. So here I'll say the username will be just self.name. So self.name. And don't worry, we will talk about this self in a minute. For now, you can just ignore this. So now let's run this again. And as you see, we got the same result and no errors. But now we can use this function also. So here I can say instead of, or just let me copy this one. So here, after that, I'll be using the function name. So if I put the dot here, now as you see, the my function is also available for us. And inside this my function, so it is self.name. So let's use a name for it. So here again, I'll say, for example, coding, just for example. So if we run this like that, we will get an error. Now it's my mistake because we already defined the name of John Doe, for example, here for person 2, and also for person 1, we have defined the name of Cheyenne. So we can't redefine this. So let's remove this because self.name will be this name variable from here. So now let's run this again. And as you see, it says hello from my own function Cheyenne. Just like that, we can run our own function. So this can be anything, any function you want. For example, for your calculator, for managing some data, or anything you want. So this easy is to create a function and all other attributes for a class in Python. And once you have created a class, then we can use all those functions anytime we want just by copying an object or by just creating an instance of that class, which is called an object. So we got person1 object, we got person2 object, and we can access on them anywhere, anyhow we want. If we run, for example, the same function for person2, we will be called with the name of John Doe. So this easy it is to create functions in a class of Python or creating a class in Python and use it as an object anytime you want. You just need to create an instance of that, or just in a way a copy of that, and change the values, and it will just work as you want. So if you run the function, you will get Cheyenne, and if you run for the person to the same function, you will take John Doe and then the other age. So you don't need to recreate all these functions. Now these functions or this class can be inside any file here, and you can just import it here on the top of any objects, for example for your for loop, for functions, or anywhere you want. This will be available for you and you can use them anytime you like. With that being said, now let's talk about this self here. So the self parameter is a reference to the current instance of the class. So this is our class, and it will refer us to the parameters of this class. So if you say self and dot, and it will give you all the available parameters in the same class. So the self is used to access the parameters or the variables belongs to this class. So that's why I'm using all the time self.name, because I want to access to these parameters here. In this way, now if someone changed the parameter name here, so it will just cover everything inside this. Now here, if we have just self or just name, it will give us an error because it doesn't know what this name is. But if we define the self, it will just think of this parameter. It will say, okay, I got this parameter, so that's why I'm using this here also. So anything we passed inside this parameter as argument, as we learned before, so it will be also pasted or copied here in the other names. The same way for the age and any other variable if we got. With that being said, now let's try to modify the objects. For example, I have this person1 dot name. So let's modify this, change the name, or for example, the age from here. So to modify that, you will be using the instance which you have created, person1, and I'll say dot age, and then you will just assign a new value to that. For example, I'll say it's now 10 years old, just like that. And let's run this again. And now if we go on the top, as you see, it says Cheyenne 10, and also the age is printed as 10 because we have modified it here. The same way we can delete this. So I can say delete person1, for example. So person1 dot age, just like that. If you run this, now as you see, it says person object has no attribute of age because we are using this here and we have deleted already in this stage, so it's no more available. That's why we get this error here. So let's comment this out. Or we can just delete all the object, so the entire object here. So I can say del person1, for example. So person1, and if we run this like that, you'll see name person1 is not defined. Did you mean person2? Because this is deleted. Now let's comment this also. And also you may have classes where you don't have any value like this and you just want to use a simple class. For that you can use also the key of pass. For example, I create class of cars like this, and I'll just say pass. And then now if I use this car anywhere, it will just pass everything, so it will print no error for me. So I'll say print cars, just like that. And if we run this, you will see the string representation of that class, but we don't get any error. But if you leave this just like that and run this, as you see, you will get an error, expected unintended block after the class definition. So let's bring this back so we don't get any error here. So let's run this, and as you see, we got the result here. Now that's it, guys. That is everything about a class and object in Python. This is this easy. But if you don't understand this, please repeat this part once more and try to type everything by yourself. So that way you will understand everything. But don't worry, we will make some more projects in this course in which we will be using also the classes, its methods, and everything again. So we are going to review that also. But for now, you have to have a basic understanding of what an object in Python is and our classes are built in and how to create your own class and the functions and attributes and what this self key means here. With that being said, now let's go ahead in the next part. So now, as we know what classes and objects in Python are, now let's go ahead and learn something related to the classes. So for that, I'll create a new file and I'll call this inheritance. So inheritance, just like that. So inside this, we will learn everything about inheritance. Now, as always, let's define this. So in Python, inheritance is a mechanism that allows a new class to be based on an existing class. The new class, known as derived class or subclass, inherits attributes and behaviors from the existing class, known as the base class or superclass. You can call this also parent class, and for the subclasses, you can call this child class. So now let's see the examples so we understand everything better. For example, I'll create another class and I'll call this employee. So we got a class of employee, and inside this I have my init function. So I'll create my init function, and here I'll take two more parameters. So I'll say its name, and also my employee has a salary, for example. So now we know the game. So self.name is equal to name, and we need self.salary, so is equal to salary, just like that. Now we got this init function, and after that we will create another function, so a normal function for us, and I'll call this get salary. And here we need also the self, so like that. And inside this, I'll just return the salary of my employee. So I'll say self dot salary. So salary, like that. So we will get the salary which will be passed from our employee. So now as we got that, now for this employee, we will create another class. So I'll create one more class and I'll call this, for example, manager. Now inside this manager, I'll just type employee. Now if we write a class like this and use inside the parentheses the name of another class, this class will be the parent and this class will be the child. So the second class with this method will be the child class. So now, as the name suggests, it is parent and this is the child. So a child takes everything from its parent. For example, your family, your parent, if they have car, then you also have access to that car. If they have house, then you have also access to that house. The same principle is working here, but to make a class child, you have to use this syntax here. So you'll create a normal class, but you'll be using parentheses. Inside that, then you will type the parent name. So in this case is this employee class, my parent class here. Now we can type our own code which we want. For now, I'll just say pass because I don't have anything to write. I want to show you the example. So for now, I'll just pass it like that. Now here, I'll create a variable. So I'll say just var class is equal to, and then now I'll use this manager. So look at the name, it is just manager, and inside this I'll type some name. So my manager will be, for example, John, and also its salary we need from here. So we need the salary, so I'll put a comma, and for the salary is $3,000, for example. And now I'll just say var class dot, as we did before. So now, as you see, we are in the class of manager. We are creating an object of the class manager, but still we have access to the salary and also to the name and also to the function of get salary. So this means we have successfully get access to the parent class. So we are inheriting directly from our parent class. So this is called the inheritance. Now we got our class of manager. So now, for example, here I can just say give me this salary function. So I'll just use the salary function from my parent class here. So let me run this. As you see, we are still in the classes and objects. So let me run this from here. And if we run this like that, we get nothing because we are not printing that. So we have to print this also. So for this, I'll just go ahead and print this. So I'll just print it so we see the result also. Now we run this again. As you see, we got the 3,000 salary. The same way, if we want, we can just use the name here. So if we run this, as you see, the name is John. And here the point is to be noted that we are using these functions and properties from our employee class. Now let me remove the inheritance from here. So I'll just remove this. Now we got a class of manager. So let me remove the parentheses and let's try this again. Now as you see, it just gives me an error and says manager takes no arguments because we are just passing everything. We are not using the init function here. So let me bring this back. And now if you run this, as you see, it's just working. So this method is called in Python inheritance. So now also, for example, in this class of manager, let's create some more functions or some more changes. For example, we have here this init. Now in the class of manager, I want to also create one init function for me. So if someone run the class of manager, they could also do something because at the moment we are getting nothing from here. Now for this, we will define a function as usual. So this will be also init function. And here the same way, I want the name and for example salary. So just like that with no changes. Now here I'll say again self dot salary or just start with name. So self dot name is equal to name, self dot salary is equal to salary, just like that. Now we got a new init function. And now let me run this again. You'll see I get the same result because I have my new init function which does the same job for me. So this way I could use my variables. But instead of that, I want to still use this init function from my employee. So what can I do for that? So for this, I'll just remove everything from here. And now instead of those self.name, I'll just say person, or it is in this case employee. So here I'll say employee dot, and then I can access to the employee function which is init. And inside this init function, now we can use self, name, and the salary. Now let me run this again. Now as you see, we got the same result. So let me review this for you. So if you add just the div or the init function inside your child class, you will override this function of the employee. Then you will have your own new function here. For example, I could say here it is just last name and this is the last salary, like that. And then we could return this self.last name and self.salary or whatever. But if you want to use still the init function here again, in that case you will be using then this way. So you will have the employee and the init function from the employee. So in this case, now we have successfully added the init function and kept the inheritance of the parent class. And we are also ready to add more functionalities to the init function. So this way it works with this init. If you didn't understand this and it is confusing, don't worry for now. We will create more projects and we will practice everything. For now, you should have to see that or try to at least understand what's going on here. Because later on, if you work anywhere, you will see some function like this and you will say, oh my god, what's going on here? So that you have confidence, that's why I'm using these classes for these simple functions here. With that being said, now let me show you something else, which is called super. So let me comment this one from here. So this way will be there for you. And then instead of that, I'll be typing here one more thing. And this will be another function from Python, which is built in, and this is called super. Now with the help of the super function, you don't need to use this name again. So this function will already get access to your parent class. So here if I use this as function and then I'll put dot, as you see we got everything from our parent class. So this super function is also super useful, and many times in programming you will see that. So it has nothing special, but instead of this name of employee you can use the super function. So in that case you don't need to remember the parent class name or anything from your parent class. Now instead of this you'll just say super and put a dot and you get everything from your parent class. So in here, for example, I'll get this init function from my parent class and then I'll use the name and salary variables here. So we got super, so we got the init function from our parent class. And then I'll add something to our new init, so to our own init of our child class. So here I'll say self dot bonus. So we'll give our manager some bonus here is equal to bonus. So like that, and of course we need to add this bonus here. So I'll say here just add the bonus for me. Now, as you see, we got our own init function which will run if we create an instance of this object or this class, but also we have full access to the init function of our parent class, and also we are maintaining the inheritance between these two classes. So that's why we are using this method just like that, where you use one init for the same class and then you bring the init from the other class. So now as we have our bonus, then we will just override this salary function of our parent class, because this salary function doesn't got any bonus, but we need our bonus also. So for that, I'll just go ahead and create the same function, so which will be get salary, and inside this I'll return the same thing for now. So return self.salary, and then here we will just say self.bonus. So as you see, we got the same function, but we are overriding this and also adding our self.bonus, so there's bonus variable, so that we get also the bonus on the top of our salary. So now we will just go ahead here and just leave this examples still here. So now I'll say, for example, manager1 so is equal to, and then I'll use the manager class, which is the child class again, and I'll use a name for this. For example, I'll say it's Alice, and also here's manager, so he needs, for example, 50,000 salary, and also he gets 10,000 of bonus, so we gave them 10,000 of bonus, and of course we need to print this. So I'll say manager1 dot get, and as you see we got this function, so dot get salary. Now it shows us our salary, so let's see. And also as you see we got one error, because here also we are creating one instance of our manager, but at that time we had no bonus, so that's why we got, it's asking for that required parameter. So for now I'll just say here for 2000 like that, so we don't get this error. So now as you see we got 60,000, which is the salary of our manager, and also the 10,000 which we gave him a bonus. So if we have more managers, we can just use this class of manager for all our managers which we want to give some bonus. So this is called the inheritance in Python. Now let me review this for you. So what inheritance means? Inheritance means you have a class, you create a normal class, but you want to use all the functions or the properties of this class to some other class, which is called the child class. So instead of copy pasting all these functions from here, you will create another class the same way as you did here, but here you will put the parentheses and also add the name of the class from which you want to get all those functions and also the properties. And after that you can just directly use all those properties, and still you can create your own new functions for your child class and also new properties, anything you want. But you have also access to everything which your parent class got. So I hope now everything is clear for you. Now let's go ahead and learn something new. So now I'll just close these files from here and we'll create another file for the iterators in Python. So now we got iterators just like that. So now, as always, let me paste the definition here. So in Python, an iterator is an object that implements the iterator protocol, which consists of two methods, iter and next. So the iter method returns the iterator object itself, and the next method returns the next item from the iterator. So we will see the examples in a minute. If you don't understand this, now I'm using these definitions so you have something to remember. But as we see the example, you will also understand everything here, what it means. So also, an iterator represents a sequence of values that can be accessed once at a time. And each time the next method is called on an iterator, it returns the next value in the sequence and raises a stop iteration exception where there are no more values. So I know this is long definition and also long description, but let me show you the examples so you understand this better. For example, we got a list as we got before. So we wrote a list, and inside this list I have, for example, 1 and comma 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and whatever. So we got all those items. Now inside these items, as you see, we got different values. Now instead of accessing all these values together, I just want to see them one by one. For example, the pagination in websites. In websites, if you go and you have more pages and they don't want to load all those pages for you, then you should click all the time next to get the next data from that website. So here we do the same thing. For example, now I'll say my underscore iter. So just to show you the iter example, and we use first the iter function. So my list, just like that. As I said, we got two methods. One is iter and the second is next. Now I'm using the iter method. So now let's run this. And now we don't see anything because I'm not printing this. So let's print this. Now I'm using my iter here. So run this again. So now as you see, we got the string definition of this object. So to access all this data inside this iteration, we have to use the next function which we talked before. So now we can use the next function and run this again. And as you see, we got the first data from our list. So we are not loading or showing all the data together here in our print on console. So this can be very heavy data in real life. Okay, so now let me just repeat this again and see the result. So I'm using this twice and run it again, and as you see, I got 1, 2, 3, and if we use the second one, so one more, then we'll get the 4. Also here we could have a string, so let me just use a string so you can understand this also. So now if you use this, now as you see, we got our string also. So it will just run on this list one by one. So we will iter or we will iterate on each object here. So now if we go back to our definition, now it says an iterator represents a sequence of values that can be accessed one at a time. The same way, as you see, we got one value, then another value, then another value. So, and then it says each time the next method is called on an iterator, it returns the next value in the sequence, as we did here. Next, and we got the first one. Then next, we got the second one. So the third one. You can imagine this as a blog website where you have to just import or show more data together, but you don't want to show all, for example, the gallery photos together for your user, because this will be very heavy and it will take more time. Now instead of this, what you could do is you could show, for example, the first picture, and then the user should click next and go to the second, third, fourth. The same way it just continues. And also remember, this can be anything. This can be, for example, a string. So let me just say my string and is equal to, for example, I'll just use my name here. So just I'll say Cheyenne, and then now instead of this my list, I'll just use my string here. So, and we run this, and as you see, we got all the words from my name one by one. We can decrease this, so let's run this. Now as you see, we got just Shah. So this way it works with iteration on lists and strings using the iter function and the next function. But also we have learned already how to use each, or how to get access to each of the items inside a list. If you remember, for loop. So I have said for example, x in my list. So my list, and this should return something for us. So here we said print just x, like that. If we do this and run this, as you see, we got all the data from our list. They are just here. Now this is also called iteration. We are iterating on this list here. And also if we want to iterate on this string, so we can just use the for loop for this also. Now as you see, we got all the data from my name. So if someone told you the iteration, you can think of this iter function with its next, or you can think of a for loop where you iterate over an object. Now in most cases you will be using this, but there are also scenarios where you will be needing all these two functions also. With that being said, let's go to the next topic. So now let's go ahead and learn the polymorphism in Python. So for this, I'll just create another file again, and I'll call this polymorphism, just like that. And then as usual, let's make a definition for this. So polymorphism is a fundamental concept in object-oriented programming. So this is not just for Python, this is for all other object-oriented programming that refers to the ability of objects of different types to be used interchangeably. So to make this easier for you, in programming, all those functions, operators or methods which have the same name but can be used on any object is called polymorphism. Let me give you the example. For example, we got a string. So I'll say just my string, and we'll assign the word of coding for that. And then I'll say print, and here we can say length of just my string. So we will print the length of my string, which is coding. Now let's run this. And as you see, we got 6 here. Now the same way, I'll just create, or let me just do this below that, and I'll create a list, for example, or even I'll say my tuple. So let's create a tuple, and here I'll just use some car names, for example, Tesla, BMW, and we got just, for example, Mercedes. So I think they write this like that, or let's see, it's just like that. But now I'll just again print this, and then I'll use the same function of len, and this time I'll pass my tuple in it and run this again. As you see, we got the result of 3 because we got 3 items. Now the len function means length. It gives us the length of anything we give. Now here it's a tuple, here it's a string, and still it's working. The same way, if I have a dictionary, so I can say here my dictionary, so my di, for example, and here I'll create a dictionary. So here, for example, I'll say name, and then we define the name of this car, for example, is Tesla, and also I can use anything here, so we can say year of that. So year of 2021 or 3, 4, whatever. So let's use the actual year like that, and then we'll do the same thing. We'll say print, and then I'll say len, and here I'll say just my dictionary like this, and run this again. And as you see, we got 2 because we got 1 key and 2 key, which is just 2 data here inside my dictionary. Now the point is here we are using the same function all the time. Now this is an object-oriented programming called polymorphism. But as you see, the result is each time different. So we are overriding this program. So we are overriding this function each time we run this for different data types. So if you use this for string, so we override this for a string, and if you use this for tuple, we override this for tuple, and also for the dictionary. So now let's use one of our own functions so you understand this much better. Now for this, I'll just go ahead and create. Now again, let me use the classes because you will also review the classes. So I'll just create a class of animal, and here I'll create a function. So an animal, what it does, it makes a sound, for example. Yeah, okay, it makes sound, and we need this function. And then I'll say, just for simplicity, let's print something, and I'll say the animal, what it does, make a sound, just like that. So now I'll create one more class, and I'll call this just dog, for example. So as a dog is an animal, we will inherit from the animal class. So it is the parent of all animals, so it belongs to the animals. That's why I'll just inherit from this. Now as we inherit from the animal class, we will get access to this function of make sound. So now we will override that function, so to make this polymorphism. Now I'll just override it, and I'll say make sound. Again, I'm using the same name of function, and this time I'll say print, but the result will be different. Yeah, so here I'll say the dog just barks. So the dog is barking. Now we have override the function of make sound from our parent class of animal. The same way, let's create another class of cat. So, and again we will inherit from animal class, and now we have access to this make sound, but instead of using this, we will just override it. So I'll say again here make sound, and now I'll change the result of that. So here I'll say that cat meows. So I hope I typed this correct. So like that. And now I'll say my underscore animals is equal to. Now I'll put all those classes in one function so we can use them together. So now I'll say the dog. So I will be using the dog function first, or the dog class first, and then we'll be using the cat class, and at the last I'll be using the animal class also, just like that. So now we need to iterate inside this list. Now here pause the video and tell me how you would iterate inside a list in Python. So if you have the answer, that's great. If not, we iterate in Python list, dictionaries, and everything by using the for loop. So we'll be using here also the for loop. So I'll say for animal, and also here we could use the iter function in the next function. But if you want to show everything in one time, then you can use the for loop, which is better instead of the iter. Okay. So now we'll say in my underscore animals. Now it should just return me that animal. So as we are using this animal variable, it will just go and at the first iteration, so at the first loop, it will take the dog class for us. And then from the dog class, I'll just use the make sound function, and then it will continue until the last object in our list. So in the second iteration, it will go inside the cat class, and then we take the make sound from the cat class, and then it will run one more time for the animal, and then we will get the make sound from the animal class directly. So this variable can be anything. Okay, we can use it just x. So we say for x in my animals, x dot make sound, just like that. Let's run this, and as you see, it says the dog barks, the cat meows, the animal make a sound. So I can change the name here. I'm using this because this makes confusions for lots of beginners. Now as I'm using animals, if I run this again, the same way you can see we got the dog barks, the cat meows, and the animal make a sound. So we have successfully override the make sound function in 3 classes, or in 2 classes. So we got the same name of function, but we change the result of them each time, and then we printed the result in our terminal. So this way, or this method of overriding a function and using also the same function name. So we are using same function name for each class here, and this is called polymorphism. So I hope you understand the polymorphism in Python. If not, let me know in the comment box, so I'll give you one simple definition which will help you to understand this. With that being said, let's go ahead in our next section. So now let's go and learn the Python scope. So for this we'll create again a new file as usual. So I'll create a Python file, and here I'll call this scope. So and now I'll give it a definition. So in Python, scope refers to the area of a program where a variable can be accessed. The scope of a variable is determined by where it is defined in the code. There are two main types of scope in Python: global scope and local scope. So if someone asks you about the scope, you can use just this line of definition. The others are the description. So you can say scope refers to the area of a program where a variable can be accessed. There are two types of them: global scope and local scope. Now let's see the examples and understand this better. So for this, I'll just go ahead and create a function, and I'll call this a scope function. You can call it anything you want. And inside this, then we can define our variables and anything we want. Now we have already learned the functions in Python. So if you forgot that, please go ahead and review this part. For now, I created the scope function, and now I'll create my variable inside this. For example, here we have a variable of name, and I'll call this coding, just like that. And inside this, I'll want to print. I use the function of print and print this name. So this is the coding name. So now I'll go ahead and use this function. So I'll say scope function, and I'll just run it. So let's run the scope, and as you see, the result is coding. But now what I want to show you is that this variable has its own scope. Now the scope, as we see in the definition, it refers to the area of a program where a variable can be accessed. So the scope of this variable, or the availability area of this variable, is inside this function. Now if I go ahead here and try to use the same variable, as you see, we get an error. And if we run the code, you will see it says name is not defined. So there is no variable with this name. So now it means that this variable scope is just inside this function, which is called the local scope. So this is the local scope which we have. So if a variable is just available inside a function or inside a class, then this is called local scope. But if we have the same variable outside of this function, inside our main page here, for example, I'll create just with the name 2, and I'll call this, for example, Python, like this. And now this name2 variable is available also in our main file, which we can use anywhere we want, but also we can use the same variable inside our function. So instead of this name, I'll just print the name2 here and run this. And as you see, we got the Python because the scope of this variable is now global. So it means if the variable is inside our main file, then it will have a global scope. But if the variable is just available inside a function or a class, it will have a local scope, which means it is just available inside the same function. But if it's global, it's available everywhere. You can use it inside a function. You can just print this like this. So we can print this again, and I say name2 and run this, and as you see, we got the Python again. So let me show you something new also. So let me comment this also for you. So I'll say it's a global variable, global scope, and this has just local scope. But now what we could do is we could use this function or this variable. So we can use this variable here for print, but also if we have one more function inside our function, then we could use this also there. So now here I'll say test scope, and this will be a function. And now as it's inside my function, so I'll just use the same print name from here. So let's use this here. Now we'll use the same thing here. Now to use this function, we have to just run this also. So now we run this test scope like that. And now if we just run this function, we got an indent does not match any outer indentation level, so we are getting some problem here. So this should be inside this function, and also this one should be just outside of this, like that. So this should be inside our function, main function, and then we got another function, so this variable or this print should be inside that, otherwise it doesn't work. So now as we print this, as you see, we got the coding, and it means now this variable is available inside this function. Even if you make more functions, you can create a third function, fourth function, so you can use it anywhere you want. But outside of this function, our main function, this variable is not available for us. Just like that. So now let me show you something else. Now here we got the name. So we could use the same name also here. For example, here I'm using the name for Python, and the same variable I'm using here for the coding. So now let's remove this name too and run this like that. Now as you see, we still get Python here for the first one, and we get the name for coding for the second one. So it means we can use the same name as global and also in local scope, but the Python will first run this variable of local, and then after that it will use the variable of global. So if we just run this name after this function also, so you will see that it will get the Python. So it will not override this function for us. It will just use the same value in the global scope, but here it will see, okay, there's a name with this variable or with new value, so it will say I'll just let it like that as they want. But if they use anywhere the global name from here, so if they use this globally, then I'll give them the value of the global variable. So that's it. That's all for the global scope and local scope, and I hope you understand this. With that being said, now let's go ahead and learn something new. So now you will learn the Python modules. So for this, I'll create another class or another file, and I'll call this modules as usual. So now we need a definition for that. So I'll be using this definition here. Now in Python, a module is a file containing Python definitions and statements. The file name is a module name with the suffix of .py added. What it means? Now you can imagine a module just like a code library. It is just like a simple file where you have many functions and also classes which are available for you. For example, I have this scope, and here I got this function. Now this has also the suffix of .py. Now you can call this also a module. So if you want to use any function from here inside, for example, our modules file, then you can just import this file inside that file and then use all the functions belong to this file. Let me show you the example. For example, now I have the scope, so I want to use the function of a scope also here. So now I'll say import, and then I'll import the scope. So as the scope is in the same folder, so that's why I'm not going out of here to search this, but I'll just import this. So here now I'll say scope dot and then the function, and if you run this, now it's inside the scope. So let me run the modules. Now as you see, we got the same result from here. So let me make the changes here. Now testing coding like that, and I'll just run the modules. So as you see, we got this testing coding variable. Any changes we make in this file, it will just come here because we are using the function of this module or this file inside our another file of modules. So this way the modules in Python work. But it doesn't mean that you can just import the function from another module. You can import anything you want. For example, let me create a list here. So here I'll say test list, or we can use just a dictionary. So let me use a dictionary here, and we will give it some key value pairs. So here I'll say name, and I'll say it's a Tesla, and then you'll say the model or just the year. So like that, and I'll say just this year of actual. So now let's try to import this inside our module here. So now I'll just go after this and I'll say scope dot, and now as you see this text dictionary is also available for us. So now we can just use this. Now to use this way it doesn't work. We need to use what? We can use it just print. So we can just print it out like that and run it. And as you see, we got name Tesla, year 2023. But also we can create an object of that. For example, x is equal to, and I'll say scope dot test dictionary, and then we can use anything from here. So now I'll say just this square brackets, and inside this I can use any key I want. For example, I want the year. So if we run this, we don't get anything because we are not printing this. Now let me print this again for you. So I'll say print x. So, and then we run this. So as you see, we got the 2023. So this way works the modules in Python. But now let me show you some more interesting ways of using the modules. So you can use this scope. Now we have a name of a scope here. This can be anything. This can be classes and objects. So we can have more long names here. So you can change the name of that and you give it a copy name, which we call in programming as alias. So for this, I'll say alias name of this will be, for example, SP or anything you want. Now as you see, we are getting error here because the scope is no more available. Now instead of this, I'll be just using sp. So S and P like that. And if you run this, same result because we are just changing the name of that. And also we can do many other things. For example, now let me comment this for you. So I'll go to code and comment with line comment. So everything is commented out. Now I want to use something else. For example, from this module or this file of Python, I want to bring this function. Just import this function and not all other dictionaries or the variables from here. So I'll just come here. Now instead of importing this like that, so now here I'll press the enter, and now I'll say from. So from scope, our module name, import. Then what we want from there, we want just this test scope or scope function. I want just use this function. So I'll say scope function. Now as you see, the scope function is here. So let me run this. Now I'll say scope function and I'll run it. And as you see, we got the same result. Python testing Python or test coding and Python test coding, which is just coming from here. Now we can do the same thing with other classes. So if you want to just import a piece of code from here, you will be importing this like that from scope, your module name, import that piece of code which you want, or you can just import entire module which you want. In this case, you are using this scope. Now that's not it, because we have many other modules in Python which are available for us, which we can use them. and all those functions are already made for us, we have to just import them. Now let me show you what I mean by that. For example, I want to use the date. Now here I don't know how to print the date of today in my terminal. So for now, let me just comment this. And now I want to find out the date of today. So for that, here I'll say from now, or we can just directly import actually. So import datetime from Python. Now datetime is already a module or a library of code which is available for us, and inside this there are many functions which we can use for date and time. For now, I just want to comment these two from here because we don't need them anymore. So if we run this, as you see, we got nothing here. But now here I'll say, for example, today, I'll create a variable of today, and then inside this I'll use the date and time clause, and if you put dot on it, now as you see, all the functions are available for us which we can use. For now, I'll be using this date and time function, and then this is also a class. Now inside this we have many functions available for us. For example, now I'll be using the now. So and then we have to print this, of course, to see the result. So I'll print the today variable. So let's run this. Now as you see, we got the date of today, and also the time, the minutes, the seconds, and also the microseconds here. So we got everything what we want. Now also we can do different things with this. Now we got this today, and I'll say today.year. So I want to just print out the year. Now as you see, we got the year. So for the examples, let me just first let the today be like that, and then we'll copy this for others. So here I'll say today dot, for example, now I want the year. So if we go ahead and print this, as you see, the years here. And also we can use the same way if we want. We can print the date of today or just the month of today. So it's the 4th, and like that you can use any other functions which you want from date. Now let me show you some interesting thing here. So for example, I want to print the weekday of today, but not as a number, but instead of this it should tell me which day is today. So for this I'll be using today. So this is my variable name dot, and we'll be using strf time here. Now inside this you can define different things inside a string, just you did like for example in SQL. But if you are not using SQL, don't worry, this is just like a wildcard, we call this, and this is the sign of percentage. Now inside this you can use any word. For example, here I'll be using the A, so it will give us short version of today's weekday. So let's print this. Now as you see, it says Sat, which is Saturday. Today is Saturday, so it's giving me Sat. But I want to just the full version of that. Now I can use for the full version the capital A. So like that, and if you run this, as you see, it says Saturday. The same way we can use the week numbers, and it will give us the numbers, and there are many others here. So you can just try yourself for all the others. So in Google you can type strf time, and you will see all those wildcards which are available for you. Now for here, for example, I'll say I need the day of the month, so I'll use the day. So as you see, it says 29th, which is the date of today. The same way, if I want to use the month name, which month name is today, for example, this will be very important for some cases. So for that I'll be using the B. So if you run this, as you see, it says April. Now it's also the short version, but we can use the full version of that by using the capital B as expected. So if you run this, it says April. So like that, you can use or you can play around with this datetime module. Now the main part is here. We have just imported this module or this file from Python itself, and we have all those functions available for us without doing anything. Now most of the time you will be using also Python just like that. You won't be creating all those files and functions for you. You just need to Google for them if there's any module or if there's any library already available for you. So you have to use that instead of trying out everything by yourself. For example, let me just import another module for us. So here I'll say import platform. So this platform will give us the information of our system. So let me use this here. So here, say for example, I need the system of my computer. So I'll say system and it's equal to platform.system, just like that. And you'll just print this to see the result. So we need the system here. Now if we run this, now as you see, I'm using Darwin. Now it is the system of my computer. If you are inside the Windows, so it will say Windows, like that. But now inside this platform, I also don't know how many functions are available for us. So for this, I could just here say dot and use all these functions. So Mac version, and you can say architecture and distribution and anything, processor, whatever you want, you can just use from here. But I want to see all those functions. So now in any module, if you want to find out all the functions which is available in that module or in that file, then you can use another function of Python which is called dir. So dir. And now I'll give my module name here. For example, I want to see all the functions available inside the scope if we import the scope. Or for now, I just want to use the platform. So I'll say platform and run this. And as you see, all those functions and all those variables which are available in that class is listed here for us. So as you see, everything is just one by one available for us. So this way, if you wanted to print a class or you wanted to see inside a class which functions are available, then you can just use this function also. This is just for personal knowledge. So let me import more modules, for example. So now here I'll say import, and another module which is very famous in Python, this is called math. You can use this for mathematics. So for example, now I'll come back here and let me comment this. So I'll say math module, just like that, so you don't get confused. Now here inside this, I'll create some variables. So here, for example, I'll say is equal to just math dot squared. So it will give us the square of a number. For example, I want the square of 32, and I'll just print this here. So a, and we run this. Now as you see, this is the square of the number of 32. If we make this 64, we'll get another number. Now as you see, it is 8.0. The same way, you can continue and find the square of any number you want. Now as you see, we didn't create this function, but it's available for us inside this math module, which is available for us in Python. Now there are many other things which we can use. For example, for my B, I'll say again math, and then I'll use the dot, and here are all available functions which I can use. For example, this cell. Now the cell methods rounds a number, so from the top to its nearest integer. So I'll be using this cell here, and inside this we can give it some number. For example, here I'll say 2.5. So it should give us the 3. Now let me print this also here. So print B, And as you see, we got the 3 here, or maybe printing alone is better. So like that, and here the B, and if we run this, it's 3. Now the same thing we can use, for example, for rounding to its downwards number. So we can use here the floor function. So the floor, and it will give us 2 because it will give us downwards to its nearest integer. So if we run this, as you see, we got the result as 2 because we are overriding this B here. So we get just 1 here, but we gave it C, so you can see difference here. Now let me print the C also. So the C is here, and we run this. As you see, one time we are rounding to top or the upwards, and the same way for downwards, so it is 2. And also there are many other functions of math which we can use. For example, a last example I'll say here for the D, math dot, for example, I'll just say pi, so it will give us the value of pi. So I'll just say here now the D, and if we run this, as you see, this is the real value of pi, which is 3.14, and all those digits which are also available. Now if you wanted to work with math inside Python, you have this math module where you have many functions which you can use. So if you put math and dot, and then you'll get all those other functions. For example, exponentiation, you got fabs, and there are many other of them. So you can also use the logarithm, so log of some number, some digit, or whatever you want. So you can say radians and power of any digit if you want. So you can find out anything you want here. Now as you see, everything is available for us. But for now, I'll just close this here. And also there are many other functions which are available for you in Python without using the math. For example, you can say here e is equal to min or max function. They are just available for you, which you can just use for finding the minimum number in a list or inside a tuple or whatever you want. So here I'll say 2, 3 and 4 or 5. Inside this it should give me the minimum number, so print e for example, and if we run this, now as you see the minimum of this is 2, so that's why we are getting 2. Now if we use the same thing for max, so we got min, of course we have against this a max function, and we can use the max now here. Now here it says f, and we run this again, so like that, and as you see we got the 5 because the 5 is the max number inside this list. In the same way there are many others which you want if you want to use. So like for J I'll use the power, and like that it will give us the power of a value. So here I got for example 2 and 3, and you'll get that. So let me print the G here. So if we run this, as you see we got 8 because 2 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 2 is 8. So 2 multiplied by 2 will be 4, and then 4 multiplied by 2 will be 8. If we just make this 4, we will get the same result again. Okay, we don't need this here. So if we run this, it's 16, and that's 16 because we got 8 up to here, and if we multiply 8 now by 2 again, we will get the 16. So this way it just works for us. Now the same way there are many other functions which if you want you can just go inside the Python documentation or just search in Google. You will just need to type Python module for power, or you can say Python power function, and you will get everything for that. With that being said, now let's learn something more interesting. So now we will learn everything about the package manager of Python. So let me close these files, and now we'll create a new file as before. So I'll say pip, and inside this let me put the definition. So pip is a package manager for Python. Now the pip is used to install. Now all the package managers are used to install and manage software packages, and here it's also called libraries or modules. Okay, if someone tell you you will use the pip to install library or a module, so it means you are installing just a software package which is written in Python. If you are another programming language, then you will be installing that packages related to that programming language. So to understand this better, now the pip allows you to easily download, install and uninstall Python packages. Okay, it allows you to easily download, install and uninstall Python packages and their dependencies from Python package index, which is called PyPI, or other third-party repositories. So there can be other packages also available for you, which we call this third-party repositories, which is not written from the developers of Python, but instead of that from persons. Like for example, today if I thought, okay, this package is missing, I want to create this for Python, and I'll just give them. This will be called a third-party repository. So let me give you some examples for this also. Now let me run this. So we are using the pip now. Now here we can use different things, but as you see, it's used to install and deinstall the program software packages. So we can't type anything with pip here inside this file for us, but instead of this we need to use the terminal for that. So to use the terminal, we'll just come after the run and we'll click on this. Now this is the terminal which is available for us, and inside this we can type. Now as you see, it has already detected the project we are using now, which is this Learn Python. So as we got this, now here we can install different packages from Python. So for our example, let me install one package from Python. So now I'll say here Python or a pip. So remember, it's pip, or there are many methods if the pip doesn't work. First of all, you can check this. So you'll say pip.version, and it will give you the version of your Python package manager. And as you see, I got this package manager version, which is 22.3.1. And also the Python version is this one here. So this way you can see that version, but sometime it may not work, or you may have more Pythons installed inside your computer and your terminal doesn't know which Python version you are using now. For that cases, you can use Python 3 for example, and then you will say pip or pip3, and then you will say install like that. So this will work also. So for now I'm just using the pip, so I'll say pip install and then the package name which you want to install. So here I want to install the package name with the name of emoji, so it will give us all those emojis available in that package. So let's install this. I press enter. Now it will install this package for me. So now as you see, it has successfully installed the emoji of this version for me. And also it's saying a new release of pip is available. If you want to upgrade this, run this command. So if you wanted to, you can just upgrade this. You can copy everything from here and then paste it just here. It will update this package for you. So as you see, the package managers also updated or upgraded. Now let's see if that package of emoji is already available for us. For this, I'll say here pip list, it will show all the packages which I have installed in this project. So we got the package of pip, we got step tools in the wheel. They are installed by default with Python, but we have installed a new package which is called emoji. Now as you see, it's available for us. Now here we can import that emoji. So let's import this, and not email, but we need the emoji here like this, and then we can use that emoji. For that I'll say just here print, so print, and then I'll use that package, so it's emoji, and then as usual if we put the dot, then we can get all the options available for us, or all the functions available for us. Now here for this one, for example, I'll say emojize. So this function is called emojize. Inside this you can type the name of that emoji you want to use. So here for example I want the red heart, for example, if it's available, and don't forget to use this column at start and the colon at the end. So now if we run this, now as you see we got this beautiful heart here. Now like that we can use many other of them. For example, let's use this 3 times, and now inside this we can just type any kind of emoji which we want. So for example I'll say thumbs up guys, like the video, or subscribe. So let's see, now as you see the thumbs up is here. And also you can use the same way everything you want. I don't know if it's available or not. I'll just put this a smile. So if it's not available, it will just print out the text for us. So we will get no error. I don't know any other emojis. So like this it works with the pip. You can install as many packages as you want. So you can type in Google Python packages, and then you find them, and then you will install a lot of them. So the main point is here that with using the package manager or pip in Python, you can install any third party or any package of Python which you want to use for your project, and it will make your job of course easier instead of copy pasting anything or making everything from the scratch. So with that being said, now go ahead and find some new packages which you could think of. You can just type Python packages in Google and you will get them. Okay, try it out. So for us, for now, we have learned how to install those packages and how to use them. So let's go ahead in the next section. So now we will learn how to handle the files in Python. So with the help of file handling, we can create new files, text files, and we can write on them, we can append them, we can create them, we can read them. So there are many things which we can do, and we will learn this in this section. So for this I'll create a new file and I'll call this file handling, but it should be a Python file. So I'll say file handling, just like that, and inside this we will learn everything about file handling. Now file handling is an important part of any web application, and Python has many functions for creating, reading, updating, and deleting files. So file handling is used, as the name says, to handle a file. So there is no big definition for that, but you work with files in the Python. So let's go ahead and see the examples so that you understand this. So the first thing, in file handling for Python, you will use a function which is called open. So now I'll say, for example, file is equal to, and I'll use the function of open. Now this is a built-in function and it takes some parameters. Now inside this there are many parameters. For now we will give it just a file name. So I'll say test file, and then you can define also its extension. So I'll say here it will be just a txt or text file. So like that. And then we can just run it. So if we run this, now as you see, nothing happens because we are not running this file. Now as you see, we got an error here. And this is called no such file or directory test file.txt, which is correct because we have no file with this name. We are just trying to open this. But in Python, a lots of time the beginners are confused with this function because the same function is used to open a file and also to create a file. That's why I wanted to show you this error. Now to create a file with this function, you need to pass a new parameter here. And this parameter is, or the second parameter will be x. So with the help of this x, it will create the file with this name for us. So let me try this again. Now as you see, we got no error. But also if we come here, now as you see, we got a new file. And this is testfile.txt, and inside this we got no data. Perfect. So we have created our first file using Python. So now we can work with this file. So as this file is now available for us, now instead of x, if we use the x, it will create it again. So we don't want to create this. So let me comment this, and I'll say here just create a file in Python with second parameter of x, so that you understand this. And then we'll use this to open a file. So I'll say file is equal to, now we can open this because we got this file. So inside this we define the file name, which is just same like here. So let me copy everything instead of typing, and we'll remove this from here. But also sometimes you may see that this RT is also available if you open a file. Now it doesn't matter, it's optional. If you use this without them, it will open the same file. If you use this like that, it will do the same job. So don't confuse yourself with these two words. Now I'll use it without them. Now if we run this, nothing happens again. Now what's the point? We need one more parameter to read the file. So to open the file, as I said, this open functions do all the job by file handling in Python. So don't be confused. Remember, you need always a parameter here. So now if we type R here, which means that read this file for me. And now as we want to see the result, but if we run this like this, nothing happens. But instead of this, so we can just print this to see the result of that. So I'll say here file dot, and then we use the read, not the reduce, but the read function of Python. So if we run this, as you see, we got just some spaces because inside this we have no text. Now let's say this example, or this is example, just like that. And if we come back and read this again, as you see, we got this is example, which is available in this file. Now if I remove this, and if we go back and run that, as you see, again we get the empty file here. And also remember that this file is available inside this directory of Learn Python. You may have this in another directory. For example, I'll create just for testing another directory. So for testing, and inside this I'll create a new file just for our test, and this will be the same name. So let's say test file like that .txt. just as we use for our normal name. So if we run this, and I'll say here test directory, so we can see the result. Now here, as you see, we got two files with the same name. But now to reach that file, we have to specify its folder also. For example, it's for testing, and then we got backslash this word here. Now if we run this, as you see, we got the text from test directory and not from the file of us, which is empty. So if you want to use any other file in any other directory, you have to give or specify the path of that. Okay, with that being said, now let's remove this because I want to just work with this test file here, like that. So here, let me show you first one new function also. So I'll say this is the example, again just this text here, and now I want to show just 10 words of that file here, or 10 first word of that. So for that we will be using this 10 parameter or argument here. So if you run this, as you see, it says this is th, and if we remove this, it will say this is the example. As you see, we got everything. So this way you can get access to few words from that file if you want to. But also, as you see, we are just coming inside this file and typing all the time. Now we have to have an option where we can just write inside this file instead of coming inside this file and typing anything, because this file can be anywhere and we can touch this, or for any reason we can reach that. So how to write in a file using the Python functions? So for this, I'll just say here, now we are reading this here, so it doesn't matter, it can be here. Now for the writing, so I'll say here just file write, so like this is equal to, and then again, as I said, you'll be using the open function all the time. And then we specify the name, so it's testfile.txt, and then we'll be using something which is called a parameter. Now here, a parameter which we need is called a. Now a is the short form for append. So any text which we have inside this file, so for our example, this is the example is the text which we have here, it will append it. It will start from here and write something for us. So for example, now I want to write that, so I'll say here file write, so the variable name we need, file write, and remember, always use the same name convention. So if you use this as f like that, it is different than the file if you use in lowercase, because Python is case sensitive. So now we'll be using file.write, so, or the variable name which we have here. So let me use this also as file2, so it will be just shorter for us. And then we will put a dot here, and as you see, we got the read function. The same way we got many other functions. One of them is called the same thing which we want is the write. So now here we can write anything which we want to append to this code here or to this text here. So this is the example coding test in Python. For example, that doesn't matter what you type here. So, and then we have to, after writing that file, we have to close that file also. So remember this always. So we got file2, and then to close this, we'll be using the close function. That easy it is in Python. So if we run this, now here you see nothing because it has already read that file. But if we go here, now as you see, this is the example coding test in Python. So here also I want to just give it a space, and run this again. And as you see, it just takes the first version of that because we are reading the file first and then writing a new file on that. So if we run this again, as you see, it says this is the example coding test in Python like that, but it has written another, or it has append the same value again for us. So if you run this twice, it will just do the same thing. It will not remove the first text or replace that. Okay, keep that in mind. So now we'll just remove everything from here. So like that, and we run this again. As you see, it says this example, but if we run this again, it says this is the example coding test in Python. So this way you can write anything in a text file in Python or any other file in Python. So let me show you more options. Now, instead of just writing a file or appending the file text here, I want to write something new or just write something here in this file. So let me show you that example. Now for that, we have to just comment this one. And then we'll be using almost the same thing. So let me just copy this first line here. So like that. And again, file 2. It doesn't matter. And now we will change our parameter here. We will say it is write. So W is for write that. So we will write something to our file. So again, file 2 dot write, and inside this we can put any text which we want. So I say let's see what happens. So this is very important. So that's why I'm using a text like that. And then we need to open that file. So now instead of opening it before our file, or that's even better because we'll see the last version and then the new version of that. So we will just say here file2.close. So like that. And then of course it's a function. And then we'll run this. Now as you see, it says this is the example coding in Python and blah blah. But let me run this again. Now as you see, we got this text. Let's see what happens. Let's go inside our file. Everything is gone. We have overridden that file. So we have overwrite the file text by using this write. So be careful if you are working with a text file and you use this parameter here. It will not append it. It will just overwrite the entire file for you. So don't use this write parameter because the append will also work for an empty file. So if you use just append, and you can write your new text, but you can also append to your already existing file text which you have inside your file. But if you want to override it entirely, then you use this write function. So what we learned so far, we learned 3 parameters. The x parameters is to create, so x is equal to create a file like that. And then we learn that a parameter will append a file, append the text of the file, so like that. And then we learn the w parameter which overwrite everything. So overrides everything in the file, just like that. So now as we have learned to create, append and override a file, but one thing is also very important, and also we learned to read the file. Let's mention this also here. So we will use the r parameter to read a file, just like that. And now as we can create, read, append and overwrite, of course we need to delete a file. So delete a file. Now to delete a file, we don't need this function of open here or any parameter here. For this, we need another module from the Python. So it's a file inside which there are some functions with the help of which we can remove or delete some files and directories. So this is called OS. So I'll say import OS. And then inside this OS, we have several functions which we can use. For example, to delete this file here. So I'll say here OS dot, and as you see, all these functions are available for us, which we can use if we want. But for now, I just want to remove that file. So how can we do this? So here I'll say here remove, just the function of remove, and inside that we'll have to specify the name of the file which we want. So in our case it's testfile.txt. Now let's remove this. Now as you see, the file is gone from here, and if we try this again, we'll get an error. So open testfile.txt, no such file or directory testfile.txt. So it's not finding that because we have just deleted. But in such cases, we have learned also the if else. So let's make this more beautiful. Instead of pasting all this error for our users, instead of that, let's use our if else system. So here I'll say if, and then we can use the OS module and then put the dot. Another function of this is called path dot exists. So here we will say if the path of this file, which we will specify here inside this parenthesis, exists, in that case it should remove it. So it should remove that file for us. Otherwise, so we'll say else, as we learned before, we'll say print file doesn't exist. So like that. And if we run this again, we still get this error because this one is not able to find that file. So let's comment this for now. So comment it like that and run this again. Again, we get the same error because here also we need to comment out. So like that. And now as you see, we got our result which says file doesn't exist. So this way our user will understand, okay, this file is not yet here, so that's why I get this error. Now also with this OS you can remove, for example, a directory. Now we got this directory here, let's remove this also. So I'll say here just after that, so let me use this here, for example, os dot remove directory this time, so rmdir, and then you will define the name of directory you want. So for our case, S is for testing. Now remember, you need to use this as a string here, so for testing, and we'll just run this. And as you see, we got one new error which I wanted to show you, and this is saying directory not empty. Now remember, if you use this function, this directory should be empty, otherwise it will not work. So now to remove that file, we can just use here, for example, for testing, and then run this. And as you see, we got another error and says no such file or directory of test file, and the reason is this file here because we don't have it anymore. Now here also we need to change it with for testing, so like that, and then it will just work. And again we got another error. Now remember, in Python or any other programming languages, you will see a lots of errors. Don't forget that. And also don't worry about this. This will be your daily life. You will see a lots of red code here and also lots of things which will not work for you. This is just normal in programming. Now the reason is here because I have a spell mistake and we need to use this just for testing like that. And if you run this, as you see, that file is, or that folder is also gone. And if you run this, you will get another error because this one. So let's comment this out, and if you run this again, it says file doesn't exist. So this way it works with file handling in Python. Now if you haven't understand this, why we need this and how to use this, don't worry. As I said, we will make a project inside which we will just run everything and use everything and make a beautiful program using all those things which we have learned so far. Now one more thing which we have to learn in Python, this will be after that, and then we will start with our projects. So let's go ahead in the next section. So as I said before, that getting error and having lots of error in coding is just normal for any programming language. So now let's learn to handle all those exceptions or all those errors. Now the exceptions in Python or in programming means the errors which will happen during the coding. For example, if they don't find a file, or if there is a value problem, and lots of other things. So for that, in Python and other languages, we got another function which is called try except. So let's work with that. For this, again, I'll remove everything from here and create a new file, and we'll call this try except as the name suggests. So try except, and we'll be using the comment here, and let me paste the code of definition here. Now it's a long definition, so let's remove this. It's just use it as line breaks like that. So in Python, the try except statement is used to catch and handle exceptions. So exceptions means errors that might occur during the execution of a program. So as we did before, we were trying to read a file and we couldn't find the file, so that's why we got an exception here, the file not found. So here we got two functions or two blocks. The first one is called the try block. The try block contains the code that might raise an exception. So this will be your code which you want to run, for example, to open a file. And then the except block handles the exception if one occurs. So it will try to open the file for you. If it doesn't find it, it will give that file or that error to the exception block, and then exception block will do something which we defined. So let me show you the example. Now here I got, for example, as we did before, now we are using the try. So this is the new function, and don't forget the indentation here. This should be inside the try function. So now we will create a function as we did before. So I'll say if my user type a number and we divide that number by 0. In that case, we will get an exception. So let me show you the example. Now, for example, I'll say x is equal to, and I'll just cast this. I'll just cast, or I'll just change the type of our variable which our user gives us as a string to integer. And here I'll say input. So the input is always a string as we learned before. Now here I'll say enter a number. So the user will enter a number like that, and then again we'll use the y for the second number. So I'll say again integer because I just want to convert everything to integer from string. And here again input, I'll say, for example, let's say enter another number, just like that, so like this. And then we'll give him the result, so I'll say here result is equal to x divided by y. So this will be our result, and then we'll just print that result again. So print the result, for example this, and you'll put the result here as we learned before. So this is nothing new here. So then we'll use the another block of the function of try except, which is called, as the name says, except. So for except, remember, you don't need to put any colon here, you just put an space, and then you will define that exception. Now in Python, if you get an exception, a problem, an error, it has also a name. Let me show you first the example. Now I'll just copy this one from here and remove everything from here. Now if we run this program, so okay, we are running the other program, so let's run this. Now as you see, it says a number, so I'll give it 1 and divide it by 2, and the result is 0.5. But let's run this again. Now I'll say here 4 divided by 0. Now as you see, division by 0 doesn't work because it doesn't mean anything. So if we run this, now remember here we get an exception or an error. It says its name, it says 0 division error. So it has already a name for us, which we can use to find out that error. Okay, every error in Python has a name. Not found, for example, value error, for example, and there are many of them. So now let me show you all the example. So if we go to the file handling, for example, so where was that? So here it is. And now here, if we just remove this if else, then, or just remove this one from here, and if we run this function, now as you see, it says first of all indentation error, because we are not indenting something here real, and that is this one here. So let's run this again, and as you see, it says file not found error. So every error in Python has its own name. So if you got that error, then we can cover that error by using the try except. So we'll go back to our result or the code which we read before. Now here we can use those names here instead of just defining something which we want. So here again, as I said, it's divided by 0. So as I type set, or if I say, for example, file, now as you see, all these errors are also available for us. Okay, if you just type the first word or something like that here, then you will get all those here from the PyCharm for you. Okay, for now we are using the 0 division, so 0 division error, and now we will put the colon for the except. Okay, and then enter, indent everything, and here we'll print something, for example, and here you can say error, just like that. So it should be something user friendly. You must, for example, or you cannot, I say you cannot divide like that, divide by 0, or whatever you type. This will just run. Now let me try this file again. So try except, and now I'll just put 3 and I'll divide this by 0. So now as you see, we got our own error instead of all those red text here. We say error, you cannot divide by 0. just like we printed here. So here you can type anything you want. The same way you can raise more exceptions. For example, I'll say except, and then you can call anything you want. For example, name error. So I can say here, just use the name error exception. If there's any variable or if there's any problem with name, then it will just print for us something. So now here I'll say print no variable with this name exists, for example. Now let's go ahead and create something here. So here I'll just type also the name variable, which is not available for us. Now let's run this. We need to type a number. I'll say it's 1 and then with 2. And as you see, we got another exception. It says no variable with this name exists, because here we got an error. Now if we don't put such thing like that here, so if we remove them and run the program again, so like that, as you see, you get all those errors from Python, which is not user friendly. Now as you see, the error name is here, name error. Great. So now we understand how to handle our errors if any exception occurs. So now here also I could use something else. For example, if there is no problem, then it should also give me something. So it should return something. In that case, I can use the else here also. For example, now I'll say print, and then we can say here everything is as it should be, just like that. So now let's run this again. So now I'll say 4 divided by 5, and as you see, now it says the result is 0.8, and also we get another text which says everything is as it should be. You can of course write something better than this, but I wanted to show you that you can use this else key here also. And also finally we got one more thing, which is also called finally. So now for the finally, this block of code, whatever we type here, will run regardless if we got an error or not. If we got an error, it will run. If we don't get an error, and still it will run. For some cases we need this. So for now I'll just say print, and I'll say the finish, or the finally is running, just like that. And now I'll do it again, and now let's divide the 2 by 0, and as you see, it says you cannot divide, and also it says the finally is running, because it runs even if you get an error. Now if I run this, for example, I want to divide the 10 by 2, and now as you see, the result is 5, but also it says everything as it should be, because it is coming from the else. And also the finally is running here, because the finally runs regardless if it's a true statement, so if there's an error or no error. But the else key will just run if there is no error. With that being said, now let's go ahead and learn one more key which is very important in try except, and this will make your life a little bit easier. For example, sometimes we need to raise or create our own exceptions. For example, now here I'll say I have a variable of name, and this should be coding, something like that. And now I'll say here if I'll check the type of that. So if not, and I'll say for example type of this name so is not integer. In that case, we'll use a new key for Python, and this is called raise. It should raise an error for me. Now this raise error will be a type error, because we are checking the type of that. And inside that you can just type your error or your message. So I'll say the type should be integer, just like that, and we will run this. Now let's see, it is 2 divided by 4, and now as you see it says type error, the type should be integer. So we have raised a new exception with the type error, and also the message, the type should be integer. So we have successfully changed its message, and we have run our own exception here. So in some cases you may need also this raise key. With that being said, now we are done with Python. We have learned everything a programmer should know about a programming language. Now of course in Python, to make programs faster, you need to learn some more modules, and also there are some more packages you have to understand and learn them. But from now on you can understand any package if you read their documentation, because you know how the programming in Python is working. But don't worry, I'm not leaving you alone. We are going to create some awesome projects with all the knowledge we got until now. And after that, I'll also tell you where to go from here and how to find your path to programming. And also remember, after our next projects, if you just practiced everything as I said, believe in yourself that now you are ready to work in any company you like or create any kind of app you want using Python. Now for this you need to learn some more packages, for example Django or Flask, which we will also talk about in this course. But you have the knowledge of learning anything in Python and doing everything in Python. You just need to use your mind and time. With that being said, now let's go ahead and create our projects. So now let's go ahead and create our awesome projects. So I'll close everything from here, and inside this I'll create a new directory this time, because in that we want to use our projects so you can find them. So here I'll say these are my final projects, like that. And inside this directory we'll create a Python file. In this Python file I'll create a program or a project that generates a random password for the user. The program will prompt the user for the length of the password and the strength. So the strength will be weak, medium or strong, and then it will generate a password according to the choice of our user. So let's see how to create that. For this I'll call this password generator. So generator like this. Now we need to use our knowledge from Python and to create this password generator. So this is something what we need in real life, and we are using that also all the time. For example, in your browsers you have the option to generate a password. If you have a KeePass, for example any password manager, then you can choose to create a password for you which can be weak, which can be medium or strong. So the same thing we are going to do here. Now for this, first we will start by importing a module from Python, and this is called random. We used this before, but this time we need this also to create or to generate some random numbers. So, and then we need one more package from Python or module from Python, and this is called string. Why we use this, we'll talk about this in a minute. So now what we need to create a function, because we need a functionality of generating a password. So we know how to define a password. So I'll say here it is generate underscore password. Now remember, always name your functions according to what it is doing. For us, it will generate a password, so I'll call this generate a password. And inside this, we'll need two parameters. One will be define the length of our password, and the second will be the strength of our password. Okay, so now inside this, we will create or we'll generate a random password. So here I'll say I want to generate a random password with the specified length and strength. So the first variable I need is called lowercase. So we'll just use the lowercase. So now here we need our imported module with the name of string. Now this string module will give us access to all ASCII lowercase letters. For example, from A to Z. So it will be just like that. A, B, C, D, E, F, and up to Z. It will give us all these letters. Okay? For that, instead of typing all those letters, I'll say string dot ASCII lowercase. So it will give me all lower letters of alphabet. That's all what it does. And then we need the uppercase. The same way, just like lowercase, we need all the ABC from uppercase here included. So for that, I'll say string dot ASCII, just like this, and we need the uppercase this time. So after that, we need the digits. So we need all the digits. So here I'll be using also the same module, string dot digits. So digits are all the numbers. Then we need the punctuation. So now you know the game, why we are using all this and how we use them. So we use punctuation, and if I type this correctly, so string dot punctuation, just like that. So now as we got everything, then we can prove. If the user, for example, says weak, we will give everything to lowercase. If he uses, for example, medium, then we can use the lowercase with some digits, and like that we will continue to show them the password accordingly. For example, we will say F, and then we'll use the strength parameter. So strength parameter is the placeholder of weak, medium, or strong. Okay, if the user type any of them, we will generate the password according to their choice. So now I say it's equal to weak. So if they type weak or choose weak, then what should it do? Now I'll say use only lowercase letters. So I'll say characters is equal to lowercase. So just like this, we will use all the lowercase characters. Now we know how to use else if statement. So again, I'll say elif, and otherwise, so strength is equal to, and this time we will say if it's medium, then what should it do in this case? Now I'll say here chars is equal to, for example, lowercase plus the digits. So we will use some lowercase numbers and some digits, which will give us something like medium kind of password. And otherwise, the last one, which is the strong, or if they choose anything except these two, in that case we will be using everything. So chars is equal to, so it will be our characters is equal to lowercase, and then we'll be using the uppercase. So we want to make this very strong. We'll be using digits, and also punctuation. So it will be like dollar sign, explanation sign, etc. So we'll generate that, and then we'll just come out of the else, and here we'll create our password. So now I'll just type the code for you, and then I'll explain this, because this is not that easy to understand. So here inside this join, so now I'm generating the last password which will come from our result. So here I'll say random. Now we need to use random module which we have imported here. So now random, and inside this we got a function which is called choice, and inside this choice we will use the characters. So we have the choice. Now the first choice will be lowercase, the second will be the digits with lowercase, and the third one the same way. So, and then after doing that, we'll be using the for loop also here. So I'll say for, and here comes something new. This is underscore, just like that. In range, we have used the range function already. So length, don't worry, we will explain everything. Okay, length, and then it should just print for me the password which you have generated. So I'll say here generated password, and then we'll give them the password comma password. So this line of code generates the password by using the for loop to randomly select characters from this charge string here and concatenate them together by using the join. And the random.choice function is used to randomly select a character from the charge string for each iteration of the loop. So for each iteration, as long our range, our length is here, it will just randomly select a character from the charge variable of here. And the for in range, so this loop syntax is used to execute the loop length number of times. So as long this length is here, it will just iterate. So in that case, the length is the desired length of the password which the user wants. And after that, we will just print them together. Now, if you don't understand this like that, don't worry. We will just see the example and you'll understand as we run the program. For now, let's continue. Now here also, instead of generating or giving the message right now, instead of that, let's return the password. So we get the password and then later on show to the user. So for now, I'll just take the password, or this function will return us the password as a result. So now as we got that, let's go ahead and run our program. Now for the program, as we said before, the program should run all the time, as many times as the user wants, instead of breaking. So for that, which kind of loop do we use? Now if you remember this, great. If not, we'll be using the while loop. So we'll say again while true, so until the user wants, until the condition is true, so you have to run. And now I'll say try, as we learned before, the try exception. And here it's very important to give an exception for our user if there's a problem. So that's why I'll say here, for example, let's check our length. So if they type a wrong length, so we should just give them some error. So here, first of all, the length should be an integer. So now let's convert this to integer, and then will be our input. And here I'll say enter. So we need to use this as string, and here it should be in a string, and I'll say enter the length, so the length of the password. So they should give us the length of the password, and then we will break it. If they give us a length of the password, then it should be fine, we'll just break it. Otherwise, we will give them an exception. So I'll say except, and then I'll say here value error, because they will be giving any other value, and this way we can just print an error for them here. So I'll say please enter a valid integer, just like this. So, and then we'll use our while true again, because this will just run for our length. So if the length is true, then it will just break and continue from here. Otherwise, it will give us this error, and then the user should again give us a value for the length, which should be an integer. So now let's do it again. Now here again we need to run our program, so here we need the while loop again. So while true, then here I'll type here strength, so like this, gth is equal to input. Now we need the input function, and here we can type enter the strength, so strength of the password, like this, and they should choose from weak, medium, so medium, and we'll say or strong, for example. It should use some strong. Always use your passwords strong. And now we'll prove it. So if strength, and we will create a list here. So we need here weak, and then we need the medium, and after that we need also, of course, strong. So we'll check here if in this strength variable any of these keys are available. So if we have weak or medium or strong, we will just prove if there is one here. If it is the case, then it should just break, because we don't need to prove anything. We want to just check if our user typed one of them, weak, medium or strong. If that's the case, then it should break. Otherwise, we should say something to our user. We'll say, hey, do this for us instead of what you did. Now here we need, or we want them to type for us a valid strength here. So please enter a valid strength. So strength listed in the name, for example, or maybe let's set in the text, like this. So this will run our program. Now if they have choose the length and also the strength correctly, then we will come in this part of code. And here we'll just use the password. I'll just say it's password. So password is equal to, and now we need what? Our password function. So generate password function. And inside this we need two things from our user. One is length, so that's why I have used this length variable here. Look, it's here. And also we need the strength, that's why I'm using the strength variable here. So I'll say length ght, and also we'll give it the strength, like this. And then now we got our password, so we can just print the password. So print, and here for example I'll say your password is like that, and we'll be using the password which we have created. So now everything is looking good. So let's run this program for us. Now it says enter the length of the password. Now here I want to say it is just 100 characters. And you have to choose these text from here, but let me make this a little beautiful here. We need a space here, and also this one, the length of the password, and here let's use the parenthesis at the end, just like that, and run this again. So now it's looking much better. So here, for example, now I want to 50 characters, and it should be just medium. So let's all start from weak, so we can see if everything is working. Now we got no password here, so let's see what's wrong. Oh, because we are inside the while loop, so we should be out of that, like this, and we run this again. So again I want to use 50, and here I want this week. Now it says your password is this long. Now as it is 50 character, it is not weak, but as you see, as we defined that, we got all the lowercase values here, or lowercase letters here. So now our program is done. Now let's run this program again, and now here I'll say it should be 20, but this time I want my password to be medium. So for the medium, we have defined that it should have also integer. If we run this, as you see, we got these digits here also, 2, 3, 9, and also the lowercase here. So if we run the same program again, now for this, I'll say again I want 20, but this time I want to use the strong. So I don't know if it's lowercase. Yes, so let's make everything in lowercase, but we have learned already how to check or how to convert the input of the user to lowercase. So your job is to also convert this string. So if the user type here, for example, strong with uppercase, it should be also converted to a strong of lowercase so that your code should work. Okay, do this yourself. For now, I'll just type strong, just like that, and enter. And as you see, we got a very strong password, which is just great to use for any kind of program. Perfect. We have created a really great and useful password generator. Now let's see our exceptions. For example, if the user type here a string. Now, as you see, it says, please enter a valid integer, and our program runs. So now it's working. Now I can say here 15 characters, but here instead of them, for example, I type something like pop. And as you see, it says, please enter a valid string listed in the text. So they should use one of them. And again, it runs the program. So our program is not crashing. So now here I'll say it should be medium. So enter. And now your password is this one. So I hope you understand this concept and also the coding. Now let's go back and review the code so you understand this better. So first of all, we have imported two modules from Python which will help us to create this program. And then we define a function. We created a function with the name of generate password. And this generate password takes two things from the users. So two parameters. One is the length. The user should type the length, and also the string they should use from the choices which we gave them. For example, weak, medium, and strong. Okay? And then we create a variable of lowercase and assign to this variable using the string module all the lowercase alphabets from A to Z. So here I'll just comment this for you also. All letters from A to Z. So in lowercase. Just like that. So it will give us all the letters from A to Z in lowercase. So we can use this again for the digits or for the uppercase. So here it will give us all the letters in our keyboard from A to Z. So A to Z, and they are in uppercase. So uppercase, because we will be using them in our password. And then these digits will give us all the numbers. Returns all numbers, like that. And then punctuation, it is just simple. It gives us all the signs of dollar signs, euro sign. So let me just use this also. So here it can be slash, it can be dollar, it can be explanation sign, etc. So it will gives us access to all these kind of characters. So once we got all the characters, now we have all the lowercase, we have all the uppercase, we have all the digits and punctuations. So now we can use all these tools which we have available for us, all these variables, and we can create a password from them. So now, first of all, as I said, we will give the user a choice. So they have to choose something. So now if they choose for week, then we will create a variable and assign to that variable all the lowercase. And then we will say if the strength is medium, then we will use the lowercase, so A to Z, and also all the numbers from our keyboard. So we have this one now. Now we will go ahead and plus them. So we will get all the lowercase and add the digits to that. And else, so if the user chose anything except these two, then it should create a very strong password. So we can get a strong password by what? We'll use lowercase, we'll use uppercase, we'll use digits and punctuation. For medium, I would like to also add the punctuation, but for now, for this example, we can leave it just like that. So in that case, it will be a very strong password, which we have seen in the example. Now, after that, we'll create a password variable, and inside that, now we will join everything we did here. So first of all, we'll take the random module or the random file from the Python. Inside this, there is a choice function. So in that choice function, we put the characters. Why the characters? Because if the user chooses here the week, so it will randomly choose from A to Z. So it will just choose, for example, A, D, G, H, or whatever. But if the user uses the medium, then it will use again the chars here, so these characters, but this time this chars has also digit. So now this random choice, so it will randomly accept from this variable the values. This can be 1, 2, 3 or 1, 9, 8, B, C, D together as we saw in the example. And else if the user choose something else, now this chars will be converted to something like that. So in this time, now our random function or our choice function has more data to choose randomly from. For example, now it can choose randomly from lowercase, from uppercase, from digits and punctuation. So that way it just creates randomly a password, or actually it generates just a text for us, but we can use this as a password. And then we run this for loop. Now what this for loop does, this for loop will run this random function according to the choice of the user. Now we take the length from the user, for example 50 times, so this will just run this random.choice function 50 times for us. If they say 2 times, it will just run this 2 times. So if it runs 2 times, it can just take 2 numbers. And if it runs 50 times, it can just choose randomly from 50 numbers. So this way it will continue as long as the user choices. For example, 1, then it will just loop once. If it is 10 times, it will loop 10 times. And like that, it continues. Now, as we got no variable for this for loop, we are using this underscore. Now this underscore here indicates the range of length here, okay? So this is not a variable now, that's why it will just continue until this length is reached, which can be anything from our user. And then we will return that password. After that, everything is just easy. So it will run this try exception, so it will just ask for the length for the user. If they type a correct length, then it will just break that and continue from here. If they give something else, for example a string or a float or whatever else, so this time they will get this error from us. We will say please enter a valid integer, and after that we will continue to here, and then we will say strength. So now we need to check if the strength is correct, so we gave them the choice of weak, medium and strong. If they choose one of them, then we will break and continue from here. Otherwise we will say please choose or please enter a valid strength listed in the text, and the program will continue because we are using while true. And after that, if everything is correct, we'll use a password variable. This can be anything. You can call this a new generated password or whatever you want, but we will assign this function to that. So the result of our function. Now here we got our length and a strength. So we got our both parameters here, which we will get from these 2 entries of the user. And if they are correct, they will just go ahead and generate our password according what we have explained here. And then we will just print that password which our user can see. So that's it guys for this project. We have learned how to create a password generator. And if you have any problem and not yet understand what's going on here, please repeat this part because it's very easy, and I know if you repeat this and try it yourself, believe me, you will understand every piece of this code, and also you will be able to create same projects like this. For now, let's go to our next project. And here also the name is false, so I'll just refactor it, rename, and the name is generator and not generator. So refactor it and it's done. Now for the next project I'm going to create will be something like a bank account. So I'll call this bank account. So here we will be able to deposit the money, withdraw the money, and everything we do normally with a bank account. So we'll just create that file. So here first of all what we do is we need to import the necessary modules here. For now I need just the OS. With the help of that, for example, we can access to the path of some files which we use in this course. So after this I'll create a variable and I'll call this just, for example, balance underscore file, and this will be equal to, now this will be the path to store the account balance. So for this we need a text file. So for that I'll just create a file, and here I'll call this file balance file, for example, so .txt. So it will be just a text file with the name of balance file. Now as it is in the same file or in the same folder, so here we can just use it directly. So balance file.txt. Now this will be the path of our file, which we can then access later on in this course. So if you are thinking why we are using like that, because this can be a long path. Now your file could be anywhere in this structure here. So if you have many folders, then you would just type all these path for that file, and then you have to use it over and over again. Instead of that, you can assign it to a variable, so this will make your life easy. With that being said, now let's create all those functions which we need for a bank account. Now, as I said, we need many functions for a bank account. So that's why it's better to create a class. So here I'll create a class and I'll call this also bank account like this, and this will be just a normal class. Now, as we did before, what we need inside a class, we need the init function. So we need the init function, and then inside this we will just use all the functionalities which we need. But first of all, before everything, I want to write on this file and also check if this file is existing, because otherwise we will get an error. Now for that, I'll say if not os dot, now I'm using this module here, and this module had one function of path, and inside that path function there's another function which exists, and inside this we can then just define the path which we want to search. So here I'll just say the balance file. So it will just go ahead and search for this file, and it will check if this exists or not. So in case if it's not existing, then it should do this. So we just say with open. Now we need the open function to write, read, and create the file. So that's why I'll just go ahead and check if this file exists. If it is not existing, then it should just go ahead and create it. So if we delete this one, so now I'll just delete this one from here, delete anyway, and then we will create this function. So if this file does not exist, it will just create that for us. So let's see if it works like that. So now I'll say here balance file. So this will be the path where we want to create that file. And then of course we need our parameter. Now here, as we said before, we need different parameters for this open function. So as we did before, to create one, what we do, we just say write. So in this case, it will create one new file for us. So now I'll say it's as if, and then we will continue. Now you may be thinking, what is this with and this as? Now these are two keywords with the help of which you can just say the Python with the help of that function or with this function create a file or do something for me, and with this as you can give it a new name. So here I'll just name it f because it's a file. You could call this file or anything you want. So now as we did this, then we will use just all the functionalities which we get from this open function. So now as we name this open function as f, so we'll write on it. So I'll say f dot write as we did in file handling. So we just write, and then we'll say here, for example, 0. So at the start of the file, my balance or our balance will be just 0. That's why I'm putting 0 here. So after that, then we can define something else. Otherwise, so if this not exists, so if this file is not existing, then it will do this for us. So it will write a new file for us. Otherwise, so we can again use the with open. Again, we need this function because we need the same function to read and write and do everything for this file. So here we just say we need this. Now here inside this we can define our second parameter, which is just read, because here we are creating the file. Now we can read it directly. So again, we should give it a name. Again, I'll say the same name because now we are not inside this f. As you see, the indentation is out of this f and we are inside this def function. So we can use the same name again here. So here I'll say self dot and I'll call this, for example, balance. So this will be our variable and this will be equal to, now as we got the balance here and the amount is 0, but this can be 250, 2.5, 3.6, so it can be anything, any decimal digit here. So that's why if we need decimal and integer together, we use the float data type for that. So that's why I'm just using the float and then I'll say f.read. So the open function should read this file for me. Now we create that, and if it exists, it will just read the file for us. Perfect. Now we got everything inside this balance variable. Perfect. So now what we can do is we'll just go out of this def or this init function, because this is what we do at the start of this bank account as it runs. So as we create an object of that, this function will just run directly. But later on, we need different functions for our banking system. So that's why I'll create another function here. And this function will be called, so let me give it some enter from the other one. And this function will be called, for example, deposit. So we deposit our money first. So deposit, and we need the self here. And also I need one more variable or parameter, which is the amount. So I want my user to put the amount which he wants to deposit in his account or his bank account. So now here I'll say, I'll just prove everything before doing something. So now first of all, let's say if amount is smaller, so and or less than or equal to 0. So if he doesn't deposit any money and put 0 for us, so we have to say something, hey, you're doing wrong. So for that, I'll say here, print something for him and say just invalid amount, for example. So it will be just some invalid amount, because the zeros, nothing which we can add in his account. So after that, we will just return nothing. So if it's invalid or it's a 0 amount, then we have to do nothing. So we'll just go back, and now if it is more than 0, so if it's 1, 2 or 100 or million dollar, whatever he wants to deposit, in that case we'll be using self, and then we need, of course, this balance which we got here. So this balance variable will be the amount of money that user or that account user got. So now we will add the same amount of money to his account, to his balance. So for that, as we learned before, we'll be using plus equal to amount. So now it means it will just go ahead and take the amount, and it will say amount plus amount. So it will be the existing money and it will add the new money on it. So this is the same thing what we do here, plus equal to amount. So then after that, we will just save everything, because we have written that amount. Now we have to save that also. Now for saving that, we'll create a function in a minute, but for now I'll just use the function name. For example, I'll call this function save underscore balance, so it will just save the balance for our user. Now this is not existing, that's why we are getting this warning, but ignore this for a minute. We will just take care of that in a minute. So now after that, if everything is successful, it should also print some data for our user, so he can see that his money is deposited successfully to his bank account. So for this, I'll be using the formatted string. Now usually we use just this normal string, and then we add plus or something, and then we will give that balance, for example, and whatever we want. But this can generate the problems like concatenation problem, because there will be the balance or the amount will be just integer, and we are concatenating that with the string, so that's why we have to take care of all those problems. Now instead of that, in Python we got another way of writing the string inside the print or anywhere. For that we use the formatted string, and for this we use this F key, and after that we'll just write our string. So we'll just start typing our string, but it has more benefits which we can use. For example, I'll say here, now for the user, I'll say deposited, so I'll say it's deposited, but now we can use this amount variable also inside the string, in which we will just use the curly braces. Now inside this curly braces, we can use any variable from here, and it will put exactly whatever is inside this variable without taking care of its data type. So for here, for example, we need the amount, because we will say that you have deposited that amount which he just typed, and then we will say it is just successfully, so that he can get everything as he want. And after that we will say also, let's give him the current balance of his account. So now I'll say your current balances, then we need again the same curly braces, because we need something from here. So here I'll say self. Now we are getting everything from this class, so that's why self, and then inside this what we need the balance of that user. So the new balance will be added here. So we are adding that new amount which he deposit to his balance and using this variable. So now as it's updated, we can show them the new amount in his account. So with that being said, now we got everything what we need to deposit our money. So now it is finished. Let's create the second function to withdraw the money. So you deposit the money, but of course you want to take your money out of your bank account. So this is called withdraw. So that's why I'll create another function, and I'll call this withdraw, just like that. And this will be a function. We need self, and of course we need the amount, because we have to now deduct from their account as much money they just take out of their balance. So for now I'll just go here, and again I want to check if everything is less than 0 or not. So if we try to put out 0 money or withdraw 0 from his account, so we can print it is invalid amount. So and then we return. And after that I want to also prove here it's important to check if amount is, so here we will check if it's greater than, because if we have balance of just $2 and we try to get $1 million from account, so it shouldn't be possible. So we have to take care of that also. So that's why I say if the amount is more than self.balance, more than the balance which the user got in his account, in that case we will just warn him So for example, I'll say print, and now as we are user friendly, so we can say insufficient balance, for example. So insufficient balance, just like that. We can call it like that. I hope this is spelled correctly, because this is just a difficult name. So insufficient, yeah, it's correctly. Now we'll say return, just like that, and then we will continue everything as we did here. So again, we need to deduct it, and this time we'll say self.amount. So now this time we will just deduct from its balance, not amount but balance, and this will be minus equal to. So it will be not plus equal to. Instead of this, we'll be using minus equal to. So it will just deduct from his amount or its balance. And what should it deduct? It will deduct or will minus this amount which the user types inside our parameter of this function. So this will be equal to, so amount is equal to amount minus amount. So like that, and it's not amount but it will be balance. I'm sorry for that, I made a mistake here. And also for the top one, it will be just balance, and the balance will be minus amount. Okay, so now let's go down, and then we will say here self.save. Again, we need the same function. So as we deduct, or as we saw that the user got so much money, now we have to save this. Otherwise, second time if he comes, if we see the same money, so it will just take all the money from our bank. So save underscore balance. So this will be our another function. And then we have to print something. So for printing also, I'll just copy this from here because we need something same. So I'll say here, instead of just deposit, I'll say withdraw this amount successfully, and then we will give them their new balance, so current balance, just like that. And then we need our this function, otherwise we'll get some error. So here we'll say def and save underscore balance. So this will be our new function, and we'll create this, and now inside this we will just save everything inside the file which we have created here, because all the balance is coming from here. So to do this, we know how to save, so we write something new. Now in this case, you are not going to append to that file. Instead of that, we have to write everything from zero. So we write a new balance to our user. So in this case, we have to overwrite everything. For that, we have learned how to do this. So here with our new system, so I'll say with open what, I'll just use the balance file, and then we need to overwrite it. So w, and then we will give this a name, and I'll call this again f, and we will say here f.write. So it should just write for me. What should it write? Now we will convert everything from float to string. So we should get a text here. So again, I'll say string, and then we'll be using self.balance. So again, we are using the same balance variable here. So as we got that, then we can just run our project. Actually, it is done now. So we got our saved balance, and here we need the parentheses. So now we don't have any warning here, so everything is working for us. So now I'll create another function in which we will run this bank account program. So I'll call this main. So you will see that main function all the time. So it will be just your main function in which you will run your program. So now to use this class from here, so the class of bank account, as we learned before, we need to create an instance of that. So how do we create an instance or a copy of a class? So here I'll say account is equal to, so I'm just using this account name, a variable, you can call it anything you want, and then we'll say bank account class, and we'll be using this parenthesis here also. So in this way we have created successfully a new object from our bank account class. So now as we got this, then I want to run my bank account all the time as long as the user press the quit or say, okay, now I'm finished and I want to go home, so they can just check out. So for this we use the loop, but which loop do we need for that? And I hope you remember this time. So it will be just while true, so it will run our program over and over again until we just quit this. So here first of all I'll say give my user some options, just as you see in the screen of your bank account. So I'll say here select and then an option, because we don't have any graphic interface, so I'm just using all this text here. So here now we'll give them the option of, for example, 1 to deposit the money. So deposit, and we'll give it the print, so we'll say the option of 2 will be just, for example, for withdraw, like this, and then we'll be using the same thing again and again. So print, and the third option will be check the balance, so we can check how much money we got here. So check balance, and then we got print. So at the fourth option I want to give them an option to quit from this program, so it will be just quit, or we can say check out. You can call it anything you want, so like this. And then after this we will prove the choices of our user. So again I'll create a variable, so and we want to check which choice our user got. So we create a variable of choice. You can call this something else, you can call this the selection, selected input, or whatever you want, but here I'll say input, and there's, so we use the input function. Inside this we'll just use this more than, or greater than, and this will indicate that the program is running and they have to just choose something. You have seen this in lots of programs. We will see this also and you will understand this better. For now, just ignore it. Now we got this choice is equal to input, and then we can prove everything. We can check if what the user has selected. So here I say if choice is equal to, now as everything is in a string, so we'll just say if it's equal to, not equal to, because the equal to will assign that and the double equal to compare that. Okay, so we need comparison operator here. So if choice is equal to 1, in that case we will just take the amount, so amount is equal to, and then I'll say here float. So we'll first convert the data, whatever amount our user is typing. It can be an integer or it can be a float or a decimal number, so that's why we have to convert this in float, otherwise we can't work with that integer or with that float. So here we'll say input again, so we get the input from our user, and then I'll say here enter the amount or the cash you want to deposit. So let's say it's amount, so deposit, just like that, and then we will continue. And here I'll say now use the account class. So we want to just add this amount to the balance. Now to deposit the money, we use the function of deposit. So we need the same function here again. So I'll say here account. Now this is our object. And inside this, we got all the variables and the functions which we have created. Now for this case, we'll deposit the money. And how much do we want to deposit? And this will be the amount which our user will type in. So here I'll say just amount, and this will be added to the account of that user. So as we are finished with that, then we can prove for the second option. So now I'll say elif, so else if choices equal to or equal to 2. So if it is equal to 2, in that case it should just do also the same thing. So let's copy everything like that, and we will convert first the input to float because it's in a string. Enter the amount you want to withdraw. For example, here we'll say withdraw, or you want to say, you can say cash out or whatever you want. And now instead of this deposit function, we can just withdraw. So we use the withdraw function here. So withdraw function, what do we want to withdraw or deduct from that account? This will be the same amount which will user type for us here. Great. Now let's continue this. Now here I'll say elif, so else if the choices equal to, now we want to see the third option, which was just to check the balance. If the choices equal to 3, so like this, and we need the colon here. What am I doing? So if the choice is the option 3, in that case we'll just print the amount here or the balance of our user. So I use again formatted string, and I'll say here current balance, for example, current balance, and then inside curly braces I'll say account. Now again we need our account class because from that we can take everything related to this account. So we will just take the variable of balance. So in that case this will be the balance of our logged in user. So as we got that, and then we will give them also a fourth option. So I'll say elif the choices equal to, now if it is 4, we are just quitting that. So to quit a program, what do we do normally? We will say just break it. Okay, you will just break the program and it will quit. Otherwise, so we need to give an else. So here I'll say otherwise we just print something for the user, and I'll say if they choose anything, for example 5, 6 beyond our options here, so we'll tell them, for example, invalid choice. So invalid option, we can say, that will be easier, invalid option, and then we'll say try again. So because our program will run over and over again until they just quit here. So as we did this, then we need to run our main function. So for this I'll just use here, so I'll say if name, so this will be just like that, and here I'll say if name is equal to main. So if there's any function of main here, we can just say run the main function. So that main function, this can be anything you want. So as we did this also, so we got all the functions and everything we want. So now we can run this program. So let's try it. Now run the bank account. Of course we need our console from here. So It's here. Now as you see, we got first our choices. It says select an option, and we got deposit, withdraw, check balance, and checkout. And as you see, I said before, this will show the users that they can type something. So this will make this beautiful, because otherwise they won't see anything here and they may think, okay, where should I choose or choose an option here? So that's why I use this one here. And now here I can choose what I want to do with my account. Now let me choose something else. So I choose just 5 here. In that case, you will see that this is an invalid option. Try again, which is coming from our else option, which we have used here. So the same way, if the user type deposit, for example, so if they want to deposit, they may type that deposit. In that case, they will see also invalid option. Try again. So whatever they do except our choices, they will just get this message. But for you, I want to give this as homework. So if a user also type deposit, they should be redirected to the deposit option or function. So try this yourself. If not, tell me, I'll give you the example and I'll save it here for you inside my GitHub account. With that being said, now let's go ahead and choose a real choice from here. So for now, I want to just deposit some money. So here I can say, for example, I want to deposit $100. But before that, I want to see you here. Look at here. Here we got no file with the name of the file which we have created here. So we don't have this balance file available for us. But as we are running this option, we are creating an object or an instance of this class here. So we have a class object with the name of, for example, account. Now as we run this, as I said before, inside the classes, it will just run its init function. So what this init function does, it will just first search for this file. If it doesn't find it, it will just write a new file for us, and inside that it will put this amount of 0. But if the file has existed, it will go ahead and read it, and also it will increase our balance with the file or the data which it will read from that file. So in our case, it's a string. So that's why we are converting this to float, so that our balance understands this. Okay, now I got this balance from that file. Now as you see, but the file is not existing yet. Now let me just stop this program. And as I stopped it, look at this. The file is here because it has already did the job for us. It was waiting for us for our other options which we had. So now if we go inside this, now as you see, we got the amount of 0. But now we'll run this program again and I'll deposit some money. So now I want to use $100. Now what happens now is it will just try to search for this file again, and it will find it. It will find that there is an data here. So it will then just increase our balance with the 0. Now again, it's the same 0, so it doesn't make any changes here. But as we deposit this $100 here, it will go to our function here, and it will use the amount, which is that amount we are giving here, and then it will just check first if amount is 0. So if we type here, for example, 0, then it will just say invalid amount. So as you see, it says invalid amount, and then that gives us another option to choose again. So again, I'll choose to deposit, and as I did that, then I'll say here just I want to deposit $100. It will just go ahead and take the balance variable. So the balance is this amount inside our file. It will just plus it with the amount which we have added here. So it will add these two things together. So 0 plus 100. So of course it will be just 100. Okay, now let me remove this. So as we got that, then it will print us this message here. So let's do this. Now I'll say 100, and as you see, we got this option or this print message. It says deposited 100 successfully. Current balance is just 100. So now let me add also some more money. For example, I want to just deposit some more money, and I'll say here I want to add more than that, $50. Now it's also deposited. Now if we go back to our balance file, now as you see, the PyCharm says, hey, there is some changes inside this balance file. Do you want to load this file changes? Do you want to show the differences? Or you want to keep memory changes? So first of all, everything will be saved inside the memory. And after we quit the program, it will overwrite it here. And how it happens, we will see in a second. But for now, let me see the difference. Now as you see, we got 0, and we are adding just one file by 100 and another file again by 50, which will give us this $150. Okay, and now we can just cancel it. We can load this, and it will be just here. So it will be just here inside our file. Now let me bring this first here back. And also now as we type or deposit any amount of money, so again I'll run this again and I'll add 200 more. So now as I press the enter, it will just run this function of save balance. So our balance is now increased with this amount, and then it will run the function of save balance. So what save balance does, it will just go ahead and open our file and overwrite it, and inside that it will overwrite it with the balance which we have recently added. And this is because inside this function we are increasing the amount of that balance with the data from here. So this amount will be added to our file. So now if we run this again, now if I go here, it is 350. So the same way it can just continue. We can just add 500 here, and if we rerun this file, so this is 850. So this way it works. Now also we can withdraw, of course. So let's choose the second option. Now here I want to withdraw, for example, more than amount of money we have. So we have here just 850. I want to withdraw 900. Now it says insufficient balance. You are not allowed to take more money than you have. So let's withdraw again. And now in this case, I'll want to withdraw, for example, 800 from my money. So now as you see, it says withdrawn 800 successfully. Current balance is $50. So let's see if it's true. Now as you see, our current balance is just $50. So how this happens is just as before. Now here we are just using the minus. So we are deducting this amount from our balance. And then we call this save balance. So again, of course, it will just add the new balance to us. So we are deducting 800 from this balance. So that's why we got just $50 here. So this way it will work for us as many time as we want. We can also just check out. So we can say for and then check out. Now the program is gone and everything is good. But now let me use the third option also, which is check balance. So here I'll say the 3, and as you see, it will give us the $50 which is left it in our account. So as you see, we have created a bank machine which will work for our users. So this way works, and also in real life banks, of course, there you need the authentication, so you have to have a user which you believe, and also they have your card and everything else which we need. But every functionality basically works just like this. They prove lots of other things also here, but it will just work the same way as we did here. So we can deposit, we can withdraw, we can check the balance, and we can check out. There are many other options which we can add, but also we have added the balance file. So this file will be always available in our computer, and we can use it anytime we want. Now in real life you'll be using databases, but whatever, it works the same way for us. So for us, as you see, we have created a program which works in real life, and also we have reviewed everything which we have learned in programming. So that's how you create a program. So go ahead and create a program by yourself. Make a new project and see what happens. And let me know in the comment box which program you have created after watching this video. So with that being said, let's continue in the next section. So now, as we learned almost everything which we need to create a program in Python, so now it's time to see the user interface. So for now we are working all the time with these command line, and for nowadays that's not a good idea, because our users want to interact with the desktop applications or websites where we can just show them something where they can click and see everything in a graphic, and not in the terminal as we did in 90s or 80s. So let's go ahead and convert this app which we have created to a graphical interface, where we will do the same functionality, we will use the same functions, but we will give our users a good user experience with graphical interface. So for this, I'll just copy everything from here. Let me close that, and I'll create a new file, and I'll call this bank account. So, and I'll use the GUI in front of it. So it is graphical user interface. So, and we will just convert everything to graphical user interface. So for that, I'll just paste all the code which we had before. So let me now reduce the size of the terminal, because we don't need this. Even we can just take it out of here, and then we need some more modules to create a user graphical interface. So for us, we need a Python module. So I'll give you a definition of that first. So the package which we will use for the graphical user interface is called tkinter. Now tkinter or tkinter is a standard graphical user interface. In short, it's called GUI package for Python. So it's a package for Python. It's a standard. You don't need to install this. So that's why almost in every Python tutorial you will see that they will teach you the tkinter for the graphical user interface. So it's a built-in module in Python's standard library. So we have a standard library, and this has this built-in module also, which allows Python programmers to create graphical user applications with ease. So it will provide you a number of widgets such as buttons, labels, frames, text boxes, radio buttons, check buttons, and many more that can be used to create windows, dialog boxes, menus, and other interactive graphical interfaces for Python's applications. It also provides support for user events such as mouse clicks and keyboard input, as well as drawing graphics and images on the screen. So for now, we will just use this and create a very simple user interface where the users can deposit their money, withdraw their money, and check their account. Okay, that's all what we do. Now for that, we need to import this module also. So here I'll just say import, and we need tk enter. So, and we will use the shortcut of this as tk. So we'll give it a name. You can give it any name you want, but in every program which is built in with tk enter, you will see this as tk. So it's good to use the same name also. So now after this, we need to import two more functions or two more modules from tk enter. So these are from, so now from tk enter. Now this time we will just directly import something. We will import the simple dialog. So it will give us a simple dialog where we can show all those functions for our user. And we will use the message box, which will just give our users a feedback message what has happened now. So we will have these two, and now we will use them. Now here, instead of print everywhere, we will use, for example, this message dialog box. Okay, so now here, for example, I'll say message box. So message box dot, and then show error, because here we are saying invalid amount. So we will use the show error function of that, which will shows this image for us. And we will use the message box for the other print here also. So message box dot, and now we will use show info. Now these functions are all available for this message box. So you put a dot and you'll see all the list of the functions which you can use. The rest of the code will be just the same thing. Now the same thing we need for the users. So withdraw, and here we will use the same thing. So message box dot, and as you see, all the functions are here. So we will use show error here, but for the information we will use message box dot show info, just like that, and the rest will be just the same thing. But the main difference which will come is in this function of main here, because here we got everything covered. And also for this print, actually we need also message box dot error, so we get the show error. So now here, instead of this while true and all those message boxes, we will just create our own user interface. So let me just remove everything from here. So now here, instead of this def main function, we will create a class. So I'll just convert this to a class, and I'll name it not main, but let's name it bank account graphical user interface. So GUI, like that. And then we will create our init function. So def init, like that. And then we will use the account. So self.account. So this will be our variable, and this will be our object. Now, which object do we need? We need all these functions from this class. So that's why we'll be using that here. So it will be bank account, and to create an instance of that, we'll be using the parentheses here, like that. Now our function is created. Now we need to create the GUI elements. So let me comment this also for you. So create GUI elements, just like that. And now we have many functions which we can use from the tk library. So tick enter. So I mean by tk, I mean tk enter library. Okay. So from that module we can use lots of things. Now I'll create a label for me. So I'll say self.label is equal to, and then we'll use our module. So tk, as we are getting everything as tk here, so that's why I'm using the shortcut, and then we can press the dot. And now as you see, the first thing is here also the label. So we need a label. So we'll use a label, and inside this label now we need one more variable which will be called root, and this root we will be using this later on here in this function, but for now just ignore this. I'll tell you why we need this. So we will get the root, and we'll put the root for this label also, and then we'll use the text. Now you can say this is equal to. So now here we can use the formatted string, and then you can use any text you want. But for now I'm just going to use some standard text which I have. So I'll just copy everything instead of typing. So let me copy it and paste it here. So there's some problem. Okay, there should be a string like that, and we are saying current balance self.account.balance. So at the start we will show them just their current balance, and then later on everything else. So now after you finished your label or anything you create with TK, then you have to close this. Now to close this, you'll be using self.label or whatever you name this dot, and then you will say pack. So this pack will close that function for you, and then you can create the same way other things which you need. So after that I want to just create a simple button. So self dot, I'll call this deposit button. So you can call it anything you want. I want to make everything clear, so that's why I'll be using such names. And this will be tk.button as the name says, and inside that of course we need the root, and then the same way just like before, let me paste the text here. So we got the text, and this text or the name of that button will be withdraw. So here this command will be the function which we will create in a minute. With this function we will withdraw everything. So it's not the function here which you may think of, this function here, but this will be a function which we will create in a minute, but we will use the same function from here for that also. So let me show you that. For now I'll say self.deposit, so .deposit button .pack, so like that. So we close that, and as we are finished with the deposit, so we got the withdraw. Oh, I think we need here, this one is for withdraw, so this is not deposit button, but this should be withdraw button, but it doesn't matter. Now let me copy this one again, and here we'll change everything to withdraw. So let me copy this one, and I'll say it's withdraw button like that, copy it, and we'll pack it here. So now here we'll just change everything to deposit, because they are just the same thing. We will run a function with the help of them. Now here we'll just use the function of deposit, so like that, which we will create in a minute. So as it is done, now we got two buttons and a label. This label will show the result, and also this button will help us if the user click on it, so we can open another screen in which they can then deposit or withdraw their money like that. So now let's create the function. So here I'll say def, and the first one will be deposit. So deposit function, we need the self also, and inside this we'll use everything just as before. We use those functions. So let me go here, and inside this one, so here we got this amount, so we have just converted everything to float. The same thing we are going to do there also. So let me just copy this one, and inside this I'll just paste it here. So now instead of this input, we will be using our simple dialog. So here I'll say simple dialog or dialog. So simple dialog dot, and here we need ask string. So this will give the user the possibility to enter something. So it will just give us an input with this message, enter the amount to deposit. Okay, now this simple dialog is what is we have imported from tk-enter. Okay, we have imported simple dialog from tk-enter. Okay, now let's go back, and now here we got the amount and everything is looking good, but here we will prove everything also. So here we'll say if amount, now instead of 0 and etc, here we will say is not none. So if it's not none, so if it's not 0 or not any text, in that case we will just use the self.account. So the account is our object, and here we'll use the function of deposit for that. So we will just deposit the money using our function which we got inside our object, and we will pass the amount of the user for that. So the amount of the user, which is here. So this function now will be this function from our class of bank account, as we did just before. Okay, we are using this one, and now let's go ahead and close this also. So after that, this deposit, we will just here say self.label. We'll show them a label. So self.label.config. So this will be a config label, and text is equal to, so I'll be using some more standard text, so let me copy this also because this will save us some time. So here we will say the current balance as we said before, and also self.account.balance, which will show the current balance for us. So that's all for our deposit function. Now I'll copy the same function for withdraw because everything will be almost the same thing. So remember, in programming also, often you need just copy paste things instead of typing everything. So now I'll say here withdraw, and then we need the amount. It will be the same thing, enter the amount. So here we just change the message. You want to withdraw, you want to cash out, something like that, or let's say withdraw, whatever. And then we will say here if amount is not none, the same way, and then we should use the function of withdraw instead of that function of deposit, because we are using the withdraw function from our bank account class. And then we'll say the current balance is whatever the current balance is here. So just like that. Now here inside this main, we will create some more changes because we need our module to use here. So here I'll say root. Now as I said before, we need this root variable, and the reason is we'll be using the entire module of tk.tk function. So we'll use this tk function from tk-enter module, and we'll put this inside our function here, so inside our class as the root, and this will allow us to show the user that user interface. Okay, so that's why we need that here. So now here I say app, we need this variable for our app. So I want to say the Python, that's my app. So for app we have created this class of GUI. So, and inside this we'll pass the root, which is our parameter which we need, and then we'll say root.main loop. So root.main loop. So this will just run the main class, which is in our case this one here. So now everything is looking good, but we got some error. So let's see what's going on here. So it says it's unindented. So let's see what is unindented. We got our function, and also this one should be inside that. Okay, so like that, and this is now indented correctly, or maybe it should be here. So def, we have that function, and now the error is gone. This was because of this indentation. So remember, in Python you have to indent everything correctly. So now let's see the result. Now let me run this program here, and if we run this, now you'll see on a screen just like that, and small screen. So as I said, it will be just a simple dialog, and as you see, our balance is $50, which will just come from here. So it's coming from here, and we are running our app successfully. So now inside this we can deposit money. So if we click deposit, so let's see what's the problem. Enter the amount to deposit. So we got some problem here. So let's see what's the problem here. Now we are missing some positional argument here. So let's see what it is coming from. So it says ask a string. So we should search and ask a string. So we are missing something. So we got ask a string, and here we need also one more positional argument. Okay, so let's use that also. We need one name for that, and here, for example, as it's deposit, so it says it's deposit. In the same way, we need one for our withdraw, so otherwise this will also say, hey, you forgot here also. So withdraw, just like that, and let's rerun this again. And now if we come here, our dialog is here. Now if we click on it, and there we go, we got another dialog opened for us, and here we can enter the amount which we want to deposit. So I'll say here, for example, 400. Now we have 50 here, so let's say okay, alert, okay, and it's deposited. Now it doesn't show us the result which we wanted, but we will take care of that in a minute. So let's withdraw some money here. So I want to withdraw, for example, that $50, and okay, and it says alert, okay, and there's just deposited. But as you see, everything is working for us. We can deposit the money, we can withdraw them. If we click on them, we get these options where we can withdraw. For example, I want to take $20, so if I would say okay, that's 380. So it's just working like a bank for us. Now we got the dialogues also. Now it's opening this for me in another monitor, so that's why I'm drag and drop this, but for you it will just work in the same way and same monitor. So now here we want to deposit, for example, 10,000, and let's say okay. Now as you see, the same amount is here. So with that being said, now we have successfully created a dialog for our program. So our program is running with a graphical user interface. Of course, the tk-enter itself is a large program which you have to work on it. So for that, I'll highly recommend you to go to this website, and this is docs.python.org. So you choose the Python 3 library, and you will be using tk-enter. Now this will give you all the options available which you can use for tk-enter, as we did before. Now this is very good documentation. Here you will find anything you want. For example, I got the simple dialog as we did before. So if you click on it, you will see it will just give it ask float, all the functions which are possible here. We use the ask a string, and you can just try them out and select which one you like. as your need. Okay, so there are lots of informations here, so you can use it. Ask open file, so if you have any files, and also save this, save as, and everything you need for a program of graphical user interface, you can just add them and provide your functions for that. So with that simple program, I wanted to show you how to convert your code to some dialogues. Now your challenge is to just go ahead and convert this password generator the same way as we converted everything from bank account to password generator GUI, where you will show your users the new password and you will prompt them to create that password. It is just easy, guys. If you couldn't do this, let me know in the comment box and I'll add one more file for you with the password generator GUI, in which I'll cover everything for you, so you can then download everything from my GitHub. With that being said, let's go ahead in the last part where we will talk about all other possible graphical user interfaces. So you will be not using the tkinter for everything. There are more beautiful libraries, and also for web development there are other frameworks for Python like Django and also Flask. We will talk about them also, and I'll show you how to learn them. And believe me, now if you are in this part of this course, you are already able to create any kind of program you want by Python, but I'll show you the frameworks which will just make our job easier to create websites and also to create user interfaces. So we will take care of that also. We will cover everything in theory and I'll show you where to go from there. So with that being said, let's go ahead and cover this also. So now, as we have successfully finished our Python course, now there's a question which all the beginners got after finishing a programming language course. So what now? Where should they go from here? So that's what we will cover now. So the first thing I suggest to the beginners is work on projects, because working on projects helps you to identify areas where you need to improve, and it can also help you build your portfolio. So for that, my first suggestion is to just go ahead and practice with the projects we have covered. So create those again, improve them, and also try to create them without watching the video. That way you will understand everything in every piece of code, and you will understand how things works together. And after that, I want you to just go ahead and work in these 3 projects. If you have your own projects, then of course work on them. But if you don't have any idea, so choose one of them. For example, create a classic hangman game. In this game, you have to give the user 3 chances of guessing a secret word. If they find the secret word, then they win. And if they didn't find that secret word after 3 attempts or 3 times trying, then they lose the game. Just simple like that. And also, I want you build a program that stores and manages users' contact information with features, for example, like adding, editing, and deleting contacts. So this can be called the contact manager. This is just easy. For this, you just need a dictionary, and also then use all those functions which we have used for adding, editing, and deleting. So you can just do the same thing for this contact manager project. And if you don't find the solution by yourself, then please go ahead and Google it, because from now the Google is your best friend where you can get help. So just ask Google whatever your problem is, whatever error you are getting, or whatever you want to reach. In websites like Stack Overflow, you can find a lots of people who work on them and give you more help on that. This way also you will learn a lots of new things. And after that, I want you to create a weather app. So build an application that retrieves and displays weather information for a user specified location. For this also you need just a dictionary in which you will store the city and also the temperature in that city. So according to that, then you give your user some choices so they can choose the city, and if the city is equal to that city of user, then in that case it should show the temperature of that city to our user. So it will be just a basic application, but it will help you a lot to practice everything which we have learned in this course. So with that being said, you can find more projects also for you in the Google, but for now I think it's enough for projects. So after mastering your projects, then you have to learn other technologies, because as a programmer you have to decide in which area of programming you want to work. For example, in the area of web development, you will make websites and web applications. And in the area, for example, machine learning, you will work on artificial intelligence that focuses on developing algorithms that can learn and make predictions or decisions based on data. For example, nowadays ChatGPT is very famous, and this is a good example of machine learning. So there are many frameworks which you can use for that. So if you know what a framework is a pre-written code or set of code libraries that provides a foundation for developers to build software applications. So basically or typically it contains predefined functions, classes, and methods that can be used to build specific types of applications more efficiently and with fewer errors. For example, if you want to create a website, then you can use the framework of Django, Flask, or Pyramid. So they will give you everything built in all the functionalities which you could need for a website. They are already there for you. You just need to understand that framework. For example, if you want to create a secure website, then you don't need to take care of the security or create the security from the scratch, because there you have a framework like Django and they have covered everything for you. So you have to learn the Django and its functions and its classes, and then you are good to go to create any kind of website. For example, YouTube is also using Django. So there are many other social medias which are using Django. For example, if you're using Instagram, so Instagram also uses the Django. And also, if you're interested in web development with Python, then you will find more courses also on my channel. For example, in Django REST frameworks, which is very beginner friendly, and you can continue your career from there. But if you want to work in an area, for example, in data analysis, then you have to learn another frameworks like Pandas, NumPy, and others. And also for the game development, then you have other frameworks like Pygame, PyOpenGL, Panda 3D, Arcade, and so on. There are lots of frameworks. So after this course, you have to find out an area for you where you want to work, and then find a framework in that area and work on it. So for example, in web development, there are thousands of jobs in Django. So they will ask you if you know Django. So if you master Django, then you can work as a Django developer. If you want to work, for example, in game development, then you can learn Pygame, PyOpenGL, and so on. With that being said, the last thing which I want to suggest you is keep practicing. Whatever you do in life, keep practicing, because the practice makes you perfect. With that being said, I hope you have learned a lot in this course, and I wish you best of luck in your career. See you in the next course.